It's currently being implemented like crazy. If we don't stop it, it might be too late. Cao Wenbin was shocked. Then without saying a word, he disappeared from the spot. As soon as he left, Shan Yunfan rushed in. After all, the spatial fluctuation just now was too big. He really couldn't help it. Fortunately, Liang Yue had already arranged everything at this time. This prevented him from discovering the flaw. So, Yue, where is Master Kong? A very normal question. But Liang Yue was immediately sweating when she was asked. She never thought that the brat Cao Wenbin would suddenly do such a thing. But her mind works very quickly. After his eyes flickered for a moment, he explained weakly, a trace of the sword energy hidden in my body penetrated into Master Kong's body during the treatment. So after making sure I was okay, he left at full speed. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be trying to expel the sword energy from his body. Shan Yunfan was stunned. Then, a hint of emotion suddenly appeared on that still resolute face. This master is truly a kind-hearted doctor. Even with such terrifying sword energy entering his body, he still managed to persist and complete the treatment. That sword manual was not given to me in vain. As soon as he showed this expression, Liang Yue really wanted to kill someone. Your wife has been. Are you actually still touched? How can you have such a big heart? Of course, although I thought so, when the words came to my lips, my thoughts suddenly turned into another expression. Master Kong is really working hard. Alright, my dear husband, let's think about repaying your kindness later. Now I want to go home. The smell of medicine here is so terrible. The more she talked, the weaker Liang Yue became. It would be hard for outsiders to hold back when seeing that little look. Not to mention Shan Yunfan. So he didn't even hesitate, stretched out his arms, and gave Liang Yue a princess hug. Next, prepare to tear the space apart. But just as he was about to take a step forward, a hint of doubt suddenly appeared on his face. Ma'am, why are your legs shaking so badly? Are you still feeling uncomfortable? Do you want to go see Master Kong again? So as to save me from having to make another trip afterwards. Without any hesitation, Liang Yue shook her little head like a rattle. Go find Cao Wenbin again. Wouldn't that reveal everything? God knows where that guy ran off to. No need to trouble you, master. My legs are shaking just because I've been lying down for too long. It will be fine in a while. If you don't believe me, look at it. Isn't the amplitude of the shaking much smaller now than before? As soon as she finished speaking, she swung her legs twice. And this demonstration is indeed very useful. After seeing that everything was indeed fine, Shan Yunfan didn't say anything else. As their right legs lifted and dropped, the two figures disappeared from the spot. Fairyland, Jun family. As the saying goes, capture the leader first. Therefore, as soon as they received the news, Zhao Yuaner and Zhong Jian led their men directly to the Jun family's base camp. Boom. Without any hesitation, the Cao family's supreme leader started taking action as soon as he arrived. And without any reservations. But the Jun family was obviously well prepared. Just as the energy was about to enter the Jun family's ancestral home, a protective shield suddenly appeared above the Jun family's ancestral home. It was none other than the 100 Emperors formation that Jun Xiaoyao had used before. Of course, the formation is still the same formation, but the people in the main formation have completely changed. At first glance, the lowest ones are all 9th rank Emperors. The core position is filled with supreme beings. It is obvious that the Jun family has gathered all the strength they can. Defend the altar to the death. After seeing that the formation was shaking but did not break apart directly, Jun Qingfeng breathed a sigh of relief. It's good to be able to block it. This way there is still room for maneuver. If it breaks directly, then there will be no use for the curse. But his heart was relieved for only a moment. Soon, they started pulling again. Because he suddenly discovered that not all the people from the Cao family seemed to be there. The only ones present were Zhong Jian, Mu Qianchen, Zhao Yuaner and other direct descendants of Cao Wenbin. His old rivals Cao Xing and others were not there at all. As for those masters who made them deeply fearful and whom Cao Wenbin defeated after sleeping with them, not a single one of them came. What should I do? Not only did he discover this situation, but other supreme beings also discovered it. As a result, the supreme beings who had originally had smiles on their faces suddenly panicked. After all, they are already at a disadvantage now. If they wait for other people to arrive, will they still have a chance to survive? After thinking about it for a while, they thought of an even more terrifying situation. So those who didn't come, could they have gone to their base camp? If that's the case, Chapter 465 Unexpected Changes. No, we must not let that happen. If the family is gone, what's the point of struggling? The more they thought about it, the more confused the other supreme beings became. Zhun Qingfeng, who saw everything, suddenly became anxious. After all, if all these people left, his Zhun family would definitely be slaughtered in a very short time. There is no chance of escape. We must persuade them. But before he could think of what to say, a situation that made him despair arose. Following a fluctuation in the void, a handsome man with a playful look on his face appeared outside the formation in a dashing manner, accompanied by 3 beautiful women. Cao Wenbin. The crowd, which was already very chaotic, became even more chaotic now. After all, a person's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. Although this junior is not very strong at the moment, his deterrent power is stronger than many supreme beings. And Cao Wenbin really deserves this honor. Look, after glancing at the entire audience, he waved his hand gently. Not much action, but the next moment, an extremely terrifying attack flew out from beside him. The speed is amazing. The target is directly aimed at the 100 Emperors formation set up by the Zhun family. Boom, click. The first sound was the sound of energy colliding with the formation. As for the second one, it was the sound of the formation being broken. And this sound didn't just happen once, but they are directly connected into a string. Judging from his appearance, he is obviously about to collapse. Not good. The person who made the move is a supreme being who has received gifts from heaven and earth 3 times. Everyone present was an expert, so they figured everything out quickly. Then he subconsciously looked at the person who made the move. Dressed in white, he exudes nobility from head to toe. And he never looks anyone in the eye. But they soon discovered that this arrogance was only directed at them. When his eyes fell on Cao Wenbin, everything changed. All other temperaments disappeared. What replaces it is only endless attachment. Oh shit, another one who was subdued by sleep. He cursed fiercely. Immediately afterwards, everyone started looking for a way to retreat. Zhun Qingfeng, who was already furious, found Zhongzhou as soon as possible. He wanted to see if there was any way to resurrect Tiandao early without regard for the consequences. This is the only turning point he can think of at the moment. But he didn't hold out much hope. After all, sacrifices have always been very rigorous. No room for any flaws. But I didn't expect. There is actually one recorded in ancient books. But what is needed is something bloody. Zhun Qingfeng, who didn't expect this answer, was obviously stunned. But after just a few breaths, he asked excitedly, "Tell me quickly, what is the solution?" As for the blood, no matter how bloody it is, it can't compare to the massacre of my entire Zhun family. This statement makes a lot of sense. After hesitating for a while, Zhongzhou slowly said, "The solution is a blood sacrifice. In the northwest corner of each altar, kill 20 emperors in one go. When the blood seeps through the altar, that will be the time for the resurrection of heaven. However, since it has not yet reached its full potential, the power of the heavenly Tao has not yet reached its peak. But the patroller's abilities are definitely there." Zhun Qingfeng was overjoyed when he heard this. 20 emperors in exchange for a family to survive the catastrophe safely. No matter how you look at it, this business is a lucrative one. Not only him, but other supreme beings who heard these words also thought so. As for the resurrected Tiandao, he only has the strength of a patrolman. Isn't that better? With such a person to attract the Cao family's firepower, they can develop secretly. Depend on. If I had known there was such a good idea earlier, why would I have spent all my energy on building the altar? Shook his head. Afterwards, the supreme leaders of the Zhun family gave instructions to those who stayed at home. Of course, they won't use their own people to fill the blood sacrifice quota. As an immortal force, who wouldn't have a few captives in their dungeon? And these guys' subordinates are indeed very powerful. In less than a minute, 5 blood-red beams of light appeared one after another on the 3 continents controlled by the Zhun family. Including the Zhun family, there are 6 paths. The number is very auspicious. But 2 of the supreme beings couldn't laugh at all. Because their families had no reaction at all. That is to say, don't panic. Your people may have been tied up by other things. It doesn't necessarily mean they were attacked by the Cao family. Let's take a step back and say, even if something unexpected really happens, we can just rebuild it later. Don't worry, all of us will do our best to help when the time comes. I have to say, Zhun Qingfeng really has leadership qualities. With just a few words, the situation was under control. Then he and everyone looked forward to it. But as they watched, they found something wrong. Because after reaching a certain height, those light beams did not continue to rise. Instead, he turned a corner and headed straight for the Zhun family. And the speed is getting faster and faster. The one attacked by the Zhun family fell headfirst. Everyone was a little confused. But at this moment, Zhang Shengxi, who was originally standing beside them, was suddenly dragged into the air by an invisible force. At the same time, the Zhun family's own beam of light also fell. Boom! When the two meet, it is like the scorching sun meeting the snow. The reaction was so intense. She had only reached the initial stage of Saint Realm cultivation just now, but in the blink of an eye she became a first-rank emperor. And this improvement is nothing. As the other 5 beams of light arrived one after another, Zhang Shengxi could no longer control his cultivation. 2nd grade, 3rd grade, 9th grade, 10th grade. Supreme. And that's not all. Her breath is still surging. There is absolutely no sign of stopping. Oh my god. Zhun Qingfeng, who was already confused, became even more confused now. Isn't it the resurrection of heaven? How did it suddenly become like this? But soon, he reacted immediately. Then the old face gradually turned into the color of liver. He knew he had been cheated. All of this is a trap. The purpose is for this moment. This woman who is improving like crazy has obviously calculated everything. According to Zhun Qingfeng's estimation, even if Examen Yechen did not rebel, this woman would definitely find a way to lure the Cao family here. Chapter 466, Adding Unnecessary Details. Zhang family. You guys are really awesome. First, a slut comes out who wants to have fun even if it means abandoning her husband and children. Now here comes another saint who dares to plot against the 8 lords. Good. That's really good. Of course, even I was almost mad. But he still didn't dare to do anything. Not only him, but other supreme beings are the same. Firstly, it's because they didn't start. The Cao family's attacks have never stopped. If they dare to relax, the consequences will be beyond their ability to bear. Secondly, it is because Zhang Shengxi has become their last hope. The current dilemma is still waiting for someone to solve it. Therefore, even if they have many dissatisfactions, they can only endure it. Unlike their mixed feelings, the moment Zhang Shengxi's strength reached the supreme realm, Xu Yunsheng, who was attacking the formation, turned her head with a serious face and said, "Wenbin, let's retreat first. I think we should take a long-term view. The tricks this woman uses are extremely evil. According to my estimation, by the time everything is over, she will at least be as strong as Ling Ruobing before. If the storm starts, I really won't be able to stop him." These words are truly from the heart. But Cao Wenbin didn't move. He just stared at Zhang Shengxi blankly. Soon, a hint of crystal appeared at the corner of his mouth. Of course, he was not lusting after this woman's body. Although this chick did attract Wan Mailu, the incredible luck that was constantly flowing towards her was the key that made him drool. Mine. It has to be mine. Because he was too engrossed, Cao Wenbin didn't control the volume of his voice when he spoke these 2 sentences. The consequence of this was that all the women covered their faces. It's so fucking embarrassing. But if you choose the man yourself, you should naturally pamper him. Therefore, not long after, a piece of information appeared in front of Cao Wenbin. What the hell? This woman is actually Zhun Xiaoyao's aunt. Oh my god. Brother Xiaoyao has been gone for so long, yet he's still contributing to me. Cao Wenbin's face was full of disbelief. At the same time, Zhang Shengxi finally absorbed all the red light. As for her current strength, not more, not less, just the right amount to join the ranks of the inspectors. That is the level of having received gifts from heaven and earth 5 times. Of course, this is not all she gained. There is a layer of fluorescence on her body. This is a sign of having a certain rank. If nothing unexpected happens, she should have reached some kind of agreement with Tianyan. Otherwise, even if you have enough strength, it is absolutely impossible for you to have a rank. To be honest, if all this were seen by others, even if he didn't run away, he would definitely look serious. After all, this is a patrol. But when it comes to Cao Wenbin, Is this what they call adding unnecessary details? The smile is very weird. But his smile didn't last long. Zhongzhou, who had adapted to the changes in himself, quickly turned his attention to him. And those beautiful eyes were filled with murderous intent. Then, boy, you can leave your last words now. This day next year will be your Memorial Day. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw out a piece of beige rice paper. There is also a dagger. This is for cutting fingers. Obviously, she wanted Cao Wenbin to write a blood oath. After doing all this, she crossed her arms and watched the show. She thought that what would happen next would definitely be exciting. But what she didn't expect was, not only did what she expected not appear, but she was also met with a lot of cold stares. Especially Cao Wenbin, his eyes were full of looking at him as if he was a fool. She wants to say something. But just as she opened her mouth, Cao Wenbin interrupted her with a wave of his hand. Girl, you don't think you have a sure win, do you? Let me tell you, even though the patrollers are powerful, they are nothing to me. By the way, your sister is very happy living with me. Do you want to come over and stay with her? Don't worry, as long as you are willing to come, I will definitely forgive you. And I'll take good care of you. The more he talked, the more frivolous Cao Wenbin's expression became. At the same time, Zhongzhou's face became redder and redder. In order to avenge Zhun Xiaoyao, she worked very hard. So she quickly understood the hidden meaning behind these words. This guy is actually thinking about a patrolman. You're looking for death. Originally, she wanted to torture Cao Wenbin first and then kill him. After all, according to her information, it would take at least 3 to 5 days for Ling Ruobing to come out. Since victory is already certain, a little time won't matter. But now, she no longer has such thoughts at all. All I want is to send this scumbag to hell as soon as possible. As soon as she moved, Xu Yunsheng immediately went forward to meet her. Even though I know I can't win. But Xu Yunsheng still moved. Boom. The explosion was earth-shaking. The previous confrontations were completely on a different level than this one. Look, just the aftermath alone blew away the 100 Emperors formation that was full of cracks. As for the result of the collision, Zhongzhou is still where he was before. Even his clothes were not in disarray. However, unlike her elegance, Xu Yunsheng, who took the initiative to attack, retreated all the way to Cao Wenbin's side before she could barely stand firm. The right hand holding the whip was shaking all the time. I can't control it even if I want to. But Xu Yunsheng didn't care. After leaving a word, go quickly, he prepared to continue to meet the enemy. But Cao Wenbin, who was already prepared, did not let her get what she wanted. He stretched out his big hand and grabbed her arm. Why are you in such a hurry? You must know that if you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. Here, take this. With this, if this bitch surnamed Zhong can still beat you, then my character Cao will be written upside down. As he spoke, a gun as black as ink suddenly appeared in his hand. Not long, just over 1 person tall. But it was this unremarkable gun that caused the atmosphere around here to change 180 degrees. The original murderous aura disappeared immediately. What replaced it was an extremely strong resentment. And the moment he saw it, Zhongzhou, who was halfway through his rush, suddenly stopped. And that's not all. After feeling it for a while, she seemed to have realized something. Then, he subconsciously took a few steps back. Chapter 467 The Last Retreat. To be honest, Zhongzhou's actions were not really that big. If you don't keep an eye on it, you won't be able to see it at all. But who among those present is not keeping an eye on all directions and listening carefully? Plus, she herself is the focus of the scene. So the feeling of confusion quickly spread. They couldn't understand why the other party just showed off a weapon. What was there to be afraid of? That's a real gun, not Cao Wenbin's. At the same time, Zhongzhou shook his head slightly. It seems I have been weak for too long. Whenever I encounter a little mishap, I subconsciously want to avoid it. No, don't give others too much time to think. Otherwise, my prestige will really be gone. Obviously, she is also dissatisfied with herself. So, after taking a few breaths, she rushed towards Xu Yunsheng at a rapid speed. She wants to avenge her shame. By the way, break the broken gun that made her so uncomfortable. And her speed is indeed amazing. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Xu Yunsheng. The next moment, boom, The earth-shattering bang sounded again. And this time the commotion was obviously even bigger than the last time. The energy generated is even more astonishing. Look, the emperor who was closer was blown away. Even if he is the supreme, his clothes will still rustle. Oh my god. But that's nothing. No one complained. Everyone present, everyone's attention was focused on the battlefield. His eyes were filled with horror. As for the reason, Zhongzhou, who had the upper hand not long ago and suppressed Xu Yunsheng to the point where she couldn't even raise her head, was defeated this time. Even though it was just 2 small steps back. Even smaller than the previous subconscious movements. But it is enough to explain many problems. After all, Xu Yunsheng still has Cao Wenbin, a burden, by her side. And still on the defensive. If this is not achieved, then it means impossible. Everyone else was so shocked that they were speechless, let alone Zhongzhou, the person involved. So she didn't even hesitate and attacked again. As for the purpose of this time, clear your name. But although the idea was good, the reality soon gave her another slap in the face. Look, after a few rounds, not only did she fail to achieve her wish, but she became even more embarrassed. At some point, a long cut had been made on the hem of her skirt. As long as he moves, those long white legs that are longer than human life will be exposed to everyone. Quite tempting. After feeling the chill, she suddenly didn't dare to attack anymore. There's nothing I can do about it, since she doesn't have much to wear. For the sake of beauty, the inside is more. If there were a few more shots, she would definitely be disgraced. Of course, she retreated, but she didn't intend to let it go. After reaching a safe place, the fluorescent light on her body immediately became fuller. Immediately afterwards, a stream of energy full of destructive power suddenly fell from the sky. Divine punishment. This is a unique method used by the inspector, borrowing power from heaven. This time, I want to see what you can use to stop me. As the move was successfully used, a smile immediately returned to Zhongzhou's face. The feeling of pride is beyond words. In her opinion, once the divine punishment arrives, everything will definitely be over. After all, this is the way of heaven. How can human power resist it? But the good times didn't last long. After just a few breaths, that beautiful smile froze on her face again. But this time, the one who slapped her was no longer Xu Yunsheng. When the heavenly punishment was halfway through, the originally normal spear suddenly turned into a ferocious beast that no one had ever seen. The body is very small. But the head is huge. It's totally disproportionate. It doesn't look like it has any fighting ability at all. But it was this thing that, under the gaze of everyone, swallowed up the heavenly punishment that seemed to be able to destroy the world in one gulp. And there is no discomfort. After a burp, it returned to normal. Silence. The originally noisy battlefield suddenly became so noisy that you could hear a pin drop. Intel. Completion. These 2 words were said by Zhun Qingfeng. As soon as he finished speaking, his beautiful hair began to turn white at a speed visible to the naked eye. He knew that the Zhun family was beyond saving. After all, Zhongzhou is their last trump card. Although his voice was not loud, it was enough to wake people up from their dreams. The next moment, other members of the Zhun family faction began to riot. Judging from his appearance, he is obviously preparing to run away. But before they could move, Zhongzhou's roar suddenly penetrated their ears. Don't run around. If we stay together, there's still a chance of survival. If we split up, we'll be defeated one by one. That makes sense. But soon, someone weakly retorted, but even if we don't separate, what does it matter? It will all be eaten up sooner or later. In that case, it would be better to die at home. It can be considered as returning to one's roots. His tone was full of despair. At the same time, Zhongzhou was so angry that he rolled his eyes. To be honest, she really wanted to quit. Then fly away. She could think of it, but she couldn't do it. After all, if all these people died, the fairyland would be completely destroyed. By then, not to mention her, even Tianyan would have no chance of escaping the situation. If you don't handle it right, you'll get stabbed. Therefore, who said this game is doomed to fail? Everyone head towards Kunlun Mountain. That's the roof of the fairyland, the place closest to the heavenly way. Once we get there, we'll be completely safe. Hearing this, everyone's expressions immediately became excited. Even Zhun Qingfeng, who had become an old man, was rejuvenated. No one wants to die if given the chance. Especially for those of them who have reached the top, they don't want to die. So after confirming that everything was true, the team, which was originally a little chaotic, immediately became orderly. The 100 Emperors formation, which had been broken, once again enveloped their heads. Immediately afterwards, they retreated with all their might while maintaining their formation. Husband, what should we do now? Are we just going to let them go like this? Zhang Jian's eyes were filled with resentment. After Cao Wenbin, she is the one who most wants to swallow up this group of people. After all, once she succeeds, she will truly be the mother of the country. Chapter 468 Negotiate Terms. However anxious she was, Zhang Jian also understood that with the power of the Cao family here, they really could not swallow up this group of people who had rekindled their hope. If we force it, we will definitely lose troops and generals. But they simply cannot afford this price. After all, everyone in the women's army has their own characteristics. And it's useful day and night. And Cao Wenbin's reaction was exactly as she expected. This is not. Just bite them. Don't rush. They can't make any waves anyway. And keeping these burdens isn't entirely a bad thing. With them around, Zhang Shengxi still has something to worry about. I won't mess around. But if she becomes a lonely person, she will just wander around. What if someone gives me some advice and I suddenly become a professional killer? That. Cao Wenbin didn't say the rest. But Zhang Jian and the other women who were listening all shuddered unconsciously. A patrolman performing an assassination. Isn't this life-threatening? But soon, they calmed down. At the same time, his eyes began to become a little ambiguous. They admitted that this statement did make sense. But they are also sure that this is definitely not all. This little man must be harboring something evil in his heart. And it is most likely aimed at Zhang Shengxi. As long as it's a woman, there's really nothing he can't handle. It's useless even in cattle. The only difference is speed. Shook his head. Then they stopped thinking about it. All attention was immediately focused on the 100 Emperors formation. Immediately afterwards, attacks flew out from their hands at a rapid speed. Boom, boom, boom. The sound is extremely dense. Although they couldn't cause any harm, the pace of the Jun family members was obviously much slower. If we continue at this speed, we won't be able to reach Kunlun Mountain in 3 to 5 days. Of course, if that were all, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, it's just time. There is no shortage of people here. But just when they were about to breathe a sigh of relief, Xu Yunsheng, holding the killing gun, suddenly attacked them. Boom. Even though it was just an attack from one person. But the blow it caused to the 100 Emperors formation was unprecedented. Look, the protective shield that was originally smooth suddenly had dense cracks on it. Fuck. The feeling of fear resurfaces. The legs of some emperors have even begun to feel weak. It's not that they are spineless. Xu Yunsheng's attack was really too terrifying. If they continue like this, they won't be able to reach Kunlun Mountain. And emotions are contagious. As they became anxious, the mentality of Zhun Qingfeng and other supreme beings also changed quickly. But the supreme is the supreme after all. The ability to adjust is really beyond reproach. Not only did he calm down quickly, they even held a meeting immediately. This won't work. If we want to escape successfully, we must pay another price. Otherwise, it will definitely be a lose-lose situation. Actually, you should have noticed that those slutty foxes have no intention of risking their lives with us. The reason why you're still holding on to it is probably because you want some benefits. So tell me, do you want to give it? Zhun Qingfeng made his words very clear. But even so, the others remained silent. After all, anything that the Cao family likes is their lifeblood. They really can't bear to part with it. But soon, they could no longer pretend to be dead. Because, boom, Xu Yunsheng took the time to give them another blow. At the same time, Zhang Shengxi's voice suddenly entered their ears again. Don't worry about those petty gains. If you have it, bring it out for me. With the heavenly Tao backing us up, what are you still worried about? Will she let you suffer? Although no one can be sure how much of this statement is true and how much is false. But at least it gave everyone a reassurance. So after just a few breaths, they ordered everyone to stop. Immediately afterwards, Zhun Qingfeng was pushed out. Professional matters should naturally be done by professionals. When it comes to negotiation, they are all inferior to Zhun Qingfeng. But what they didn't expect was that before Zhun Qingfeng could even open his mouth, Cao Wenbin spoke first. Are you ready to give up your wealth and make a living? That's quite decisive. How about this, if you're willing to leave all your money and just take the clothes on your back, then I'll let you go. Not much talk. But Zhun Qingfeng and others were all furious after hearing this. Leaving with just the clothes on your back. Thank you so much. But even if they are extremely unhappy, they can only swallow their anger. After taking a few breaths, Zhun Qingfeng slowly raised the price. Master Cao, your request is really too much. It was obvious that he wanted to give a long speech. But he had just started when Cao Wenbin interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Don't give me these useless things. My conditions won't change. If you keep dragging your feet, do you believe I'll make you walk away naked? I know you want to say that at worst, we'll both die. But do you have the ability? Although we here have no way to take you down unscathed. But I can call for help. Bai Yuya, I think you know that Rose was captured by me. Yes, have they been played around with by me at this moment? The more he spoke, the more confident Cao Wenbin became. Anyway, outsiders don't know the inside story. Just blow it as hard as you can. And this trick really works. As a result, the morale of the Zhun family camp soon reached its lowest point. After all, they had heard of Bai Yuya and Migi's strength. If Cao Wenbin really transfers him here, it will be a complete disaster and will definitely become a joke. By then, Zhang Shengxi would probably be the only one who could leave among those present. Give it to him. So, after weighing the pros and cons, Zhun Qingfeng gritted his teeth and agreed. Then he took off the storage ring on his ring finger first. Immediately afterwards, a small tripod was forced out from his body. It is the symbol of status in the fairyland, the 9 cauldrons. After seeing that the intimidation worked, Cao Wenbin immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But he didn't stay quiet for long. Soon, their attention fell on Zhang Shengxi. My beauty, they've already started paying the ransom money, so stop being so arrogant. If you have anything good, take it out. Of course, if you don't have money, you can also use other tops. Chapter 469 Zhun Xiaoyao is not dead. Hearing Cao Wenbin's frivolous words, a wisp of smoke soon appeared above Zhang Shengxi's head. I'm so angry that I'm fuming. What made her most depressed was that she had no way to fight back. Look, she had just opened her mouth when Xu Yunsheng immediately raised a gun and stabbed her. At the same time, Cao Wenbin was obviously eager to try. Judging from the look of it, it was obvious that he wanted to attack her from both front and back. Oh shit. So, after cursing harshly, she had no choice but to give in. Tell me what you want. But first, let me make it clear, don't order anything too expensive. After all, you should have an idea of my previous level. It's such a rare item, I don't have it. That's the truth. And Cao Wenbin didn't argue with her. The corners of his mouth curled up. Then, he said calmly, what I want is very cheap. At least it's cheap for you. And you must have too. Zhang Shengxi immediately became interested. What on earth is this thing? The clothes you're wearing. Slightly stunned. Then Zhang Shengxi's anger value soared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Want this dress? How dare you speak like that? If I really gave it to you, wouldn't that mean? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. So after organizing her words a little, she immediately started to speak sweetly. Go dream on. Even if I die today, I will never let you succeed. Want to humiliate me? You're not qualified yet. The words are getting more and more unpleasant. But Cao Wenbin was not in a hurry at all. Even the smile didn't change. It wasn't until Xu Yunsheng completely gained the upper hand and Zhang Shengxi even had difficulty speaking that he asked again with a wicked look on his face, do you want to give it to me now? Zhang Shengxi's face turned red immediately. She really wants to continue to be stubborn. But the word, no, could not be uttered for a long time. As for the previous bold words, after truly feeling the threat of death, she had already put it out of her mind. At this moment, she just wanted a way to have the best of both worlds. But the reality is always unsatisfactory. How can you have your cake and eat it too? It seems that only my fellow Taoist can die, but I won't. Shaked his head helplessly. Then she was ready to retreat. Fighting alone, she is indeed no match for Xu Yunsheng. But if she ran, Xu Yunsheng would definitely not be able to catch up with her. After all, the killing Dao gun can only increase a person's combat effectiveness, but it does not add much to the speed. May the best of luck to you. These words were spoken to the supreme beings below. As soon as she finished speaking, a ripple suddenly appeared in the space beside her. But just as she turned to leave, something unexpected happened. Hey, don't be so anxious. If you want to buy or sell this thing, allow me to bid. Then you are allowed to lower the price. How about this, since you can't let go of your pride, how about we both take a step back? I don't want the ones outside. I only want the inside. Stunned again. But just a few breaths later, a look of joy unconsciously appeared on Zhang Shengxi's face. Just the inside. These conditions are pretty good. You don't have to be seen by everyone, and you can also preserve the fire of each family. It's like killing two birds with one stone. But this excitement did not last long. Soon, it was replaced by shyness. Because she suddenly remembered that there was nothing inside her. Even if I wanted to give it, I couldn't. And all the changes in her expression were seen by Cao Wenbin. At first, he was confused. I don't know what else this woman is worried about. Isn't this step big enough? But as the shyness on Zhang Shengxi's face became more and more intense, he gradually came to his senses. I was wondering why she never dared to do anything big ever since her clothes got torn. So you're afraid. Now that the truth has surfaced, Cao Wenbin will naturally not be polite anymore. His mouth shut immediately. Then he sent out a voice transmission. I really didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Forget it, if there is no such thing then there is no such thing. But to make sure you're not acting, you must release the restrictions on your body and let me scan you. If the situation is indeed as I guessed, then you can leave directly. I won't stop you. Trembling all over, Zhang Shengxi really didn't expect that the little brat in front of him would be so sharp-minded. She hadn't said anything yet, but people had already guessed everything. But this also made her breathe a sigh of relief. After all, some things are really hard to say. Of course, she was relaxed, but she didn't agree immediately. They started bargaining immediately. Only halfway. This is my bottom line. Without any hesitation. Cao Wenbin just shook his head. Impossible. I just informed you, not discussed with you. Well, if you really feel like you've been at a disadvantage, then after my spiritual sense has finished its wandering, I'll tell you a very important piece of information. Curiosity is aroused again. So, after biting her lip, she pretended to be calm and began to command the elites below. But if you look closely, you can see that her whole body is slowly turning red. As to why this happens. A paradise on earth. A pure paradise on earth. Cao Wenbin has a very loud voice. Because the attention of the people present unconsciously fell on him. But after a few glances, confusion appeared in everyone's eyes. There's nothing we can do, it's their fault for not finding this so-called wonderland. Unlike everyone else who was confused, Zhang Shengxi immediately gritted his teeth after hearing these words. She never thought that this brat would actually take advantage of her and act like a good boy. Of course, she didn't let this situation continue. After taking a few breaths, he immediately changed the subject. You've got what you wanted. So what did you promise me? After she finished speaking, she slowly backed away. Obviously, she didn't trust Cao Wenbin too much. But that's true. Judging from Cao Wenbin's current appearance, no matter who comes, no one can take him lightly. But when Cao Wenbin spoke again, everything changed. Zhang Shengxi stopped immediately. The tension disappeared instantly. Instead, there was a deep disbelief. Because that guy Zhun Xiaoyao is not dead. How about this news? Is it important to you? Chapter 470 Zhun Xiaoyao is not dead. Part 2. Zhun Xiaoyao is not dead. Just 5 words in total. The sound is also very soft. But the sensation it caused was indeed quite shocking. Especially Zhang Shengxi, the moment she heard it, she couldn't even control her body. I fell down several meters before I could barely keep my balance. Then, what did you say? Do you dare to say it again? No answer. But the expression on Cao Wenbin's face said it all. But before Zhang Shengxi could get excited, Zhun Qingfeng, who was already penniless, suddenly started roaring wildly. Shengxi, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. There's no way Xiaoyao is still alive. After all, his soul tablet was shattered a long time ago. Other things may deceive you, but the soul tablet will never deceive you. This statement makes a lot of sense. As a result, Zhang Shengxi, who was very excited just now, suddenly became a frostbitten eggplant. It's not that she has a poor tolerance. What happened just now was too tortuous. Sometimes high, sometimes low. Mr. Cao, how dare you make fun of me? When she came to her senses, she immediately glared at Cao Wenbin. She wanted to let this brat know that there were some jokes that shouldn't be made. But I didn't expect. Your knowledge is truly horribly short-sighted. Who told you that once the soul tablet is broken, the person will definitely die? I used some means to sever the connection between the two, is that not okay? Of course, you don't have to believe it. But you better think about it. If I decide that guy is no longer useful, I'll kill him the moment I get back. After he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin just waved his hand. Then he turned around and left. Abnormally cool. His unrestrained attitude immediately shook Zhang Shengxi and others. After all, in this situation, Cao Wenbin had no reason to lie to them. As for whether Zhun Xiaoyao knew how to save, without a doubt, it's worth it. Although he has never defeated Cao Wenbin. But his talent is absolutely beyond reproach. With just a little training, he will definitely be a pillar of the family. And never having overcome this stain, it might have been fatal in the past. But now it seems that it is not a big deal at all. There are many people who have lost to Cao Wenbin, so who is Zhun Xiaoyao? It's all because of God that she has suffered. Not to mention others. So, after looking at each other for a few seconds, Zhang Shengxi immediately called out to stop Cao Wenbin. Then, she asked nervously, what do we need to pay for you to release Xiaoyao? Also, when are you going to trade? Pause. Then Cao Wenbin slowly turned around. Except today, you can trade at any time. After all, we've conquered such a large territory this time. Take a good inventory of your spoils. As for the price. Before Zhun Xiaoyao caused trouble for me, he sent someone to casually discard a seal. I've been searching for a long time, but I still can't find anything. I don't want anything else but this. As soon as I see the seal, I'll release him immediately. Don't tell me you can't find it. As a patroller of the immortal realm, I can't hide such a small matter from you. Zhang Shengxi breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. This guy doesn't ask for too much. He didn't even mention the request to sleep with her, which she was most afraid of. But the good times didn't last long. Before she could agree, an extremely beautiful female voice suddenly sounded in her mind. That seal is extremely valuable. If Cao Wenbin gets it, his strength will definitely be greatly improved. So I think it's better not to change it. Zhun Xiaoyao's value cannot be compared with his at all. The reason is very good. But Zhang Shengxi only used one sentence to completely choke back the female voice. I know. But that's my Xiaoyao. Silence. After a while, the female voice sounded again, forget it. Just do as you wish. I'm going to continue to recover. I hope you can give me a big surprise when I observe you again. As soon as those words were spoken, everything returned to normal. Now that no one was trying to stop him, Zhang Shengxi no longer hesitated and nodded immediately. Just as you say. Then he prepared to high-five Cao Wenbin as an oath. But when she was ready to act, she found that the people from the Cao family had already withdrawn. Of course, although the person is gone, the words remain. Zhang Shengxi, you'd better hurry up. After all, Zhun Xiaoyao's condition is not very good. If it's too late, you'll really have to collect his body. Honestly, if it weren't for Zhang Ru, Zhu Lin, Pan Simin and the others trying their best to please me, I wouldn't have let him live until now. You family. This is the second most powerful force in the Zhun family camp since the demise of the Dragon Clan. Their clan has two supreme beings. Although they are the kind that have not received the complete gift from heaven and earth, at least the number is there. Because of this, the Cao family sent a total of 2 people. They are sword god Wang Lao, and Cao Wenbin's father-in-law, Mu Bai. The purpose is to ensure that nothing goes wrong. And it was this caution that saved the lives of dozens of Cao family emperors. No one would have thought that the Yu family actually had a puppet hidden that could exert supreme power. Although the attack power is lacking. But the body is extremely hard. Even with the strength of Mu Bai and Old Wang, it took them a whole incense stick of time to knock him down. If this were the emperors who came with us. Damn it. I hope your treasure trove is worthy of my efforts. Otherwise, I will massacre this place with blood. After saying that, the 2 of them walked towards the basement behind the puppet together. But they had just taken 2 steps when a shout suddenly came into their ears. "Please slow down, both of you. The sound is not loud." But he managed to keep the 2 of them in place. They all recognized it. It was Cao Wenbin's voice. "Why is this kid so fast? Is the Jun family done with it? That shouldn't be the case. That should be a hard bone." Confused. But soon, they no longer have time to pay attention to this. Because, fortunately, I'm diligent enough. After finishing the business over there, I didn't just wait there like an idiot. Otherwise, I won't be able to see you two for the next few decades. You haven't noticed, the entrance to this basement is actually an illusion. Its true appearance is a spatial crack. Once you step in, you will be lost. Don't even think about getting out of this for decades. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin, who had just landed, immediately applied the law of space. Immediately afterwards, the scene before everyone's eyes changed completely. This Yu family has something. There are actually space-related treasures. Chapter 471 The Secret of the Yu Family. Fuck. Just as Cao Wenbin was sighing at the sudden appearance of spatial turbulence, the 2 supreme beings, Old Wang and Mu Bai, took a step back together. They've heard of this. Every few hundred years, someone will accidentally walk into it. With any luck, it will reappear after a while. Don't delay anything. As for the unlucky ones, it is said that someone disappeared for 13 years, and when he reappeared, he was a 12-year-old boy who called him dad. Naturally, they don't want to experience such a horrible thing. At the same time, they also had a deeper understanding of the magic of the laws of space. As the supreme beings, they didn't notice anything unusual just now. But Cao Wenbin had already noticed something was wrong from a distance. Just as the 2 were secretly sighing, Xu Yunsheng had already taken action towards the basement at Cao Wenbin's signal. What is used as the space golden bell? Buzz. Both are space magic weapons, but the ribbon that binds the space turbulence is completely unable to fight against the space golden bell. Look, the space golden bell just vibrated, and the ribbon collapsed immediately. Of course, it's not the only one that collapsed. The terrifying spatial turbulence was also not withstood. Soon it turned into a strong wind and dispersed. Once these 2 obstacles were gone, the true appearance of the basement suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. Not a dim tunnel. It's not a special door. Instead, it is the entrance to a world. There are birds singing and flowers blooming, and the environment is no worse than that of the fairyland. Even better. Because of the richness of the spiritual energy inside, it is almost as rich as the nameless island with 3 dragon veins. Although the area is a bit smaller. At most, it is only 1/3 of the area of a continent. But for a family, it is definitely enough. Okay. I was wondering why the Yu family, when they are clearly strong enough, have never fought for anything and have always been guarding their own little piece of land. It turns out it's not about having no desires, it's about holding it in. Is he planning to secretly accumulate strength, then make a big splash and become the boss himself? When Old Wang and Mu Bai reacted, their expressions looked worse than each other. They would never have thought that the Yu family would have such great ambitions. But soon, they no longer have time to pay attention to these details. All attention was drawn to the big tree in the middle of this space. As to why this is so, they suddenly discovered that the reason why the spiritual energy in this space was so rich was entirely because of this towering tree. What it inhales is exhaust gas, but what it exhales is spiritual energy. How could there be such a magical tree in the world? Both of them were a little confused. There was nothing they could do, because everything they saw was completely beyond their comprehension. Unlike their bewildered expressions, Cao Wenbin was trembling with excitement at this moment. After a while, he murmured to himself, "World tree. The Yu family actually has the ability to grow it alive. And let it grow so big." As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin's figure flashed and he flew directly towards the world tree. The reason he could recognize what it was at a glance was because he had planted it himself. The last time Tianyan gave him a hard time and sorted out various lists, he rewarded him with a seed of this thing. Unfortunately, he failed to survive. Originally, he thought you were no longer destined for this thing. Unexpectedly, we met here again. And it's a finished product. Boom, boom, boom. Of course, with such an awesome item, the Yu family naturally couldn't just set a trap at the door. Along the way, all kinds of hidden weapons were thrown at Cao Wenbin as if they were free of charge. without any pause. But with the Yu family's level, it is obviously impossible to launch a powerful attack. Although there are numbers, the power is greatly lacking. Look, Cao Wenbin didn't even stop. The speed will remain the same as when you started. There was no interference at all. As soon as any attacks occur, Zhongzhou and others will immediately resolve them. And the world tree obviously deserves his eagerness. As the distance between the two sides got closer, a green fruit soon came into his sight. Finally found you. This thing is called Dao fruit. It is the essence of the world tree. Only one fruit is produced in a lifetime. It is no exaggeration to say that although this thing is small, its importance is no less than that of the world tree itself. As for its specific function, there are only 4 ways to become a master of the heavenly Dao level. One is to directly take over the heavenly Dao when a world is first formed. This method is the easiest. All you need is a super powerful person to help you. But the process is a bit long. Because after taking over another body, in order to avoid being rejected by this world, one needs to lie dormant for a long time. Slowly become one with the way of heaven. As long as you are not discovered, the moment you transform, you will reach the heavenly Dao realm. The second one is the most difficult one. Rely on your own talents and practice hard. Of course, ordinary talent won't do. You must have the ability to jump out of the 3 realms and not be bound by the 5 elements. Otherwise, everything is under the surveillance of the heavenly Dao, so how can one achieve transcendence? However, although this method is difficult, once it succeeds, the strength will be the strongest among the 4 types. Not to mention crushing the others, but dealing with 2 or 3 at once is also easy and enjoyable. The third method is a trick. Artificially create a way that is equal to the way of heaven. Just like the underground tunnel. Once you become the master of the underground, you can also become a master of the heavenly realm. The strength is not much different from the first one. But if you want to use this method, the conditions required are very harsh. First of all, this world needs to be underdeveloped. When it was first built, there was no authentic ground. Then you need all kinds of rare treasures, which is extremely troublesome. Compared with the first 3, the fourth one is much simpler. It's all about luck. Just find a world tree and wait until its fruit is ripe. At that time, you just need to swallow it, and if you can withstand the huge energy within it, you can also reach the heavenly Dao realm. Of course, although the method is simple, those who can achieve enlightenment in this way are the weakest among the 4. However, the heavenly Dao realm is still the heavenly Dao realm after all. Even if it is weak, all living beings have to look up to it. The only question now is when it will mature. Thinking of this, Cao Wenbin didn't say anything and immediately scanned the fruit with his spiritual sense. At first, he was a little nervous. I'm afraid that the result will take tens of thousands of years. But as time went by, the corners of his mouth gradually turned up. Chapter 472 Hostage Exchange. Only 147 years. Good. That's really good. While speaking, Cao Wenbin used the realm of eternity. As the strength increases, the power of this move also increases exponentially. Before, we could only make time go several times faster or slower. But now, the multiple has increased to more than 100. In other words, it only takes about a year for this fruit to fully mature. Tianyan, it seems your luck isn't that good either. Just wait, I'll fill you up sooner or later. Shaking his head, Cao Wenbin then prepared to use the space golden bell to bring this space back to the nameless island. After all, such an important thing must be kept under our noses. Otherwise, you won't be able to sleep well. But before he could give the order, Fang Zihua, who had not followed him in, hurriedly ran to his side. Wenbin, there's news from the Jun family. They said the ransom has been prepared. As long as you are free, we can trade at any time. As for the location, they said it must be at the foot of Mount Kunlun. Otherwise, we might cheat. Cao Wenbin was stunned. He had thought that Zhang Shengshi would be very anxious, but to be anxious to this extent was beyond his expectations. But his situation did not last long. Soon, Cao Wenbin laughed. Then he threw the golden bell of space to Zhao Yuaner. Sister Yuaner, take this. Then pack up this space and take it back to the nameless island. By the way, don't forget to clean up here before you leave. As long as there is still life left, we must never let it see tomorrow's sun. Remember, you must not be soft-hearted. This fruit is extremely important and cannot afford any mistakes. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin's image changed. Before long, he completely became his mortal enemy, Zhun Xiaoyao. At the same time, various wounds slowly appeared on his body. The women who saw everything immediately rolled their eyes. Immediately afterwards, they started complaining. This guy is really willing to spend a lot of money for that little thing. They even resorted to the tactic of inflicting pain on oneself. As they spoke, they shook their heads. They were observing a moment of silence for Zhang Shengxi. After all, this brat has paid such a huge price, so once he succeeds, he will never take it lightly. And with Cao Wenbin's strength. Shengxi, when the Cao family members arrive, you must ask more about Xiaoyao's childhood. The Cao family has many experts. There are countless ways to defy fate. If you're not careful, you're likely to fall into their trap. And right now, we really can't stand any more. At the foot of Kunlun Mountain, several masters of the Zhun family are waiting with Zhang Shengxi. As for the other families, it's long gone. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be a lot of construction going on in Kunlun Mountain. After all, this was originally just a barren mountain. If you don't clean it up, it will be impossible to live here. Don't worry, I know what's going on. I watched Xiaoyao grow up. No one can pretend to be free and easy in front of me. This was said with great confidence. Coincidentally, just as she finished her words, a ripple suddenly appeared in the space not far away from them. Immediately afterwards, a group of women walked out. Each one of them is extremely beautiful. However, the people of the Zhun family simply have no time to appreciate this. All their attention was focused on the wounded man in the team. Xiaoyao. At the beginning, they were all very cautious. The same is true for Zhang Shengxi, who was very confident before. But as time went by, everything changed. Excitement soon appeared on their faces. Zhang Shengxi shouted unconsciously. Although the sound is not loud, it is very powerful. The man covered in wounds was obviously stimulated. After shaking all over, he suddenly raised his head. Then, Sister Shengxi. The voice was full of despair. Tears unconsciously slid down from the corners of my eyes. That look is so heartbreaking that anyone who hears it will cry. And Zhang Shengxi was indeed infected. Almost at the same time, tear marks appeared in the corners of her eyes. Of course, if someone cries, then someone else will laugh. Look, Xu Yunsheng and others are having a very hard time holding it in. It's not that they are heartless. The name Cao Wenbin just called out was really too funny. Sister Shengxi. That's the taste. Call me sister first, then sister, and call me baby during special times. Nothing wrong with it. Isn't that what you do when facing them? While laughing, they were not idle either, and soon started making bets. How long do you think Wenbin will waste on this? 1 month, or 2 months? How can it take that long? In my opinion, 10 days is enough. It won't even take 10 days. Look at how excited Zhang Shengxi is. If we wait here for a while, we might hear some howling. 10 days is a bit ridiculous. He's an inspector after all, so we should show him some respect. I'd say around 20 days is the correct answer. The girls became more and more excited as they talked. The answers were given quickly. Zhang Shengxi, who didn't know all this, was still trying hard to empathize with Cao Wenbin. However, this state did not last long. With Zhun Qingfeng's dry cough, Zhang Shengxi quickly came back to his senses. Then, without even a moment's hesitation, Zhang Shengxi shouted, Cao Wenbin. Originally, she wanted to condemn it. After all, the wounds on Zhun Xiaoyao's body looked very new. It's obvious that he has just been abused. If nothing unexpected happens, the Cao family probably wants to take advantage of this last-minute time to get more information. This is obviously against the rules. It is extremely immoral. After all, both parties have agreed to exchange hostages. But just as she opened her mouth, she suddenly realized that there was no other man in the Cao family's camp except Zhun Xiaoyao. In other words, Cao Wenbin did not come. As a result, Zhang Shengxi was completely stunned. Fortunately, Zhang Jian spoke in time, otherwise, smoke would continue to come out of her head. My husband didn't come. After all, it's just an exchange of things, there's really no need to make a big fuss. Okay, the goods are here. You've seen the quality. Whether you want to exchange or not, tell me the truth. You know, our time is quite precious. There are many battlefields that haven't been cleaned up yet. Chapter 473 Exchange completed. Hearing that Cao Wenbin didn't come, both Zhang Shengxi and Zhun Qingfeng breathed a sigh of relief. It's better not to come. If you hadn't come, nothing would have happened. But human beings are never satisfied. Look, the two people who were secretly rejoicing the moment before, started to have evil thoughts the next moment. Especially Zhang Shengxi. Although at this moment, she still hadn't figured out what the seal was used for. But how could something that can be specially reminded by the heavenly Tao be an ordinary thing? These women have never even seen the seal. Even Cao Wenbin has never seen it. In that case, I'll switch the packages. No one should be able to notice. The more he thought about it, the more excited Zhang Shengxi became. So soon, an ordinary blood-red seal suddenly appeared in her hand. Only the size of a palm. If this were somewhere else, even if it was placed in the most conspicuous position, no one would even take a second look at it. After all, this thing is so ordinary. But this is exactly where Zhang Shengxi's brilliance lies. She doesn't have the innate level seal. So she took the most ordinary one. This is even more intimidating. And the facts were exactly as she expected. The girls of the Cao family were indeed frightened. Those pairs of beautiful eyes that can seduce people are full of searching looks. But the good times didn't last long. Before she could get excited, Zhang Jian and the others' faces suddenly turned ugly as if they had received some hint. Immediately afterwards, an innate level long sword was suddenly placed across Zhun Xiaoyao's neck. Slutty fox, it seems you don't care much about this nephew. In that case, let's not make any deal. You can just collect his body. As for the seal, when our Cao family kills you all, we will search for you ourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword suddenly dropped another inch. Judging from the expression, it is obvious that they are not prepared to discuss it anymore. Don't want. And this move really hit Zhang Shengxi's weak spot. Look, she was a patrol officer, but she was so frightened that even her voice trembled. Then she simply crushed the fake in her hand. The next moment, a new seal reappeared in front of everyone. The appearance is also ordinary. But as long as you are not a fool, you can find its difference. There is a sense of mystery all over his body. That's right. A faint smile. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Jian threw Cao Wenbin out. The movements are quite cool. There is also a hint of pleasure hidden in it. You always bully me. I'm going to make you look bad today. But soon, she couldn't laugh anymore. Because a voice suddenly came into her ears. My lady, you are waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. Just wait for me. Once I have time, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. By the way, don't forget to practice your flexibility during this period. Otherwise, it's easy to get hurt. Not surprisingly, Zhang Jian's little face turned red instantly. But although she was shy, her hands were not slow at all. In the blink of an eye, he had already firmly grasped the seal that was also in the air in his hand. Walk. Once she got the things, Zhang Jian didn't stay long. With a flash of his body, he disappeared from the spot with the others. After all, the business is done. Then there is no need to waste Cao Wenbin's time. Xiaoyao, if it hurts, just scream. You don't have to endure it with me. In an extremely simple wooden house, Zhang Shengxi was carefully applying medicine to Zhun Xiaoyao. Very gentle movements. But even so, Zhun Xiaoyao would still pout from time to time. Add to that the cultivation level that has fallen to the nirvana realm. Pa! A teardrop quickly fell to the ground. Although the movement was light, it completely broke through Zhun Xiaoyao's defense. He was just pretending to be a man, but suddenly he couldn't hold it anymore. The next moment, he threw himself into Zhang Shengxi's arms. Zhang Shengxi was a little at a loss. There is no way, it's because the location chosen by the Zhun family is too embarrassing. Plus, the collar of the clothes she wore today wasn't very high. But just when she was about to adjust, Zhun Xiaoyao suddenly spoke. I really miss my childhood. Sister Shengxi at that time could play with me every day. And you always call yourself my wife. Every time she takes a shower, she leaves a crack in the window for me. It's a pity that there's no going back. Everything has changed. The outstretched hand suddenly froze. Then she changed from pushing to hugging. It instantly made Zhun Xiaoyao feel more comfortable. At the same time, the last bit of vigilance in her heart completely disappeared. She was sure that the one in her arms was her Xiaoyao. It's not someone impersonating me, nor is it someone being controlled by someone. After all, only the two of them know these things. Even Zhang Ru had never heard of it. As memories from many years ago gradually surfaced in her mind, she became more and more emotional. So, there's no such thing as things changing. As long as you want, I will always be your sister Shangxi. And I will always be your wife. That window crack you've been waiting for the most will always be there. These words are very powerful. Of course, politeness and comfort are the main elements. But what she didn't expect was that before she could finish her words, a big hand appeared on her leg. And he is extremely dishonest. This brat. Her little face turned red. Then, he was ready to reach out and slap it away. But at this moment, by the way, Sister Shangxi, you've become a patroller, so you should have rescued my mother and the others long ago. Hey, you don't know. When I was first captured, I could hear their howling every day. It's never the same. Fortunately, there haven't been any recently. Otherwise, you might not see me anymore. The corner of his mouth twitched. At this moment, Zhang Shangxi really didn't know what to say. Tell the truth. That definitely won't work. This brat is already so weak. If he knew that his mother, fiancé, and protector were not rescued at all, and were instead made to lose their way by others, he would definitely go crazy. But if you don't tell the truth, how long can you hide it? Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. After making up her mind, she immediately prepared to tell a white lie. But just as she was about to speak, her expression suddenly changed. Chapter 474. Is there a backup plan? Don't want. The voice was full of urgency. Then Zhang Shangxi stood up suddenly. Of course, in order to prevent Zhun Xiaoyao from hitting the bed, she also released an extremely gentle energy. Just in time to catch Zhun Xiaoyao. You little bastard. But although she was protecting him, a hint of blame soon appeared on her beautiful face. But what she didn't expect was that before she started preaching, Zhun Xiaoyao actually turned the tables on her. This is not. Sister Shangxi, you actually hid. Don't we even have this little bit of trust left? I was obviously joking. When it comes to the critical moment, do you think I won't stop? The voice was full of despair. It is truly heartbreaking and makes anyone who hears it cry. But Zhang Shangxi was completely speechless. Stop. It would be strange if you could stop. If I don't hide, I will be. Although she thought so, she didn't dare to say it out loud. As I said, this kid can't stand the stimulation anymore. But what she didn't expect was that even though she was silent, Zhun Xiaoyao still refused to give in. I see. You don't distrust me, you despise me. At this moment, I am no longer the peerless genius admired by all. Instead, I became a prisoner who needed to be redeemed with treasures. It's no match for you at all. Forget it, you should just leave. I'll just lick my wounds here alone. No need for you to waste your energy, Patrol Master. After all, even if I were to recover to my prime, I wouldn't be of any help at all. This time, Zhang Shangxi was completely confused. She is indeed calculating. Otherwise, there would not be today's achievements. But this combination of punches was completely beyond her understanding. She can't leave. It's not right not to leave. He was stubborn before, but now he is blocked at both ends. What made her even more anxious was that Zhun Xiaoyao's emotions fluctuated greatly. With every word spoken, the momentum will drop by at least 10%. If we don't find a solution, something terrible is bound to happen. Forget it, let's give him some sweet treats. She bit her lip, then slowly lowered her head. Everything is beautiful. But just when Cao Wenbin was about to break through the obstacle again, the previous situation happened again. The only difference is that this time, Zhang Shangxi didn't give him a chance to speak. Now you finally understand my intentions. Don't let your imagination run wild in the future. As for why I didn't give it to you, there's a lot of work to be done here, and everyone is busy. As a leader, it's fine if I don't help, but if I'm busy with that kind of thing at this time, it's outrageous. Besides, do you think this shabby house can be soundproofed? If outsiders hear that noise, what kind of prestige will I have in the future? This statement makes sense everywhere. But Cao Wenbin didn't buy it at all. After rolling his eyes a few times, he came up with a bad idea. If it's not possible here, we can go outside. I'm free anyway. Just use it as an excuse to spy on the enemy. No one will be suspicious. After he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin took the initiative to hold Zhang Shangxi's hand. The main point is that if you don't refuse, it means you agree. But before he could take a step, he got a big eye roll. Who said we have nothing to do? We have so much to do. And the most urgent thing is to find suitable weapons for everyone. Otherwise, we'll just have to live here and never be able to leave. Hearing this, a gleam of light suddenly flashed in Cao Wenbin's eyes. Looking for a handy weapon. Does this woman have another trump card? The more Cao Wenbin thought about it, the more serious he became. Because his intuition told him that this woman must be holding back a big one. No, we must get some information out as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be too passive. Although the idea was good, he soon ran into trouble. Because he had no reason to speak. Hard question. That definitely won't work, although Zhongzhou is now under his control. But he is not a fool. If the flaw is too big, it will definitely make them suspicious. However, this situation did not last long. After just a few breaths, a flash of inspiration came into his mind. Do it this way. The next moment, a look of confusion quickly appeared on his face. Living here, you'll never get out. Sister Shengxi, are you kidding me? You are a patrol officer, so you can go wherever you want, right? Who dares to stop it? By the way, Sister Shengxi, during the previous transaction, why didn't you take the opportunity to kill those women, or even capture them? The nameless island is indeed difficult to conquer, but in your eyes, those who emerged must be a group of lambs to be slaughtered. The tone was full of confusion. It also contains a lot of resentment. Hey, why didn't I think of it before? Then Cao Wenbin's fiancé is among them. If we catch him, then this will be my chance for revenge. Sounds great. But the corners of Zhang Shengxi's mouth began to twitch unconsciously. Arrest Cao Wenbin's fiancé. You really dare to think so? If a fight really breaks out, it's not certain who will catch whom. In order to prevent Zhun Xiaoyao from continuing to be arrogant, she pondered for a while, and then slowly explained to him the current world situation. Xiaoyao, our current situation is not as good as you think. Although I have been promoted to an inspector, the Cao family also has masters of the same level. There are even more people. Let's not talk about the distant past, let's just talk about the woman in white next to Zhongzhou when I redeemed you. I fought with her not long ago. As for the results, we're 50-50. No one can do anything to anyone else. Even though I held on, the other supreme beings in my Jun family couldn't hold on at all. That's why we were driven here directly. Obviously, she is flattering herself. After all, if she could really achieve a 50-50 chance, she wouldn't be forced to remove the restrictions on her body and let Cao Wenbin feast his eyes. Although he was secretly laughing in his heart, Cao Wenbin said nothing. Instead, he looked extremely shocked. Silence for a long time. After a while, he asked again earnestly, since we are all stuck here, where can we find suitable weapons? Once we leave here, won't we be immediately eaten alive? Chapter 475, The Innate Secret Realm. His tone was full of helplessness. The entry point is quite natural. Therefore, Zhang Shengxi had no doubts at all and answered without hesitation, why do you think I chose this place? What we said to the outside world was just a cover-up. This place really makes me stronger. By the way, it can also suppress the strength of outsiders. But that's not all it's worth. You wouldn't believe it, but there's actually a whole other world hidden within this fairyland roof. That was a peerless treasure land formed when the world was first created. If the innate treasures that have appeared in the immortal and demon realms now account for half of the total, then the vast majority of the remaining half are hidden here. As long as we can take it, we won't be able to defeat the Cao family, but we will definitely be qualified to compete with them. My whole body was shocked. Cao Wenbin really didn't expect that there was such a big secret hidden here. You know, he has been here before. The Kunlun mirror, the treasure that was ranked third in his hands before, turned out here. At that time, he already thought this mountain was awesome. She could actually give birth to such a baby. But now it seems that he still underestimated this place. I can give them the ordinary ones, but the best ones must be in my hands. Thinking of this, Cao Wenbin stretched out his hands without saying a word and immediately hugged Zhang Shengxi's slender waist from behind. Sister Shengxi, when we set off later, please take me with you. I don't want to sink like this. I want to climb the mountain. Take back everything you lost with your own hands. Don't talk much. But Zhang Shengxi, who did not miss a word, immediately became excited. That's the taste. This is the Zhun Xiaoyao in her memory. Always full of passion. Never give up. But soon, she became confused again. Because this little man was injured so badly. Although no one has ever entered that space, even a fool would not believe that there is no danger inside. So, Xiaoyao, according to the information Tiandao gave me, that space is randomly teleported when entering. So even I can't guarantee your safety. Obviously, she didn't want Jun Xiaoyao to go in. After all, having her is enough. Even if other families work themselves to death, they will definitely not be able to compete with her. But before she could finish her words, Cao Wenbin interrupted her without hesitation. Sister Shengxi, you worry too much. In essence, everyone here is already one of us. So even if I'm randomly teleported and can't run into you in a short period of time, there's absolutely no danger. After all, it's exactly the same when you meet other people. Zhang Shengxi was stunned. Then he nodded unconsciously. Yes, although each family still lives separately. The surnames are not uniform either. But the catastrophe that happened not long ago has already damaged the vitality of each family. The number of people has reached an extremely dangerous critical point. If we don't have more children and import more, we will naturally perish without the Cao family attacking us. And in this situation, no one would hide their intentions at all. After all, once everything settles down, we'll have to intermarry. In addition to her current status, she only needs to let her know, and no matter who it is, as long as they meet her, they will definitely lend a hand. You are truly worthy of being called Xiaoyao. Thinking about things is all round. The more he thought about it, the happier Zhang Shengxi became. And since they have reached a consensus, she no longer hesitates. With a flash of his body, he brought Cao Wenbin directly to an open space. No words said, there was no signal to assemble. But who among those who have survived to this day is not a smart person? Therefore, very quickly, those who were a little bit classy walked out of their respective thatched huts. Of course, Zhang Shengxi did not remain silent forever. After several supreme beings appeared and focused their attention on her, she smiled faintly. In an instant, the flowers bloomed. Very beautiful. But no one pays attention to this. Because, everyone, before I came here, I promised you that I would make up for all your losses. And now, I'm going to fulfill my promise. Under our feet, there is a secret place created naturally. There aren't many in there, but there are still 1 or 208 treasures. And we only have 6 forces at most. That means each family can get at least a dozen pieces. Well, I didn't break my promise, did I? Zhang Shengxi is very calm. It looked as if he was talking about something insignificant. But for others, it's completely different. Those with little experience just stood there in a daze. His eyes were wide open, it was obvious that the system had crashed. Although those with more experience can still move, they are also twisting their thighs. A family has more than 108 treasures. Are you sure you're not kidding? Even in their heyday, they would not dare to dream of such a thing. But soon, they got the definite answer from Zhang Shengxi's eyes. As a result, all kinds of flattery will immediately start to be heard. An inspector is an inspector. He's as good as his words. With Boss Zhang here, no matter who is the Cao family or not, they will be trampled under our feet sooner or later. I've long seen that the Zhang family will produce a great man. Otherwise, why would I let my son marry into their family? The more people talked, the more outrageous it became. The corners of Zhang Shengxi's mouth began to twitch unconsciously. Did you know she was no ordinary person since she was young? Aren't you embarrassed about your faces? But even though she was speechless, she didn't forget the important matter. After the flattery died down a little, she began to introduce the place they were going to. At the end, she even emphasized on Cao Wenbin. Everyone, I think you all know my Xiaoyao's talent. Although he encountered some misfortunes some time ago, his foundation was not damaged. Therefore, this opportunity is extremely important to him. As long as nothing unexpected happens, we will have another helper at the Supreme Realm, or even at the Patroller Realm, in the near future. So Shengxi is begging everyone here. After you go in, no matter who you meet him, you must help him if you can. Even if you have to give up something for this, don't hesitate. Whatever you lose, I will make it up to you later. I will never break my promise. If this statement had been made before, that kind of person would have scoffed at it. Don't hesitate yet. Who the hell are you when it comes to interests? But with this incident as an example, everyone has understood that Zhang Shengxi is definitely a man who can do what he says. So without any hesitation, he patted his chest. Chapter 476, beat the drum. Don't worry, patrolman. We watched our nephew Xiaoyao grow up. If we encounter such a situation, we will certainly not stand idly by. As for compensation, there's no need to mention it anymore. After all, you were the one who discovered this secret realm. It's already a great blessing that Wuchang allowed us to enter. How could we possibly ask for anything else? Quite beautifully said. While everyone was trying hard to please Zhang Shengxi, Cao Wenbin was secretly scanning the entire audience. After all, only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Of course, men just glanced at it. Only women would observe carefully. There's nothing I can do, since Wan Meilu has been flipping through the pages non-stop since just now. Is this Zhun Xiaoyao's grandmother? Zhu Qingqing, known as the most beautiful woman in the world. She still has her charm. Hey, isn't this Zhun Xiaoyao's great-grandmother, the sad autumn fairy Chen Chouying? Fuck, brother Zhun, you are so dishonest. With such a good resource, why didn't you use it before? The more he watched, the more excited Cao Wenbin became. But soon, he went to a certain place. You're so fucking excited. Look for yourself, is now the time. Of course, his movements were extremely light. In addition, everyone's attention was attracted by Zhang Shengxi, so no one else noticed it at all. Once all the serious matters were discussed, everyone stopped hesitating. After briefly explaining some miscellaneous matters, they all followed Zhang Shengxi towards the middle of the mountain. Soon, they arrived in front of a cave. This is. Looking at the overgrown cave entrance not far away, everyone was stunned. They would never believe that this place, which looked just like a bare cave, could be the entrance to a secret place. No wonder Kunlun Mountain has been around for so long, but this place hasn't been discovered yet. So it's hidden so secretly. Of course, everyone didn't remain stunned for too long. Soon, a great emperor took action. After a gust of wind, the passage was suddenly clear. Not to mention weeds and animals, even dust is hard to see. The entire passage looked like it had been washed by a flood. Extremely clean. Walk. As soon as he finished speaking, the emperor rushed out first. There's no way, I'm afraid of being poor. In the previous wave, the Cao family looted them, leaving them with only a set of clothes. Buzz. With someone taking the lead, the others will naturally not hesitate. Followed immediately. Buzz. Cao family. Shifeng's residence. Shifeng, who was still meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. Then, without any delay, she flew directly to the central square of the nameless island. Of course, she wasn't going for a walk, but to play the drums. In the middle of the central square, there is a big drum made of the skin of a thunder beast. This was placed by Zhang Jian. Anyone who is on the island can knock. Once it sounds, no matter who you are or what you are doing, you must gather at the central square immediately. Those who deliberately delay will be punished by kneeling for half a year. Anyone who intentionally fails to come will have all their positions revoked. No one is allowed to plead. The rules are extremely strict. It is precisely because of this that as soon as the drums sounded, the sound of breaking air could be heard from all over the nameless island. Soon, the square was full of people. Without exception, they are all beauties. Sister Shifeng, there are no enemies outside Wuming Island. What are you beating the drum for? The reason I say this is because the last time this drum sounded was when the nameless island was under siege. Therefore, when everyone heard the drum sound, they subconsciously thought that the last incident was happening again. But now it seems that this is not the case. As the girls discovered that there was nothing unusual anywhere on the nameless island, they began to look at Shifeng with sympathy. After all, this drum is no ordinary drum. There will be punishment if you don't come when the call comes. Correspondingly, the punishment for those who knock randomly is equally severe. Do you think Sister Jian will really punish Sister Shifeng according to the rules? A supreme being, forced to kneel in public for half a year, this? I think so. After all, rules are rules. If they change every day just because of status and strength, how will Madame Jian ever win the support of others in the future? I think so too, but my reasons are different from yours. The reason I think so is entirely because this is a fantasy. Don't forget, Wenbin hasn't even tasted the most beautiful woman in the two regions. So Wenbin and Mistress Jian can just play the good cop and the bad cop. That way, they can have both the inside and the outside. So this is actually possible. It seems like being caught later isn't such a bad thing after all. As the saying goes, 3 women make a play. So soon, all kinds of whispers began to sound. But after just a few breaths, they realized that they were overthinking. Because, everyone, the reason I'm beating the drum this time is because Wenbin used a special method to send me a message. You know we both share one heart. So we can share without any obstacles. And according to my estimation, the reason why he used this method is probably because Zhongzhou has always been by his side, so there is no other way. As soon as these words were spoken, the originally noisy square suddenly became quiet. Zhang Jian and Zhao Yuan, who had the highest status, stood up at the first moment. What did Wenbin say? Without any hesitation, after organizing his words a little, Shifeng immediately said, according to him, Zhongzhou is hiding something. Inside Kunlun Mountain, there is a stunning secret realm containing 1 or 208 treasures. The entrance is halfway up the mountain. If you look carefully, it's easy to find. But the teleportation there is random, so Wenbin only allows us to send experts there. All those emperors who are cooperating, stay still. By the way, he also asked us to find a suitable reason. Try to shift the blame for the leak to other families. We must not let him get exposed. After hearing this, both Zhang Jian and Zhao Yuan nodded unconsciously. As expected of their man, he considers things comprehensively. It's absolutely watertight. But soon, they were in trouble again. Because for a moment, they didn't know who to blame. Someone from the Jun family. That definitely won't work. After all, their relationship is so tense that there is no way there could be an undercover agent. You family. That doesn't work either. This family was wiped out. The remaining emperors and 2 supreme beings were so eager to drink their blood that they couldn't possibly be undercover agents. But hard work pays off. Soon, a suitable family came to their minds. Chapter 477, Encounter by Chance. The unlucky guy chosen by Zhang Jian was none other than the Fu family. The loyal younger brother of the Jun family. As for why they are the most suitable candidates. At the beginning, Fu Aowei followed Jun Qingfeng's lead. No matter what Jun Qingfeng says, Fu Ao will do it. But what is the result? After Fu Ao died fighting for the Jun family not only did not help with revenge, but instead swallowed up everything of the Fu family. This directly turned the Fu family from a high and mighty immortal force into a vassal of the Jun family. In this context, isn't it normal for the Fu family to have some different thoughts? That's it. After making up her mind, Zhao Yuan didn't hesitate. He immediately ordered the general to start. Xu Yunsheng must follow. After all, this is the Cao family's current top expert. The ancestor of the Mo family, Mo Yu, was also called out. Having received 2 gifts from heaven and earth, she would be able to sweep away everything as long as she doesn't meet Zhongzhou. I'll go too. When Lily saw that Zhao Yuan didn't look at her for a long time, she immediately became anxious. So, I volunteered immediately. Okay. You count as 1 too. In a starry sky, Cao Wenbin, who was alone, was looking at the surrounding environment with curiosity. Before coming in, he had anticipated many possibilities. I thought it was a forest. I also thought it was the ruined city before. But the situation before him was something he had never thought of before. It's indeed a secret realm created by nature. It's just grand. Shaking his head, Cao Wenbin then prepared to go and take a look at the planet not far away. According to his estimation, these planets are most likely the carriers of those innate treasures. Although the idea was good, he soon became numb. As the saying goes, a horse will die if it runs too high. Look, that planet looks close, but when you run closer, it seems like there is no end. Even at his speed, it took him more than an hour to arrive. Xiaoyao. What a coincidence. Come here quickly. With your current level of cultivation, you can't run around. But before he could land, a shout suddenly sounded behind him. He was completely unprepared and tensed up his body immediately. Always ready to fight. However, this state did not last long. As for the reason, after just a few breaths, he judged from the voice that the person coming was none other than Zhun Xiaoyao's grandmother, the sad autumn fairy Chen Chouying. You brought this upon yourself. If something happens later, it's not my fault. A hint of evil suddenly appeared on Cao Wenbin's face. Of course, he hid it quite deeply. When he turned around, everything had changed. The evil intention disappeared immediately. What replaces it is deep happiness. Immediately afterwards, he took 2 steps at a time and dived into Chen Chouying's arms. The embrace of one's family is still the warmest. Tai Nai, you won't leave me, right? Everything is so natural. Therefore, even though Chen Choying felt that her current look was a little inappropriate, in the end, she still didn't say anything. Until the end, she finally said this. You said we're family, so how could grandma leave you? Don't worry, everything is over. Our future will be better and better. After she finished speaking, she was ready to caress Zhun Xiaoyao. But before she could raise her hand, Zhun Xiaoyao raised his head first. But Aunt Zhu and others told me the same thing before. Aunt Pan even swore and cursed. But the result is. I have to say, Cao Wenbin is indeed a good actor. Look, before I even finished speaking, tears were already welling up in my eyes. When this little look appeared, Chen Choying, who was already soft-hearted, became even more excited. Don't worry, Tanai is different from those sluts. Don't even mention that there's no way Cao Wenbin could possibly touch me. Even if something unexpected really happened, he would never make me surrender. So what if he's capable? It's not like I haven't seen the world. The more she spoke, the more confident Chen Choying became. It looked as if he could completely take down Cao Wenbin with just a flick of his finger. Then, she seemed to remember something. Then he said seriously, by the way, little brat, if I hear the word, too milky, again, I will make your butt burst. Why does Zhang Shengxi get to be called sister, but when it comes to me, I have to become grandma? Why, am I old? Without any hesitation, Cao Wenbin shook his head like a rattle. And I was ready to call her sister. After all, this is something he has wanted to do for a long time. As for the title of Tai Nai, it's better to save it for the critical moment. But just as he was about to open his mouth, a black shadow suddenly floated out from the depths of the void. The speed is amazing. When they first met, it was still in the horizon, but the next moment, it was already in front of them. As the distance got closer, the two finally saw clearly. That's not a shadow at all. Instead, they were a group of ferocious beasts covered in pitch-black scales, looking extremely similar to crows. There are so many of them. And they are next to each other, with no end in sight. Not good. Chen Choying, who had just looked confident, suddenly changed her expression. Because she discovered that among these crows, anyone that was slightly larger must have the cultivation level of the emperor. The others are also holy realms. So, after realizing the situation, she immediately prepared to take Cao Wenbin to fly somewhere else. There is definitely no way to fight. After all, the number of opponents is enough to trigger a quantitative change. Besides, she was only of the third rank. If she didn't run, she would definitely be torn to pieces by these beasts. But when she turned around, she was immediately in despair. There is no way, the retreat route is blocked. Everywhere you look, there are crows. The only way out for them now is the planet in front of them. But once it falls, it will inevitably become a turtle in a jar. With the number of crows in this group, they can definitely fill up the entire planet. We can only take it one step at a time. I hope someone else can discover the abnormality here as soon as possible. His face is getting darker and darker. At the same time, a trace of sweat soon appeared on her forehead. However, as the former mistress of the Jun family, she is indeed decisive enough. The next moment, he pulled Zhun Xiaoyao and fell directly towards the ochre-colored planet wrapped in thick clouds. Chew! And the group of crows obviously didn't want to let the duck they had caught slip away. After chirping once, it immediately followed. Chapter 478, Illusion. Little Doyle. Boom, boom. The environment inside the planet is very harsh. Just as Cao Wenbin and Chen Choying passed through the clouds, bolts of lightning immediately struck them. And the color of lightning is white. In the past, this thing had caused Cao Wenbin a lot of trouble. But now, it is completely a welfare. Because Chen Choying helped him bear all the thunder and lightning. If you can react, block it with energy. If you can't react, just use your body to fight back. So, before the two of them even landed on the ground, Chen Choying's clothes had already become tattered. Except for the key areas that have been given special attention, other places can be called spring light leaks. Still quite young, he doesn't look like he's over 2,000 years old at all. The corners of Cao Wenbin's mouth unconsciously curled up into a beautiful arc. But soon, he no longer had time to pay attention to this. Because the leading crow also broke through the clouds. And these guys apparently have great eyesight. In just a few breaths, he had locked onto the two of them. Oh shit, But before he could say anything, Chen Choying had already taken him away again. As for the goal, it was a rocky mountain not far away. As long as you get there, you won't have to worry about finding shelter. Although it cannot help the two people get out of the predicament completely, it can at least alleviate the crisis. And the facts have proved that her choice is absolutely correct. As the two men's figures were blocked, the crows that were just so aggressive suddenly became headless flies. There is nothing else to do except spinning around in the air. And these guys don't know what they are afraid of. Even if they are so tired that they need to rest on their companions, they are determined not to land. Be careful. This place shouldn't be simple. And Chen Choying is obviously not stupid either. After taking a few glances at the crow's reaction, her expression suddenly became more serious. At the same time, she also began to look for something to cover her body. After all, her image at this moment is really indecent. If it were just her, then it wouldn't matter. But what if there is one more person? And he's a man, so. But what made her depressed was that she searched everywhere but found nothing. Never mind the right clothes. It's just a bed sheet, that's all. Depend on. That Cao guy is really not a human being. It's okay to just plunder natural treasures. Even underwear is required. She shook her head helplessly, and then she turned her gaze to Zhun Xiaoyao. She wanted to see if she could get any unexpected gains from this junior. It would have been fine if she hadn't seen it, but after seeing it, she was completely shocked. Because there was a person beside Zhun Xiaoyao at some point in time. She is tall and thin, and very handsome. He was dressed in blue, and looked extremely straight. Of course, what surprised her was not that someone could come to them silently. But it's the identity of this person. Husband, didn't you come in and were left outside to take charge of the situation? How can this be? Very confused. But before the man could answer, she waved her hand violently. The expression on his face quickly changed from horror to surprise. As to why this is so. Just now, she suddenly remembered that her husband was one rank higher than her. If the two of them joined forces, they might be able to break out of the encirclement set up by the group of crows outside. Unfortunately, although the idea is good, the reality is quite bleak. Look, before she could even open her mouth, the man seemed to see through her heart and immediately shook his head. Don't even think about rushing out for now. When I was chasing you just now, I accidentally discovered that the crows also have a leader. His strength is no less than mine. If we force our way in, it would basically be like committing suicide. What I said makes sense. As a result, Chen Choying's little face suddenly fell. The whole person was like an eggplant hit by frost, completely out of energy and spirit. And just at the moment when she lowered her head, Zhun Xiaoyao, who had been watching the show, suddenly laughed. Then, the eyes of reincarnation in the center of his forehead suddenly opened. In an instant, the surrounding situation suddenly changed into something else. The strange rock is still the same strange rock. But there is one person missing. Is it a fantasy? That's interesting. It seems that the treasures on this planet must be related to the illusion. After he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin came to Chen Choying's side in a few steps. Looking at this woman who was still in the illusion and couldn't extricate herself, his smile suddenly became even more evil. Then, he reached out and patted that extremely pretty face. Girl, weren't you very dissatisfied before? In that case, once I get the treasure here, I'll have a good sparring match with you. It just so happens that the illusion has brought your husband here. Such a perfect excuse, how could I miss it? As he spoke, he patted his chest. Not much action, but the next moment, the coat on his body suddenly transformed into that of a woman. It was Yi Qinger who followed him all the time. You want me to protect her, right? Don't worry, I guarantee you'll complete the mission. And Yi Qinger is obviously not stupid. As soon as she appeared, she immediately told Cao Wenbin why he called her. At the same time, her eyes looking at Chen Choying were full of sympathy. She has never left Cao Wenbin in the past 1 or 2 years, and she knows very well what will happen to this woman next. It is no exaggeration to say that it can be regarded as a disaster in life. But although she felt sympathy, she looked away after just a few glances. She can still tell who is her own people. As for why she is so confident. As a life form that coexists with Cao Wenbin, her strength grows along with Cao Wenbin's growth. The rules are that whatever Cao Wenbin knows, she can do the same. With such a background, what kind of waves can a few little crows make? Soon, Cao Wenbin proved to her that these crows that had been chasing them all the way were indeed not worth mentioning. Look, after making sure that Yi Qinger understood what he meant, Cao Wenbin didn't even hesitate. With a flash of his figure, he came directly into the air. Immediately afterwards, the law of time suddenly erupted. No explosion. There was no bloody scene. Besides being weird, it's still weird. The crows that came into view seemed to be under a spell of immobilization, floating in the air without moving. Then the crow's body began to rot rapidly, until it turns into ashes. Chapter 479, The Phantom Demon. With just one move, the flock of crows that originally covered the sky was cleared out in an instant. However, after the fight, Cao Wenbin did not continue to kill. His figure flashed and he disappeared from the spot. As for the goal, it is the only ocean on this planet. In fact, when he first came in, he had already noticed that there was something unusual there. So if you want to find something, then naturally you should start there. And as he left, the pile of rocks immediately became quiet again. Of course, Yi Qinger didn't just sit there doing nothing. After his eyes rolled around twice, a sly smile suddenly appeared on his little face. Immediately afterwards, a pair of flesh-colored stockings appeared in her hand. I'm just sitting around doing nothing. While that guy is busy, I'll dress you up. That way, you might get more. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately started to take action. Boom, boom. Without the burden of Chen Choying, Cao Wenbin was able to exert his maximum speed directly. Therefore, although the planet is big, he reached his destination in less than a cup of tea. And it's magical. This planet has no satellites at all. There was no wind at this time. But the sea is still very turbulent. The waves came one after another as if they were free. The most violent ones can even reach heights of dozens of meters. It seems that science is not applicable everywhere. Shook his head. Then he dived down. As for the waves, with his physical strength, let alone waves of dozens of meters, even if they were hundreds of meters or even thousands of meters high, it would be like a tickle to him. However, his confident look completely disappeared after his whole body was immersed in water. Instead, there was a look of horror. Because this water is not pure water at all. It also contains a huge amount of mental power. And these mental powers have obviously been waiting for a long time. As soon as the time was ripe, they swarmed into Cao Wenbin's body. Extremely efficient. Almost in the blink of an eye, Cao Wenbin began to feel dizzy. Depend on. What the hell is this place? It's just a pool of water, yet you're using military tactics on it. Zhongzhou Zhongzhou Zhen. Cao Wenbin was shocked, but at this moment, he had already lost control of his body. Even though I wanted to swim back to the surface and my body was trying desperately, I was getting further and further away from the surface. Not long after, it hit rock bottom. And it was at this moment that an extremely old voice suddenly appeared in Cao Wenbin's mind. After 2 eras, I finally have a carrier that I can watch. I, the Phantom Demon God, finally don't have to parasitize on this broken ball of dirt. Boy, you don't have to struggle anymore. With this master's spiritual power, unless it is the heavenly Tao of your world, or his spokesperson, who comes, otherwise, you will all be my nourishment. To be honest, I can't bear to melt you. After all, it's really rare to find someone as handsome as you. What a pity. Your body structure is completely different from that of a demon god. If I don't go back to the old school and get retrained, it will be hard for me to adapt. The more he spoke, the more excited his voice became. At the same time, Cao Wenbin's mind became more and more chaotic. Of course, he didn't give up. All kinds of skills and laws are running wildly in his body. No matter whether it will hurt your body or not. But even so, it's still useless. His consciousness is still being slowly assimilated. As for those innate treasures, no one knew what means this phantom demon god used, but he completely cut off Cao Wenbin's connection with them. Even things like the purple lotus of samsara and the Tai Chi diagram, which are half-step chaos level, are completely unreachable to Cao Wenbin. Depend on. Is it time to travel again? I hope I can still be in this world. After all, the women here are really fun. This is Cao Wenbin's last thought. Then he completely lost consciousness. Immediately afterwards, his body slowly fell down. It's done. Finally it worked. It's not difficult to tell that the phantom demon god is quite proud. But this guy is obviously also a veteran. There is no consistency between words and actions. No, we should be proud and take action. The next moment, he controlled more mental power and rushed towards Cao Wenbin. Judging from the look of it, it was obvious that he was ready to burst Cao Wenbin in no time. Buzz. And the transfer process was proceeding as he expected. Everything went smoothly. But just as he was about to enjoy the beautiful fireworks, something unexpected happened. As soon as the huge mental power entered his body, a hint of green suddenly appeared in the middle of Cao Wenbin's chest. Very weak, but it is quite dazzling. And the ability is also extremely strong. In the blink of an eye, it completely devoured all the mental energy nearby. Only pure sea water is left. Obviously, the phantom demon was also a little confused. But soon, he reacted. The tone also changed from the previous cheerfulness to a deep horror. If you listen carefully, you can even hear a hint of fear. World Seed. How is this possible? How could a mere 6th-rank emperor possibly possess something that even the demon gods have obtained? Of course, although his mouth was full of disbelief, his body was quite honest. Before he even finished speaking, the spiritual power in the sea water began to shrink rapidly. Judging from his expression, he is obviously trying to escape. But after just a few breaths, he discovered with horror that his mental power, which was usually as easy to use as his own arms, was not obeying him this time. As the green light grew stronger, his mental strength seemed to have seen his own child, and he couldn't control it at all. It was fine at the beginning, both sides could still maintain a stalemate. But later on, he became more and more powerless. No. Soon, another trace of mental power was sucked into the interior of the world seed. And this is exactly the sign of his collapse. The next moment, he couldn't hold it in any longer. All the spiritual power in the ocean began to surge towards this side. Don't care about anything else. And without exception, all of them regard the seed of the world as their ultimate goal. I'm going to fight you. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the phantom demon immediately prepared to take Cao Wenbin away with him. Although the idea is good, the reality is quite bleak. The seed of the world suppressed him to death. Don't give him any chance to turn the tables. So, after struggling for a while, he soon fell silent. Chapter 480, Spiritual Respect. I'm still alive. Could it be that I really traveled through time again? Damn, my Cao family's ancestor has quite a wide network of connections down there. The tone is very complicated. There is both the joy of surviving the disaster and a strong sense of unwillingness. But soon, he found something wrong. Because as his eyes slowly opened, he suddenly realized that he was still in that strange sea. The body is still the one with 10 kidneys. I'm not dead. Stand up suddenly. Then a look of surprise appeared on his face. But obviously, the surprises don't end there. After just a few breaths, he discovered that his mental power seemed to have evolved. If it was raindrops before, it is the sea now. Compared with the improvement Yu Longchuan brought him not long ago, it is not worth mentioning at all. Cao Wenbin was a little confused. However, as the green light reappeared, he understood everything in an instant. Has all of the phantom demon god's spiritual power been absorbed by this world seed? I slept for a while, and my spiritual power unexpectedly became a master without me noticing. It seems that this time, it's not the old ancestors below who are helping, but that little angel Dai Chi Si. The more he looked, the more excited Cao Wenbin became. The demon god of illusion had no idea where the world seed came from, but as its owner, he knew it clearly. That was what he opened from the colorful treasure chest when he captured Daikizi. Along with it appeared the Chungzhen pill and the eternal immortal dew. But the last two were given to Zhao Yuaner. Only the seed of this world has always been in him. Of course, it's not that he doesn't want to use it. But it is simply useless. This thing is what's left after the destruction of a world. Only after absorbing enough energy can it be transformed into a world again. Of course, it's the world inside the body. And the energy it absorbs is different, and the effects it can play are also different. If pure energy is absorbed, then with the help of this world, the owner will be able to exert supreme power in a short period of time. And if the spiritual power is absorbed, it can directly help the owner to become a spiritual master. It is true that wealth and honor are sought in danger. As soon as he finished speaking, the green light that was originally on Cao Wenbin's chest instantly came into his sea of consciousness. At the same time, a beam of light broke through the air and flew towards him. It is nothing else but a gift from heaven and earth. Cool. This is the fourth time Cao Wenbin has absorbed this thing. So quite experienced. As the gift gradually returned to his body, the corners of his mouth gradually curled up. After all, there is a delicious dish waiting for him in that rocky place. Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Xiaoyao, you are not a brother, you are not a human being. It's so milky and charming. Of course, I'll clean up after it. Kunlun Mountains. This cave should be the entrance to that world. As a wave of spatial fluctuations appeared, Zhao Yuaner and others soon appeared halfway up the mountain. And in front of them was that inconspicuous cave. It should be right. After all, this is the only place around here that can be called a cave. And it's so clean here. It's obvious someone has cleaned it up. But before we go in, should we first clear out the remaining people in the next few houses? This proposal is quite tempting. And Zhao Yuaner was indeed moved. But after just a few breaths, she shook her head again. Never mind. Let's just go in. The people left behind are all old, weak, sick and disabled. The strongest is only the emperor, not worth wasting time on. Even if all of them were put together, they wouldn't be worth even a hair of the innate treasure. After she finished speaking, Zhao Yuaner took the lead and walked into the cave with her long legs. Buzz. Everything is exactly as Shi Feng said. This entrance is randomly teleported. So, when Zhao Yuaner regained control of her body, she found herself in an asteroid belt. Everywhere you look, there are rocks. But before she could figure out what was going on, a blade of light suddenly attacked her back. Boom. To be honest, this was really sudden. However, because they are in an unknown space, Zhao Yuaner's energy and spirit are in the best condition. Therefore, this time, no results were achieved at all. Don't say you're injured. Even her hairstyle wasn't messy at all. And the person who launched the sneak attack obviously didn't think that this move would yield any results. So the sword light showed no sign of stopping. One after another, he chopped very diligently. At the same time, he finally spoke. Zhao Yuaner, why are you here? Tell me quickly, who leaked the news? As long as you tell the truth, I can consider leaving you with an intact body. The voice was full of eerie meaning. It's not hard to see that he is really angry. But when Zhao Yuaner heard this, she laughed. Isn't it Zhang Shengxi who is coming? What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Not only was her mind thinking this, her mouth was also saying this. This is not. Zhun Qingfeng, are you still asleep? I don't know where you got this broken sword, but you think you're invincible. Leave me a complete body. You should think carefully about where you should be buried. As soon as the mocking voice fell, a crystal-clear sword immediately appeared behind Zhao Yuaner. Boom. The sword is beautiful. But it's not just for show. There was no need for Zhao Yuaner to urge it, the Bingpo sword itself was able to dissolve all the attacking sword beams. That's impossible. This sword of mine is the blood-transforming divine sword. Pure innate treasure. Plus, my cultivation is stronger than yours. It is obvious that old guy Zhun Qingfeng is still living in the past. In his eyes, Zhao Yuaner is still the little girl who has just become a saint. No matter from which aspect, he can always take the lead. But what he didn't know was that after 2 years of careful training by Cao Wenbin, Zhao Yuaner was no longer the same as before. If Moro had fought him one-on-one before, what advantage would he have gained? Not to mention him. In the face of doubts, Zhao Yuaner didn't say anything. He just gently grasped the Ice Soul Sword and then swung it towards Zhun Qingfeng. Not much action, but soon, a sword beam that reached the sky and the earth appeared before their eyes. This is. Zhun Qingfeng, who had just been shaking his head wildly, suddenly changed his expression after seeing this scene. Then he stopped shaking his head. He poured all the energy in his body directly into the knife. Chapter 481, Can he also display the combat power of the venerable level? Boom! The explosion suddenly sounded. As the shock wave spread, the asteroid belt surrounding the two people was swept away in an instant. In the realms of immortals and demons, the Supreme Being's combat power cannot be demonstrated. After all, both domains are guarded by the heavenly Tao, and everything is quite solid. Can't be broken easily. But when you get here, it's completely different. Picking stars and grabbing the moon is no problem at all. Of course, as the destructive power increases, the weaker party will naturally suffer more. Look, just with this one move, a hint of crimson appeared on the corner of Zhun Qingfeng's mouth. This woman, Zhun Qingfeng, who had finally managed to steady himself, had a look of horror on his face. He would never have thought that this little girl who was a 10th rank emperor 2 or 3 years ago would grow up so quickly. But we can only see the leopard through the tube. This woman is so strong, then the other members of the Jun family. Damn, that Cao guy is really weird. Sleeping with him for a few hours can lead to rapid improvement. If I had known this, I would have grown my hair long too. No, I must pass on the news here as soon as possible. Otherwise, this opportunity that should have belonged to us would have been lost to Cao again. Thinking of this, he didn't dare to hesitate. He even didn't dare to retrieve the blood-transforming divine sword that was blown away. He turned around and flew into the depths of the starry sky. But what he didn't know was that his actions were completely unnecessary. Because at the same time he met Zhao Yuaner, Zhang Shengxi also met an old rival. HMPH, you're really fast. Name, Chen Chouying. Identity, the 47th generation mistress of the Jun family. Strength, 3rd rank emperor. Appearance score, 95. Loyalty, 86. Note, this woman is quite conservative, so try not to provoke her. A gradual approach is the best way to go. As long as time goes by, everything will be fine. Looking at the data that suddenly appeared, Cao Wenbin's mouth corners unconsciously curled up. At the same time, his dissatisfaction with Jun Xiaoyao became stronger and stronger. We are all brothers. Happiness should be shared. With such good stuff, how could we not bring it out sooner? Are you still hiding it from your brothers? Of course, although he was complaining in his heart, the satisfaction on his face did not disappear. On the contrary, it becomes more and more prosperous as time goes by. Because very quickly, the colorful treasure chest was also condensed. Given this woman's status and ranking, the reward shouldn't be too bad, right? As soon as he finished muttering, the 2 colorful treasure chests that had just appeared were opened one by one. Fantasy comes true, a method that materializes mental power. Once this move is used, all of the user's mental power will instantly transform into a phantom. The amount of combat power that can be exerted depends entirely on the strength of the mental power. Note, mental power is invisible and intangible, so ordinary attacks cannot harm the phantom at all. The person being attacked can only withstand it with their mental power. But it is important to note that this move can only succeed, not fail. Once used, it will either kill him or you. So use with caution. Phantom Staff, the companion treasure of the Law of Phantom. This object cannot be seen or touched. No one can truly tell whether it exists, let alone use it. Note, phantom objects can only be used by phantom beings. Even if you are its master, if you cannot release your spiritual power, you cannot sense it. However, its power is undeniable. Those killed by it will die completely, and no means can bring them back to life. Fuck. Without any surprise, Cao Wenbin stood up immediately. He had thought the reward this time would be good. But it's true, but this level still exceeded his expectations. Doesn't this mean that even in a life or death situation, I can unleash the power of the Supreme? It seems I need to find more ways to improve my mental strength. The excitement is beyond words. But after just a few breaths, he collected all his thoughts. Immediately afterwards, as he turned back into Jun Xiaoyao's appearance, his entire body fell back to the ground. Everything is so natural. No flaws. As to why this is so. It was nothing, Chen Chouying's long eyelashes moved. And what a coincidence. Cao Wenbin had just gotten ready when Chen Chouying woke up. At first, she was a little confused. Her face was full of shyness. Hey, where is my husband? Obviously, she hasn't come out of the illusion yet. But as the surrounding scene gradually came into her sight, her face became paler and paler. In the end, there was not even any blood left. No, I won't. It must have been my husband just now. Instead of. My husband just left suddenly because of something. Right, that must be it. The reason is perfect. But this statement couldn't even fool herself. Especially when she found that she couldn't even stand up, she became even more desperate. After all, family members know their own business. She knows better than anyone what her husband's level is. To achieve all this, the sun would have to rise from the west. How so? Why is this happening? The little head was shaking wildly. And no one knew whether the noise she made was too loud or she accidentally bumped into Jun Xiaoyao, but soon, Jun Xiaoyao, who was originally lying dead, slowly opened his eyes. Of course, that's nothing. But the next words from Jun Xiaoyao dealt her a fatal blow. It made her whole body tremble unconsciously. Yunur, don't leave me. Yunur. Others don't know what this name means, but as the former head of the Jun family, she knows it all. After all, it was she who decided on this marriage. In other words, this little girl encountered a situation similar to hers in the illusion. And this also means, destroy it. At this moment, she really hoped that some major disaster would happen. Just restart both the immortal and demon worlds. But obviously, this is simply impossible. What made her even more depressed was that she was already in such a state, but she still couldn't rest. This brat who just woke up was crying so sadly. It looked like she would die if she wasn't comforted. What a sin. Shook his head. At this moment, she gritted her teeth and walked to the side of Jun Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao, if you haven't woken up yet, when will you wake up? Everything that just happened was just an illusion. It's not real at all. Chapter 482. The news spread. Chen Choying's voice is very loud. In her opinion, this noise was enough to wake up Jun Xiaoyao. But what she didn't expect was, no, that was definitely not an illusion. Everything is absolutely true. By the way, Yunur also left me a token. If you don't believe me, just look. After he finished speaking, Jun Xiaoyao took out a piece of silk fabric from his arms. Not big, but the moment she saw it, Chen Choying's face turned blood red. The little hand subconsciously prepared to grab it. But just when the idea was about to turn into action, she forced herself to hold it back. Because she suddenly felt that it would be better not to expose this misunderstanding. Otherwise, there is no way to explain it. She couldn't say. What the hell is this? Of course, if you don't want to grab it, then don't grab it. But after rolling her eyes twice, she still used a strategy. There are actually real things. It seems I made a wrong judgment. But Xiaoyao, you should just throw it away. After all, this thing is really. Appeal to their emotions and enlighten them with reason. Anyone who hears it will be moved. But things once again exceeded her expectations. This is not. I don't. This was given to me by Yunur. Unless she tells me to, I will never throw it away. Chen Choying got excited instantly. At this moment, she really wanted this brat in front of her to have a complete childhood. But after thinking for a long time, she couldn't find any excuse to take action. So, after taking a few breaths, she had to settle for the next best thing. Then you can always keep it yourself. After all, you are the future heir of the Jun family. What would happen if outsiders saw this? What made Chen Choying breathe a sigh of relief was that this time, Jun Xiaoyao did not contradict her. I did it very happily. But her good mood did not last long. With the arrival of the two spiritual cranes, her beautiful eyes instantly widened. This is the Jun family's unique method of communication. As long as you are in the Jun family tree, no matter where you are, you will definitely receive it. The function is very powerful. But because of this, the resources required to launch it once are quite abnormal. It will never be used easily unless it is a critical moment. Something big has happened. And the fact is, it is indeed so. According to preliminary investigation, the Fu family has betrayed us. I don't know what means they used to pass the news of the secret realm to the Cao family. So please be careful, and collect as many innate treasures as possible, thus enhancing one's own strength. Remember, don't force it. The people coming from the Cao family are all masters. Ordinary people have no way to compete with him. Chen Choying was stunned. The Fu family rebelled. How is this possible? Subconsciously, she wanted to refute. After all, the Jun family and the Fu family have had a relationship that has lasted for thousands of years. But after just a few breaths, she calmed down. And the more she thought about it, the colder her expression became. Because she suddenly remembered that during the time when Fu Aogong died, the Fu family was indeed full of resentment. Although he was appeased afterwards. But no one can tell for sure what they are thinking. Okay. You want to play the game of bearing humiliation with us, huh? In that case, let's see who has the better wrist. After swearing fiercely, she immediately grabbed Jun Xiaoyao by the collar. Then it rushed towards the thick clouds at a rapid speed. The reason why she was so decisive was, on the one hand, because she discovered that the crow that chased the two of them here had already disappeared without a trace. On the other hand, it was because she urgently needed to vent her anger. Otherwise, she would definitely end up in trouble. I hope to meet the younger generation of the Fu family. Great idea. But what she didn't know was that as soon as she broke out of the clouds, she was immediately locked onto by an extremely terrifying existence. It's none other than Lily, who is here no matter what. Fortunately, she is not reckless. When they discovered Chen Choying, they also discovered Zhun Xiaoyao, who was being dragged away. So, Master, we are destined to be together. By the way, do you need me to help you with anything? The girl who caught you is quite weak. I only need a thought, and she will faint immediately. By then, you can totally. I have to say, Lily knows how to seduce people. But she just stopped talking halfway. Because she suddenly realized that her young master didn't seem to need her help. The little lamb's body was filled with the aura of her young master. Extremely rich. Obviously, not long ago, everything that should have happened and should not have happened had already happened. And the fact is, it is indeed so. Just a few breaths later, Cao Wenbin's triumphant voice suddenly reached her ears. In these aspects, I, your young master, am invincible. Why do I need help from others? Okay, you should go and collect as many innate treasures as possible. The instructions are clear, but Lily didn't move. After all, she finally met Cao Wenbin, she wanted to stay a little longer. To relieve the pain of lovesickness. Besides, although the intensity of this space is low, it is full of dangers. Some places even made her feel palpitations. So no matter how you look at it, she has no reason to leave. But before she could speak again, Cao Wenbin spoke again. I know what you are thinking. Don't worry, your young master is no longer the same as before. Ordinary people can't even get into my body. Also, if you keep following, then even if you meet the emperor, it's okay. They won't be able to find you. But what if you meet the supreme? How can we explain this? Lily was left speechless. So after curling her lips, she disappeared on the spot. Of course, she didn't get very far. It just hits the limit. At such a long distance, an ordinary supreme being would not be able to discover Cao Wenbin and the others at all. This way, everything makes sense. Although we can't collect too many innate treasures this way. But it doesn't matter. Young master's safety is more important than anything else. I believe that if other people were here, they would definitely do the same. What she didn't know was that just when she was feeling proud of herself, Cao Wenbin shook his head imperceptibly. This silly girl. Forget it, if you're willing to follow, then follow. Having more helpers will also allow for more flexibility. Chapter 483, Do you think we want to rebel? It's all your fault. Sister Choying, where did my Yun'er go? Now that she has found me, there is no reason for her to leave. Chen Choying, who was flying, trembled all over. Then he rolled his eyes lightly. She had heard the same words almost 50 times during the journey. My ears are almost calloused. To be honest, she really wanted to yell, the Yun'er in your dreams is right beside you. So that this brat can shut up completely. But in the end, she still held back. After all, some things can only rot in your stomach. Never let anyone else know. Of course, she wasn't pretending to be dead. As for the reason, her previous experience had already taught her that playing dead was useless. It will only make this brat even more aggressive. So after taking a few breaths, she slowly said, if nothing unexpected happens, that girl must have been attracted away by some opportunity. Don't worry, we are the majority here. So nothing will happen to her. I believe that you will be able to meet again soon. That makes sense. And, Zhun Xiaoyao, obviously also heard it. But before she could breathe a sigh of relief, Zhun Xiaoyao gave her another big blow. By the way, Sister Choying, you really need to learn from Yun'er when you have time. She's got some talent. There's nothing she can't do, only things you can't imagine. That's so comfortable. Zhun Xiaoyao became more and more excited as he spoke. But Chen Choying's face was getting redder and redder. She never thought she would hear such words. Do you know a lot? It's all because you have experienced it yourself. Why do you have to say it out loud? This time, she finally couldn't help it. She raised her right leg and kicked the guy in front of her who was taking advantage of her towards a planet not far away. Go to hell. What a disrespectful thing. Although this move looks very powerful, in fact, it is all soft power. Apart from flying faster, you won't get hurt at all. And after kicking, she was not idle either. With a little effort, her slender legs caught up immediately. See if you dare to talk nonsense again. After letting out a breath, a smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of Chen Choying's mouth. But when she landed on the planet, her expression suddenly changed. Because she suddenly discovered that the environment of this planet was exactly the same as the previous one. Even the layout is no different. Oh my god, is there another illusion here? Thinking of this, her brain immediately began to feel dizzy. My legs unconsciously clamped together. At the same time, she subconsciously wanted to run. After all, she really doesn't want to experience what happened before again. She was afraid that she would sink into it completely. But just as she was in the air, she stopped unconsciously. Then he shouted anxiously, "Xiaoyao, where are you? Stop joking. I promise I won't kick you anymore, okay?" That's right, just now, she suddenly realized that Zhun Xiaoyao was gone. The two people clearly arrived one after the other and landed in exactly the same position. Logically speaking, this situation should never happen. But now it is. Why am I so indebted? In this unknown world, everything should be done with caution. Damn it, I'm really living like a dog. I regret it very much. So, she immediately gave up the idea of escaping. He began to look for Zhun Xiaoyao frantically. But no matter how hard she tried, even if she raised all the nearby mountains to the ground, she still gained nothing. And at this moment, she could finally confirm that something really happened to Zhun Xiaoyao. I'm not kidding. After all, with Zhun Xiaoyao's cultivation level, it is absolutely impossible for him to run so far in such a short time. Don't let me know who it is. Otherwise, I will destroy you. Of course, although I thought so, when the words came to my lips, my thoughts immediately turned into something else. I wonder which fellow Taoist is joking with Chu Ying. Please show yourself. Of course, if my Xiaoyao offends you, please show mercy for the sake of the Zhun family. All problems can be discussed. The tone is very humble. And neither too fast nor too slow. But it is quite useful. As soon as the voice fell, a burst of applause suddenly penetrated her ears. Then, three middle-aged men, carrying the unconscious Zhun Xiaoyao, flew in front of her from the horizon. Fu Wenlong, Fu Wenhu, Fu Wentao, your Fu family actually rebelled. Chen Choying's expression, which was not very good to begin with, became even worse now. At the same time, a sense of caution quickly emerged in her mind. After all, the cultivation base of these three guys is also at the third level. No one is weaker than her. If it's a one-on-one fight, she will definitely win based on her background. If it's 1 against 2, she would have a chance of winning even if she risks her life. But if it's 1 against 3, whether you can escape or not will be a question. Just as she was thinking of a countermeasure, the three brothers of the Fu family were furious when they heard the word, betrayal. Back your mother's verdict. From top to bottom, our Fu family has always been loyal. Even if our ancestors died fighting for you, we would just be complaining. But what about you? It's just some slander from others. There's not even any substantial evidence, and yet they're going to kill us. Do you know that not long ago, the only remaining 12th rank emperor in our Fu family was also killed by you? You said that in this situation, how can we not rebel? The more he talked, the more excited Fu Wenhu became. But before he could finish his words, Fu Wenlong pulled him behind him and immediately started scolding him. You're the only one who talks too much. Don't you know that time is precious? Though it won't take long for the three of us to take her down. But the time we spend playing with her is really long. Don't forget, there aren't many people left in our Fu family. In that case, it naturally needs to be replenished. And with this woman's qualifications and appearance, she is obviously the best choice. Not to mention more, with the three of us, she should have at least 30 children. As soon as these words were spoken, Fu Wenhu and Fu Wentao, who were already very excited, became even more excited. You know, although their strengths are comparable, Chen Choying in the past was quite noble in their eyes. But now I can. Brother has said so much, what are you waiting for? Go ahead. Chapter 484 Chen Choying's Methods. How dare you? Looking at the three strong men rushing over, Chen Choying's face suddenly changed. After all, this was the situation she least wanted to see and the words she least wanted to hear. But how could the three people who had already made up their minds be scared off by just one sentence? What are we afraid of? If you ask me, you'd better stop resisting. It's better to save your energy for what's next. Otherwise, you can get hurt easily. As soon as those words were spoken, the speed of the three of them suddenly increased dramatically. After realizing there was no room for turning back, Chen Choying did not hesitate any longer. Her aura surged, and then a nine-tailed fox made purely of spiritual energy suddenly appeared above her head. This is Chen Choying's unique skill, the fox howling at the sky. Boom! Soon, the two sides collided with each other. The explosion was so loud that it hurt the eardrums. However, although her body was flying backwards, Chen Choying's face suddenly showed joy. Because she actually managed to hold off those three beasts. You seem to be in good shape today. Of course, although she was muttering like this, her heart was actually quite empty. At the same time, there is a hint of shyness. After all, family members know their own business. She knew very well that her outburst had nothing to do with her condition. It was simply because when she made the move, her whole body suddenly felt hot. Then something external burned itself and increased her strength. It's really weird. Why did this happen? She was very confused. And she's not the only one confused. Fu Wenlong and the other two who were shocked back were completely confused. They admitted that if they fought alone, they were indeed no match for Chen Choying. But in a 3-on-1 situation, there is no reason why we still suffered a crushing defeat. I just don't believe it. That move you just made must have involved some secret technique. Fu Wenhu, who didn't believe in evil, gritted his teeth and rushed out again. He planned to find out the truth on his own so that his elder brother could judge the situation more accurately. But just as he took a step forward, a big hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. Brother, be patient. Regardless of whether this woman used secret techniques or not, there's no need for us to take risks. Don't forget, we still have an ace in our hands. The voice was full of evil. Immediately afterwards, he took out Zhun Xiaoyao, who was still unconscious. Chen Choying, I admit that you are very good at fighting. So what if I can take it? No matter how fast you are, can it be as fast as my knife? Believe it or not, if you dare to move again, I will kill him immediately. After saying that, he immediately winked at his two younger brothers. The meaning is very clear, that is to let them go quickly. While Chen Choying is in a dilemma, quickly capture her. I have to say, this guy is quite something. And his two younger brothers obviously trust him too. After receiving the signal, he walked towards Chen Choying without any hesitation. Of course, although they are decisive, they are also quite cautious. Not only is the movement slight, even more tense all over. But soon, the two found that their efforts were completely in vain. Because at this time, Chen Choying was obviously confused. This is not. You actually want to touch Xiaoyao. I'm telling you, if he loses even a single hair, then everyone in your Fu family, young or old, women and children, will have absolutely no chance of survival. Even those who are dead are very likely to be pulled out and killed again. As she spoke, she was wiping her sweat. Obviously he is in a hurry. Seeing this scene, Fu Wenhu and Fu Wentao did not hesitate. They flashed and pounced directly on Chen Choying. At the same time, evil looks also appeared on their faces. It's obvious that they have started to fantasize. But at the moment when they relaxed their vigilance, two extremely powerful energies suddenly attacked their hearts. Not good. Chen Choying, you dare. The three brothers of the Fu family changed their expressions drastically. But everything is too late. The next moment, boom. The explosion suddenly sounded. Then Fu Wenhu and Fu Wentao flew straight to the horizon like cannonballs. Judging from the blood he was spitting out, it was obvious that he was seriously injured. So, Fu Wenlong, who ordered the two men, suddenly became angry. 5 fingers immediately fell on Zhun Xiaoyao's neck. Mr. Chen, are you crazy? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill this guy? Or are you sure I wouldn't dare? As soon as he finished speaking, his fingers immediately began to exert force. If this continues, Zhun Xiaoyao's ending will be obvious. Compared to his rage, Chen Choying was quite calm. While walking towards him, she did not forget to curl her lips and sneer, "Do you think I'm a child? Are you still using this trick? If I really surrender, what's the difference between that and throwing a meat bun at a dog? You shouldn't let him go, or you won't let him go. In that case, I might as well give it my all." This statement makes a lot of sense. Fu Wenlong was left speechless. So, he gritted his teeth and went straight towards Chen Choying. As for why he didn't kill the victim before taking action, he doesn't dare. Even a fool can see the relationship between Zhun Xiaoyao and Zhang Shengxi. If he was really killed, then his Fu family would have no place to stay. Besides, this is a very effective amulet. At the critical moment, as long as they don't make excessive demands, their lives will definitely be saved. So he really can't tear it apart. After seeing Jun Xiaoyao being thrown to the ground, Chen Choying immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this way, she wouldn't have to be the sinner of the Jun family. The rest is up to me. Victory, my aunt escapes unscathed. As for defeat, shaking her head, she didn't think she would lose. Boom. Soon, she met Fu Wenlong. And the result was just as she expected, she won. But the good times didn't last long. She had just gained the upper hand when the two people who had just flown out came back. Although the injury was serious, but the third rank is still the third rank. The three of them joined forces and quickly suppressed her. Slut, I'll pay you back for that blow with interest. That's right. When the time comes, I'll make sure you know what it means to be attacked from both sides. The more they talked, the more ruthless their methods became. The greater the energy released. Therefore, after only 100 moves, Chen Choying obviously could not hold on any longer. Chapter 485 We can take the blame. Boom. After another earth-shattering bang, Chen Choying could no longer hold on. He flew backwards directly. And while in the air, his head tilted and he fainted completely. Fuck, this bitch is really hard to deal with. Second brother, third brother, let's go together. Don't leave her alive. Block them all. As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Wenlong rushed out first. Judging from his expression, he is obviously very excited. But before he could reach Chen Choying, he suddenly froze in place. At the same time, a drop of cold sweat slid rapidly from his forehead to the ground. It's not that he has kidney deficiency. I can't even walk a few steps. Instead, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly fell upon him. His intuition told him that if he dared to move forward, even just one step, he would surely lose his head. No, that's absolutely not true. I must have sensed it wrongly. This area is extremely desolate, there's nothing good here. A master would never run this way. All he said was negative. But when he saw the performance of his two younger brothers, he was instantly filled with despair. After all, the probability of three people making mistakes at the same time simply does not exist. Completion. And just at the moment when they accepted their fate, Jun Xiaoyao, who had been lying not far from them, suddenly stood up. Move neither too fast nor too slow. While brushing off the dust on his body, he did not forget to give the three people a strange smile. You guys are really stupid. It took so long to achieve the effect I wanted. The three brothers of the Fu family were stunned. Then they all slapped themselves in the face. They couldn't understand why this useless guy who they captured so easily had changed so much. Logically speaking, it would be good enough if he didn't wet his pants after waking up. How could it be possible? Also, didn't he feel the terrifying aura? Are you still in the mood to laugh? But soon, a look of shock appeared in their eyes. Because, Cao Wenbin. Seeing the nobleman slowly taking off his disguise, the three brothers of the Fu family were all stunned. What did they do before? Kidnapping Cao Wenbin, and take him as a hostage. Even want to kill the hostage. The more they reminisced, the more they wanted to laugh. Of course, it was a wry smile. At the same time, they also understood everything. It seems we were right. It's not like anyone is passing by here. It's because we messed with the wrong people. However, this little bit of enlightenment also brought them a glimmer of hope. They suddenly realized that the current situation didn't seem so bad. Didn't the Jun family wrongly accuse them? In that case, they will completely rebel. Just do it. There's no reason for the Cao family not to do anything that can cause trouble for the Jun family. As soon as this idea came out, the three of them couldn't sit still anymore. Fu Wenlong, who was more quick-witted, stood up at the first moment. Master Cao, I never thought that the person we caught would be you. Look, isn't this the flood that has washed away the Dragon King Temple? By the way, you probably did this for this beautiful young woman. I have to say, you have really good taste. Look at this figure. I know it's going to be fun without even trying. Having said that, he paused slightly, and then took several steps back. Just give up your seat. Then, he made a gesture of invitation. Master Cao, I won't delay your good fortune for now. Enjoy yourself first. We'll talk about the rest when you're done. Of course, we also know the rules. No matter how you play, just tell us the general idea afterwards. We will take all the blame for you. I have to say, this guy knows how to behave. All things have been taken into consideration. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left without hesitation. Unfortunately, although the job was done beautifully, Cao Wenbin was not prepared to fulfill his love. This is not. Stop right there. Did I let you go? Without any hesitation, Fu Wenlong stopped immediately. Then he asked in a more respectful manner, Master Cao, do you have any other instructions? Just what you say. No matter how easy or difficult it is, the three of us brothers will definitely do it. Cao Wenbin smiled. The three brothers of the Fu family who saw this scene also breathed a sigh of relief. In their opinion, the appearance of this smile means that their lives are saved. Although this also indicates that in the future, anyone with a little bit of beauty will no longer be their cup of tea. But it's enough. But before they could show any happiness on their faces, Cao Wenbin's words made them feel like they were falling into an icy cave. Don't mention it, I really have something I need you to do. And it's really not difficult for you. All you need to do is give each other a sword. Of course, it's the heart. As long as you finish stabbing us, we will be our own people. The three of them took a step back together, and then shouted in fear, Master Cao, we are sincerely surrendering to you. You saw what happened before. So you don't have to worry about our loyalty at all. After all, apart from your Cao family, we have nowhere else to go. That makes sense. But Cao Wenbin completely ignored it. After shaking his neck, he walked towards them with murderous intent. It's no use saying this. From the moment your ancestor dared to attack my sister Yuener, your fate was already sealed. Not just you three, everyone with the surname Fu in the world must die. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin's speed suddenly increased. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. When he appeared, he had already arrived at Fu Wentao's side. There was no chance for it to react at all. Cao Wenbin stretched out his big hand and grabbed Fu Wentao's neck. No. Fu Wentao was shocked. Of course, not only him, Fu Wenlong and Fu Wenhu were also horrified. Have they ever thought that Cao Wenbin is better than them? After all, the rumors are there. There is no way this is groundless. But being so much stronger still exceeded their expectations. If I had known this earlier, Cao Wenbin would not even be 25 years old at this time. Damn it, is there any law left? My scalp is tingling. Immediately afterwards, the two of them flew away together. That's right, they are not going to save their brother. They know very well that they don't have that ability. And Fu Wentao obviously did not resent these two brothers. So, after making sure that there was really no way to survive, he immediately hugged Cao Wenbin tightly. At the same time, the body began to swell rapidly. Judging from his expression, he obviously wants to self-destruct. Chapter 486 Special Star System. All this useless stuff. Cao Wenbin, who saw everything, immediately curled his lips in disdain. He didn't make any movement afterwards, but Fu Wentao's body, which had expanded to the limit, suddenly shriveled up rapidly. Almost in the blink of an eye, it returned to normal. The law of time. Fu Wentao squeezed out these 4 words from between his teeth. But even so, one can still hear the deep despair. And this was also the last sentence he said in his life. Because, click, following a crisp sound, he completely fell silent. After dealing with him, Cao Wenbin did not hesitate, and the law of time surrounding him immediately transformed into the law of space. The next moment, he suddenly appeared beside Fu Wenhu. What are you struggling for? Wouldn't it be better to just wait for death quietly and leave behind some last words? Fu Wenhu's expression suddenly changed. But his ending was no different from Fu Wentao's. There is no right to resist at all. Cao Wenbin has him under control. After seeing another brother die in front of him, Fu Wenlong stopped running. Of course, he didn't fight with Cao Wenbin to the death. Instead, he rushed towards Chen Choying, who was still unconscious. Cao, since you want to kill me, I won't let you have an easy time either. Don't you want to sleep with this woman? I'll wake her up now. See how you can sleep. The more he talked, the faster he went. Unfortunately, there is no necessary connection between input and output. Look, even though he used all his strength, he still couldn't touch Chen Choying. As for waking up with a voice, if this was useful, Chen Choying would have been awakened long ago. I'm going to fight you. So, he had no choice but to risk his life. But in the face of absolute strength, what does being ruthless mean? So soon, he followed in the footsteps of his 2 younger brothers. What a damn bad luck. You've wasted so much of my time. Cao Wenbin looked unhappy. However, this state did not last long. Then he slowly turned around, and everything changed immediately. Accurate. That doesn't exist at all. At the same time, his hands began to wave. He is weaving an illusion for Chen Chouying. Only in this way can you have fun. This is too cruel. Isn't he afraid of risking someone's life? Amidst a pile of rubble, Lily, who had just blown up a planet and successfully collected an innate treasure, suddenly shuddered. As for what she sensed, only God knows. And she was obviously curious about it. So, she subconsciously moved towards a certain area. But just when she was about to immerse herself in it, her expression suddenly changed. Then he turned around and looked in the completely opposite direction. There, an extremely terrifying aura is slowly awakening. From nothing to something. In just a few breaths, he had already reached the supreme level. And there is no sign of stopping. Obviously, this is not the opponent's limit. I've never encountered such momentum before. Did someone wake up the natives here? A hint of curiosity suddenly flashed in her beautiful eyes. And she didn't restrain herself. As soon as the long beautiful legs exerted force, they immediately turned into a long rainbow and rushed towards the location of the breath. Buzz. As the supreme. Moreover, she is a supreme being who has received gifts from heaven and earth twice, so her speed is naturally beyond reproach. Look, wherever it passes, the space is shaking wildly. But even so, she still ran for more than 3 hours before she reached the vicinity of the breath. As soon as she stood firm, Lily immediately discovered the difference of this place. The planets in other places are all independent of each other. There is no regularity in its operation. Sometimes, they even bump into each other. But here, it is quite regular. More than a dozen huge planets are all rotating around the luminous planet in the middle. The small one was not swallowed. Everyone goes their own way and doesn't delay anyone else. Besides the environment, Lily also discovered that she was not the only one attracted here. There are also 4 supreme beings in the Jun family camp. The leader was Jun Qingfeng. That's interesting. Although there were few people, Lily didn't care. After a casual glance, I prepared to enter this special structure to take a look. She wanted to see how these planets were united together. But as she got closer and closer to the outermost planet, her brows gradually furrowed. When she could see the situation on the planet clearly with the naked eye, she stopped immediately. At this moment, Jun Qingfeng, who had been silent the entire time, slowly spoke. I have to say, Lily Supreme is truly powerful. The 4 of us worked together for half a day, but we couldn't achieve the level you achieved. Well, can we talk now? Lily didn't respond immediately, but just quietly retreated to the position where she first appeared. After the test just now, she can be sure that the formation that blocks her is this purely defensive formation. Will not actively attack people. But it will return the force it receives double. The reason why she stopped just now was because the force of the counterattack had reached the limit of what she could bear. It seems that we can only inform Ancestor Yunsheng. Thinking of this, she immediately formed a special hand seal in her hand. Only after it was completely completed did she turn her attention to Jun Qingfeng and others. After all, I'm just sitting around doing nothing. Just tease them. If there is an opportunity, then. You want to talk to me about joining forces to break the formation, right? Hearing that there was finally a response, Jun Qingfeng, who had been waiting for half a day, didn't even hesitate and nodded frantically. That's right. In his opinion, as long as you are willing to talk, it is a good thing. He believed that he could convince Lily. But what he didn't expect was. Good idea. But you 4 rotten garlics are not qualified at all. Since I can't get in by myself, even if you 4 join in, it's still useless. Your strength is not yet at the level to cause a quantitative change. Jun Qingfeng's old face turned red in an instant. He never thought that after waiting for such a long time, he would receive such a reply. If I had known earlier, they would be the supreme ones. Although his strength is a little weaker, he is still the supreme. Don't you have any face? You. Chapter 487 Dilemma. Jun Qingfeng was very angry. But after saying, you, for a long time, he couldn't say a word. It's not that I don't have words, but that I don't dare. After all, their strength is there, and if we don't take the initiative to cause trouble for them, we'd be very lucky. Still actively provoking, looking for death. But after just a few minutes, he was no longer scared. because their number is increasing. But from the Cao family, there was only one Zhao Yuaner. As for the others, especially Xu Yunsheng, who he feared the most, they were nowhere to be seen. Good opportunity. Given how important these two women are to Cao Wenbin, if we can kill one of them, Cao Wenbin will definitely suffer severe damage both physically and mentally. You may even never recover from this. The more he thought about it, the stronger the murderous intent in Zhun Qingfeng's eyes became. And very quickly, he chose his target. It was none other than Zhao Yuaner who arrived later. Because in his eyes, this Zhao is weaker. It is also more important to Cao Wenbin. That's it. Although the idea was good, just as he was about to take his brothers to set up the Zhun family's most powerful Four Spirits formation, he suddenly discovered that the two women from the Cao family had already retreated to a safe position. As long as he makes the slightest movement, the other party can immediately retreat calmly. Depend on. Zhun Qingfeng was slightly stunned. Then I cursed unconsciously. He could see that these two women had obviously seen through his thoughts long ago. And I have also thought of a countermeasure. Otherwise, the position you are standing in would never be so accurate. Neither near nor far. Just caught him at his weak spot. This put him in a dilemma. Come on, with their level, even if they use all their strength, they will never be able to break the magic circle outside this strange galaxy. Just keep waiting. With the strength of the Cao family, what's the difference between that and waiting to die? As for retreating, they discovered this place first. They were unwilling to leave in such disgrace. Damn it, how could things turn out like this? Confused. But there is nothing I can do. So, he could only worry. By the way, desperately called Zhang Shengshi. Trying to break the deadlock with this. After all, compared to Xu Yunsheng, Zhang Shengshi's speed is definitely faster. If the two are equally far away from here, then they will definitely win this round. But you must hurry up. If someone from the Cao family came first. On the nameless planet, after a struggle, Chen Choying, covered in sweat, finally opened his eyes again. At first, she was a little confused. But soon, she jumped up. Because in her mind, at this moment, she should still be hiding from the three brothers of the Fu family. If you are not careful, you may be. But as soon as she stood firm, the corners of her mouth began to twitch unconsciously. A piercing pain suddenly emerged in her heart. This is. Her heart suddenly tightened. Cold sweat quickly covered her forehead. As someone who has been through it, this feeling is so familiar to her. Obviously. Could it be that those three bastards got the better of me while I was asleep last night? Thinking of this possibility, she suddenly despaired. Then she slowly raised her hand. Judging from his appearance, he obviously wants to commit suicide here. I'm so tired. Yunur is worthy of being Yunur. Every time we meet, she can always do something fancy for me. But before her hand fell, a murmur suddenly came into her ears. It's not difficult to tell that it's probably just mumbling to oneself. After all, the sound is extremely slight. Although the movement is small, the effect is surprisingly good. Look, he directly controlled Chen Choying. Xiaoyao. As Chen Choying slowly turned around, a figure that was completely beyond her expectations suddenly appeared in her eyes. How is this possible? Chen Choying's face was full of disbelief. After all, in her memory, Zhun Xiaoyao should have been killed by the three brothers of the Fu family long ago. Of course, she wasn't confused for too long. Soon, she thought of another possibility. That was what she had experienced before, it was all an illusion. There are no three brothers of the Fu family. The reason she felt tired in the illusion was entirely because. As the surrounding environment gradually came into her sight, she immediately rolled her eyes. The raised hand was put down unconsciously. Depend on. Could it be that Xiaoyao has some connection with this damn place? Otherwise, why is it that he always gets to enjoy the benefits? No, I have to hand him over after I meet the others. If this keeps going on, I'm going to have to show my pregnancy when I go out. His eyes were full of determination. Obviously, she has made up her mind. But before long, she hesitated again. Because if this situation does not change, and this illusion ignores strength, then if she hands over Zhun Xiaoyao, wouldn't it be like handing over a time bomb? If time is long enough, then the female emperors from the Zhun family. Forget it, I'll keep it for myself. Just be more careful next time. It's already like this anyway. She shook her head, and then prepared to kick. Zhun Xiaoyao, awake. But as soon as she moved, her expression suddenly changed again. As for the reason, she lost something again. I haven't gotten the previous ones back yet, and this time the one that came with it is gone too. Isn't it in this kid's hands again? Chen Choying was really angry. The teeth were chattering from being bitten. But even though she was angry, her movements suddenly became gentle. She wants to get the things back before Jun Xiaoyao wakes up. But there are unexpected events. At the beginning, everything went quite smoothly. But just as she was about to search him, Jun Xiaoyao's eyelashes suddenly moved. Not good. She subconsciously wanted to hide. This is the behavior of all those who have done something wrong. Unfortunately, it's too late. Before she left completely, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes had already opened. Then, Sister Choying, what are you doing? You're so close, are you trying to heal me? Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm just a little tired, and my waist is a little sore, that's all. It's okay. By the way, where is my Yunur? You woke up earlier than me. Did you see her this time? Chapter 488. Still in confrontation. Cao Wenbin became more and more excited as he spoke. The more Chen Choying listened, the darker her face became. Why? It's all my fault. Why should all the fame be given to Feng Yan? Is there still law? So, she was so jealous that she subconsciously prepared to tell the truth. But as soon as she opened her mouth, she suddenly realized something was wrong. And her reaction was really not slow. After a moment's thought, he immediately changed the words on the tip of his tongue to, of course I'm watching your Yunur. We talked for a long time. Everything is exactly as I said before. She really has something wrong. Look, after spending time with you, she went back to work. Okay, stop lying here. A little girl is working hard for the Jun family. As the future pillar of the Jun family, you can't always be a drag. There are loopholes in the words. But Cao Wenbin didn't care at all. Even trying their best to cooperate. As soon as Chen Choying finished speaking, he immediately did a somersault. Then he said with a righteous look, that's right. I have to work hard too. We must not leave Yunur alone and helpless. But he is in high spirits. But Chen Choying lost her mind again. What fascinated her was nothing else but the terrifying abdominal muscles that Cao Wenbin had inadvertently revealed while doing some poses. It seems that this brat showed mercy. Otherwise with his strength. As she thought about it, she suddenly couldn't control herself. Fortunately, before she could pounce, two more of the spiritual cranes that had appeared before suddenly appeared. Otherwise, that was a close call. A blush suddenly appeared on her face. She really couldn't imagine what would happen if she really pounced on him. In order to hide her embarrassment, she even disobeyed the Jun family's rules that stipulated that one could only read the contents of the message in private. With a wave of her hand, she smashed the link into pieces. The next moment, a distress signal appeared before their eyes. It was sent by Jun Qingfeng. Walk, let's go and take a look. Chen Choying understood very well that judging from what Ling had presented, neither she nor Jun Xiaoyao would be able to help at all even if they went. Even before they arrive, the trouble over there may have been resolved. But she still wants to go. After all, it's the best way to avoid embarrassment. At the same time, it can also prevent the illusion from happening again. Because of this, she did not use her maximum speed. We stopped and walked along the way. But what she didn't expect was that even though she was walking so slowly, when she arrived, she still caught up with the heat. They're still confronting each other. Looking at the tense atmosphere at the scene, Chen Choying was stunned. But after just a few breaths, she found her position. Holding Jun Xiaoyao's hand, he flashed and came directly to Zhu Qingqing. What's going on? It's been so long, and the two sides haven't started fighting yet. Facing her daughter-in-law and best friend, Chen Choying naturally wouldn't be polite. I just asked my doubts. And Zhu Qingqing did not let her down. There's nothing I can do. The strength of both sides has always been on par with each other. In this situation, no one dares to take action. In fact, when I first arrived, the two sides were closest to going to war. By that time, we already had 7 supreme beings and dozens of great emperors. I'm fully capable of setting up the 100 emperors formation. And on the Cao family's side, there are still only Zhao Yuan'er and Baihe. But just as we were preparing to form the formation, the Cao family suddenly had another magic jade. Therefore, after saying that, Zhu Qingqing shrugged helplessly. Unhappiness is written all over my body. But not long after, her expression changed. Helpless and disappeared. Instead, there is a strong sense of gossip. At the same time, she no longer speaks with her mouth. Just use the voice transmission. Wrong. Every single part of you exudes something extraordinary. Especially your temperament. It has changed drastically since before you came here. It felt like. Having said that, she paused. Then he fell into deep thought. Looking at the appearance, it is obvious that he is trying to capture more details. The appearance of this scene immediately made Chen Choying anxious. She never thought that this damn girl would be so sensitive. In just a few words, he had discovered her flaw. If I had known this, I wouldn't have come here. Oh, what should I do? The brain is working at full speed. Various reasons also emerged in her mind one after another. But no matter which one it was, none of them could satisfy her. The flaws are too big. She can't even fool herself. Not to mention cheating others. It seems that the only option is to confess and get leniency. I believe that with the relationship between us, she won't go around messing around. And just at the moment when she made up her mind, Zhu Qingqing also happened to find the most powerful evidence. It's nothing else but the hand that has been holding my hand and has never been separated from the beginning to the end. I see. You managed to hold on, that's why you look so radiant. Oh my god, you really aren't picky about food. Zhu Qingqing's expression is getting more and more exaggerated. As a result, she soon received a big eye roll. What are you thinking about? Everything was an accident. If it were you, the ending would be the same. After all, who would have thought that we would encounter illusions twice in a row? I'm telling you, you have to keep this to yourself, or I'll tear your mouth apart. Zhu Qingqing stuck out her tongue. She didn't take this remark too seriously. Because she didn't intend to gossip. However, the two allusions in the words aroused her great interest. Doesn't this mean that? So how are you going to handle this? Will it continue forever? The white eyes appear again. How is that possible? My idea is to let this matter slowly disappear into the long river of history. No one else knows anyway. Great idea. The operation is not slow. As long as you hold on, everything will be solved. But Zhu Qingqing, as a bystander, shook her head unconsciously. She could see that Chen Choying was already trapped. There's no way to climb out. Otherwise, such a big flaw would not be exposed. What kind of magic power does this brat have? Chapter 489. Everyone has their own thoughts. The conversations between Zhu Qingqing and Chen Choying became more and more private. Later on, they even felt embarrassed to talk to themselves. At the same time, Cao Wenbin and Zhao Yuan'er were also communicating with each other frantically. You're living a pretty comfortable life, little bastard. But I'm wondering, why do you have the power to bully the Jun family? Why? His taste is different. Cao Wenbin was stunned. Then he scratched his head embarrassedly. The taste is definitely the same. The reason why we keep staring at the Jun family is mainly because of the emotional bonus. When I think about them being Jun Xiaoyaos. Of course, although I thought so, when the words came to my lips, they immediately became something else. What a coincidence. It's a complete coincidence. By the way, Sister Yuan'er, what are your thoughts? We can't keep on being stuck like this. Zhao Yuan'er knew very well that Cao Wenbin was just trying to change the subject. However, she didn't continue to worry about it. After all, she was just curious. She knew very well that no matter what, she would definitely not lose a penny of what she was entitled to. Unless that guy surnamed Lin comes out personally, no one else can do anything. So, after a brief pause, she continued talking along the lines of Cao Wenbin's topic. Hasn't this been waiting for you? My idea is that as soon as you arrive, we will immediately propose cooperation with the Jun family. Let's go in together then. With you as an insider, I don't think the Jun family can cause any trouble. Great idea, and it's quite perfect. So after thinking about it for a while, Cao Wenbin nodded. Let's do it. After he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin immediately regained his composure. Not long after, an explosion suddenly sounded not far away. Obviously, both parties have already discussed it. Trying our best to break the formation. Xiaoyao, follow me closely for a while. Don't stray too far from me. Do you understand? I have to say, once something happens, the woman's attitude will change immediately. As soon as the unexpected happened, Chen Choying stopped talking immediately. He directly protected Zhun Xiaoyao behind him, afraid that it might get hurt. Her reaction, like that of a frightened bird, made Zhu Qingqing laugh. Ouch! Weren't you full of complaints just now? What do you mean by not being gentle with women? What do you mean by brute force? How come you changed your mind so quickly? Not much talk, but the lethality is extremely shocking. Before the sound faded away, Chen Choying's face had already turned red rapidly. Boom! Walk! Fortunately, the masters not far away were powerful enough to break the formation outside the galaxy just when she was about to go completely crazy, thus successfully avoiding a violent incident. But what Chen Choying didn't know was that she left too hastily. Look, she had only walked for more than 10 minutes when a person suddenly appeared where she had just stood. A step too late again. Hey, I hope Choying is okay. As soon as he finished speaking, this person also rushed into the galaxy. And he is no other. It was Zhun Xiaoyao's great-grandfather, the patriarch of the Zhun family for generations before him, Zhun Chenxi. After he heard that someone from the Cao family had also come in, he decisively put aside everything he was doing outside and chased after them in a hurry. The purpose is to get his wife out of here safely. But what he didn't know was that his wife's safety was absolutely guaranteed except in certain places. Unless Tianyan appears in the world, no one can touch it at all. Zhao Yuaner, there are 18 planets here, including the one that glows. How about 9 for our family? What's inside is ours, and what's outside is yours. At first glance, it seems very reasonable. It's a completely fair distribution. But disdain immediately appeared on Zhao Yuaner's face. No wonder the Zhun family can't develop. With such a smart aleck at the helm, it would be strange if they could develop. But she doesn't intend to make a fuss about it. After all, her goal is all the resources here. There is absolutely no need to care about such a small profit. Besides, the periphery is much better, it is more conducive to control. When everything is over, let this frog in the well know clearly what it means that it is easy to get in but difficult to get out. Of course, although he had already made up his mind, when the words came to his lips, they immediately turned into, "Are you still asleep?" Even a fool knows that the further inside, the better the stuff. So we have to divide it up. Otherwise, it'll be just 10 of us and 8 of you. This is said with absolute certainty. After confirming that there was no room for maneuver, the many supreme beings of the Zhun family faction immediately began to discuss. Let's divide the things. After all, more planets mean more possibilities. And in my opinion, leaving all the peripheral affairs to others is not a good idea. I have to say that there are still capable people in the Zhun family faction. Unfortunately, his proposal soon fell into oblivion. This is not. I think it's better inside. Because the gap between us and the Cao family can no longer be made up by quantity. We must pursue quality. Don't forget, Shangxi lost last time because of their inferior weapons. If she had something that could rival that Dao killing spear, the outcome last time would have been completely different. Besides, with our current strength, it seems impossible for us to explore all 9 planets. This statement also makes sense. And more popular. After all, wait a minute, that must be a family searching a planet. If there are 8, that would be perfect. As the leader, the Zhun family gets 2, and the remaining families get 1. But if there is 1 more, then we must divide our forces. But once separated, the risk factor will immediately increase exponentially. So, after a brief silence, more people chose to stand on Zhun Qingfeng's side. You, the Guo family's supreme leader, who first proposed it, was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. But his words are insignificant and cannot influence the overall situation at all. So after sulking for a while, he quietly moved away from the outermost of the 8 planets of the Zhun family. He had just observed that although this planet was also one of the inner planets, due to its elliptical orbit, it would still reach the outermost part of the galaxy at some point. Although the time is short, if something unexpected happens, this characteristic is enough to save the Guo family's life. I hope I'm just worrying too much. While this person was planning a way out for himself, Zhun Qingfeng was also arranging tasks for his family. Chu Ying, Qing Qing, the 2 of you should take Xiaoyao to explore Planet 7. Of course, you don't have to risk your life. We just need to find out where the treasure is. As long as we have the coordinates, we can withdraw immediately. Chapter 490 Alien. Zhun Qingfeng's arrangement is reasonable. Therefore, Neither Chen Choying nor Zhu Qingqing refused. As for Cao Wenbin, he was given 2 opportunities at once. If he refused, wouldn't he be an idiot? So, after some preparation, the 3 of them flew to the 7th planet together. Buzz. Like the 2 planets we passed by before, this planet also has an atmosphere. So as soon as they entered, the 3 people's vision immediately became much shorter. It's very annoying. But Cao Wenbin adjusted himself quickly. And after rolling his eyes a few times, evil thoughts unconsciously emerged in his mind. I've already had 2 vaccinations, so I don't think there will be much of a reaction. With a curl of his lips, the next moment, Cao Wenbin hugged Chen Choying from behind. Quite strong. Of course, while he was doing it, his mouth was also busy. After all, women are very thin-skinned. We must find an excuse. Therefore, Sister Choying, I'm scared. I can feel that this place is definitely not simple. Hey, Sister Choying, you smell just like Yanur. You can even say they're exactly the same. Chen Choying, who was about to struggle, lost all her strength instantly after hearing these words. Forget it, if he wants to hold me, then let him hold me. If something more outrageous happens, it won't be worse than this. The reason is perfect. No matter whether others believe it or not, she believes it anyway. Because of this, she quickly returned to normal. But the good times didn't last long. After just a few moments, she realized that she seemed to have thought things were too simple. Zhu Qingqing, who saw everything, quickly shook her head helplessly. I really didn't expect that Xiaoyao is such a resourceful kid. It seems that it won't be long before the illusion is no longer necessary. Forget it, whatever happens. With my help, the truth won't be revealed. It's so cold. Cao Wenbin and others really didn't expect that this planet would actually be an ice ball. As far as the eye can see, there is nothing but ice and snow. As for living beings, how can there be any living beings in a place where even the emperor feels cold? As soon as this judgment came out, the expressions of the 2 women suddenly became a lot more relaxed. After all, compared to the danger, the cold is nothing. But it's different from their optimism. The moment he stood on the snow, Cao Wenbin's brows unconsciously frowned. His intuition told him that this place was quite unusual. The most crucial thing is that his spiritual awareness is greatly restricted here. You know, at this moment, he possesses mental power comparable to that of the Supreme. But here, we can only explore a few hundred miles. Compared to the past, this is no different from being blind. What the hell? What on earth is hidden here that can have such a great impact on spiritual consciousness? Very confused. However, he did not remind the 2 women, but secretly increased his vigilance. And at this moment, the ice under the feet of the 3 people suddenly vibrated. Immediately afterwards, a sticky tongue shot directly towards Zhu Qingqing. Judging from the appearance, it is obvious that they are preparing to roll it under the ice. Court death. To be honest, this was really sudden. The speed is also quite fast. Under normal circumstances, unless Cao Wenbin took action, the 2 women would definitely not be able to defend themselves. But the owner of this tongue obviously has no brains. The timing is really bad. When it broke through the ice, Chen Choying was throwing the weapon to Zhu Qingqing. This was secretly given to her by Zhun Qingfeng before they came. So, Chen Choying changed throwing to beheading. He immediately cut the tongue into 2 pieces. At the same time, a big hand formed by spiritual energy quickly grabbed the back half of the tongue. And with just a little effort, the guy hiding under the ice was pulled up. Boom! The sound of hitting the ground was very loud. But no one cares. All the attention of the 3 people was attracted by this guy's appearance. A little higher than normal people, but very limited. About 1.9 to 2 meters tall. All gray. The head is flat. But it's very long. Alien. The closer he looked, the more shocked Cao Wenbin was. What surprised him even more was that this guy's evolution was extremely unbalanced. The attack just now was at least at the level of a first-level emperor. But its physical strength. To put it bluntly, you may not even be able to catch up with an ordinary quasi-saint. Although the fall just now made a lot of noise, the damage was actually not that serious. He doesn't need to be an emperor. Even if he is replaced by a saint, he will definitely be able to stand up after taking a few breaths. But this guy was killed by the fall. Quite straightforward. Good fellow, he didn't even give me a chance to search my soul. Shaked his head speechlessly. Then, his attention fell on the broken hole again. It would have been better if he hadn't looked at it. After one glance, his pupils shrank instantly. Because he discovered that there was no land below. But water. And it's bottomless. His spiritual sense had been pushed to its limit, but he still couldn't find any land. Is the landing location special? Or maybe this is just a water ball. But before he could figure it out, countless alien shapes suddenly appeared within his consciousness. It was as if they had received some signal, and their purpose was very clear, which was the ice hole under the feet of the three people. Boom. The actions of these guys also made Cao Wenbin discover another of their advantages. That is incredibly fast. It was hundreds of miles away the moment before, and the next moment, it was already under the ice. Fortunately, Chen Chouying and Zhu Qingqing have both been on high alert. In addition, the attacking aliens were not as strong as before, so the two women were a little flustered but not in any danger. Xiaoyao, stand in the middle. So as to avoid being ambushed. What a powerful outsider. Especially the female creature in black, whose strength is comparable to that of the Great Elder. That female creature in purple clothes is also not weak. I should be able to fight the second elder to a draw. The only one whose origins are unknown now is that male creature. Thousands of miles away, two guys covered in blue were using a very special device to frantically observe Cao Wenbin and others. Not missing a single detail. And their focus soon shifted to Cao Wenbin. At the beginning, they were still curious. But as they watched, their expressions gradually changed. Chapter 491 The Spirit Fish Tribe. Depend on. A male creature is hiding between two female creatures. How dare such a guy still be alive? If I were him, I would have crashed headfirst into the ice and died. Looking at Cao Wenbin hiding between the two women, the two blue-skinned monsters were stunned for a moment, and then started cursing wildly. In their tribe, whenever there is a battle, the men must rush to the front. After all, women's battlefield is in bed. Instead of being in the midst of swords and sabers. But as they kept cursing, they became confused again. Because they suddenly discovered that the male creature that should not be alive was still not behaving after hiding. Those big hands would reach out to the strongest person from time to time. Of course, if that's all, then it's nothing. At most they would just complain that you are so brave. But the key to the problem is that the female creature, whose strength is almost catching up with their great elder, not only did not get angry and kill him, but also cooperated from time to time. Both guys are in terrible condition. The scenes in the instrument had a huge impact on their three views. In their opinion, a strong woman should be owned by an even stronger man. Because only in this way can the genes of the next generation be guaranteed. But no matter how confused they were, they soon returned to normal. Mina, do you think we should go and get in touch with them? They are so powerful. If they join us, it will definitely be a great thing for us. The offer is tempting, but the so-called starling is quite tangled. He naturally knew how much improvement these two female creatures could bring to them. But as the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, one will be afraid of ropes for 10 years. He has been scared by the alien creatures. He was afraid that the alien incident would happen again. But just when he was extremely conflicted, an extremely majestic voice suddenly came from a small machine on his ear. Everyone out there carrying out orders, listen up. Whatever you have in your hands, put it all down. Then move towards city number 3 as quickly as possible. Remember, this is an order. Those who pretend to obey but secretly disobey will be executed. The voice from the machine hadn't even finished yet, but the expressions of the two men changed immediately. They recognized it as the voice of the Great Elder. However, there are not many things that can be ordered personally by the top master of the Lingyu tribe. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be that there are unusual movements in the large alien army. And the situation is not optimistic. Walk. The younger one immediately became anxious. With a flash of his body, he was ready to dive back into the water. But just as he was about to act, the starling grabbed him. Don't worry, let's go talk to those 3 outsiders first. Although we are quite powerful, if the aliens really launch a general attack, it won't make any difference whether we go or not. In that case, why not do something meaningful? After saying that, the starling didn't care about his younger brother anymore. He stopped and rushed directly towards the battle group. Coincidentally, he had just arrived and Chen Chouying had just dealt with the last alien. So, he subconsciously chopped the top-grade imperial weapon in his hand towards the starling. Please show mercy, senior. I'm not in the same group with these monsters. I came here just to ask if there is any possibility of cooperation between us. These words were spoken so quickly and urgently. But it's just right. Just when he was about to grit his teeth and take the blow, Chen Choying stopped. Immediately afterwards, an extremely pleasant voice suddenly penetrated his ears. Cooperate. What qualifications do you have to discuss cooperation with me? There was disdain in his words. But the starling was shocked when he heard it. It's good to be able to talk. As for disdain, the strong should be proud. It would be abnormal to be humble to such a great man. So after organizing his words a bit, he immediately replied respectfully, of course I'm not qualified. But our spirit fish clan can. The strength of our clan's first and second elders is not inferior to yours. Our tribe is currently in trouble. If you two are willing to lend a helping hand, we will definitely provide you with generous rewards. Chen Choying narrowed her eyes. Judging from the look on his face, he obviously wants to refuse. But that's true. They are just here to collect intelligence and look for clues. I'm not here to be a thug. But just when Chen Choying was about to refuse, Cao Wenbin took the lead. That sounds tempting. How about this, let's go to your base first and then discuss it in detail, how about that? The Mina bird was confused. He is not stupid. Naturally, he could see Chen Choying's refusal. He had already been sighing secretly, but he didn't expect. What made him even more confused was that the two masters in front of him didn't even seem to blame him for being too talkative. Instead, he quickly changed his mind. What the hell is going on with this guy? There was disbelief in his eyes. Although his mind was not clear, his body was quite sensible. He immediately made a gesture of invitation. And while on the way, he didn't dare to show his displeasure to Cao Wenbin anymore. It's even a bit flattering. As to why there is such a big change. He figured it out. No matter what happens to him, it is an indisputable fact that he can command these two peerless masters. If that's the case, then he definitely can't afford to offend that person. And it was precisely because of his change of attitude that the atmosphere along the way was quite harmonious. Cao Wenbin and others also took the opportunity to thoroughly understand the basic situation here. It turns out that 300 years ago, this planet was not like this at all. There was no ice here at that time. Not a single one. On the vast ocean, there are man-made cities floating one after another, all kinds of strange creatures wandering in the sea, and the sound of birdsong and the fragrance of flowers can be heard everywhere. But as a seriously injured alien crashed into the sea, everything changed. Based on the principle of mutual help, their Lingyu tribe rescued this alien. But no one expected that this alien was actually an ungrateful person. As soon as his injury improved, he immediately killed the person who treated him. Then he dived into the sea. And disappeared without a trace. Of course, if that's all, then it's nothing. After all, there is only one of them, it can't make any waves at all. But I didn't expect that this guy's reproductive ability is quite amazing. In just a few decades, he had developed an alien army. As a result, the situation gradually became out of control. Chapter 492 The Lion Opens Its Mouth. By the way, these aliens are not only highly fertile. The evolutionary ability is also not weak. As long as they devour enough things and the creatures they devour are strong enough, they will evolve like crazy. And through our research, we've also discovered that depending on the type of food they devour, the abilities these creatures evolve into are also different. For example, after swallowing a flying fish, they will grow wings after a while. If they swallow an electric eel, it won't be long before they can discharge electricity. You might not believe it, but the alien at the beginning was only at the king realm. When fighting, they only know how to fight hand to hand. But now, it has almost the same strength as this lady. The abilities he possesses are countless. The more you talk, the lower the starling's mood becomes. Chen Choying and Zhu Qingqing were stunned when they heard this. They really didn't expect that there would be such magical creatures in this world. 300 years to evolve from the king realm to the third great emperor. They had only seen this speed in Cao Wenbin. And what happened next? Didn't you say that your clan has two masters who can rival that alien? If that's the case, then why bother looking for us? When high-end combat power is advantageous, numbers are a joke. That makes sense. But the starling, who was already in a bad mood, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth after hearing these words. But he didn't hide it. After taking a few deep breaths, he continued to repeat, if only it were that simple. These guys don't have brains though. My whole life is dedicated to 3 things: killing, devouring, and laying eggs. But their fighting instincts are quite strong. If I meet someone weaker than me, or someone I can kill, I won't be polite at all and will charge forward with all my might. But once I encounter someone I can't fight, I'll immediately cut off my own arm. Sacrifice the small part to preserve the whole. And they can also set up ambushes. Actually, when we first started, we had 3 top masters. But one of them was unfortunately ambushed 150 years ago. And it was from then on that the offensive and defensive dynamics completely changed. We went from being the hunters to being the hunted. Even the Great Elder dares not go out easily. So, in order to reverse the situation, we had no choice but to freeze this planet. Because low temperatures can reduce the aliens' reproductive capacity. Unfortunately, no matter how hard we try, it's still useless. Cities scattered across the country will be conquered if they need to be conquered. Now, there are only 3 largest cities left. Look, that's one of them. It's also where the Great Elder lives. As soon as the words were spoken, a large transparent light shield came into view of everyone. It's lying upside down on the land at the bottom of the ocean. Directly isolate all the seawater outside. And among them, there are all kinds of magnificent buildings. Quite eye-catching. But before Cao Wenbin and others could finish appreciating it, a voice full of anger suddenly reached their ears. Old 8th and Old 9, what's going on with you two? Didn't you hear the old man's order? Or are you afraid? Are you not going to fight for the Spirit Fish clan anymore? The more you talk, the louder it gets. At the moment of falling, 2 huge hands made purely of spiritual energy whistled and slapped directly towards the 8th and 9th brothers. Very fast. The 2 of them couldn't react at all. Boom. But these 2 moves did not yield any results. At the critical moment, Chen Choying took action. She just shook the top-grade imperial weapon in her hand lightly, and 2 sword beams immediately blocked her palm. This attack was easily resolved. Better than me. But it's limited. It should be at the level of the 3rd rank or above, but not yet the 4th rank. After just one test, Chen Choying had already figured out the other party's background. At the same time, a light, was heard from within the light shield. Obviously, the person who took action was also shocked by this sudden change. Immediately afterwards, a humanoid creature with the same blue skin, but extremely old, suddenly appeared outside the light shield. Be very vigilant. My whole body is tense. Exactly the same as the previous Lao Ba. But this vigilance did not last long. After his ears moved twice, a look of surprise quickly appeared on his old face. Then he politely made a gesture of invitation. I was reckless just now. I didn't expect such a distinguished guest to come. Come, this way please. Let's go inside and talk. And I don't know what that light shield is made of. Quite human. Look, just as they got close to it, it immediately cracked. What's even more amazing is that even so, the seawater still couldn't get in. That's interesting. Of course, although his curiosity was overflowing, Cao Wenbin did not touch it. He knew that since this thing could stop the terrifying alien, it must be very powerful. Although it may not necessarily cause harm to him, if you are not careful, he may be exposed. Just as he was looking around, the Great Elder, who had been laying the groundwork for a while, finally brought the topic back to business. Ladies, I know very well that there is no free lunch in this world. It's definitely not a coincidence that you landed here. In that case, let's get straight to the point. What price do we, the Spirit Fish clan, need to pay before you are willing to help us? The 2 women were stunned. Then they all showed embarrassed expressions. After all, they came here to gather information. There is no goal at all. Now that they were suddenly asked to put forward conditions, they didn't know what to say for a moment. So, they subconsciously looked at Jun Xiaoyao. I hope this cunning boy can give them some advice. And the facts have proved that they have indeed found the right person. Just a few breaths later, Cao Wenbin spoke lightly. The Great Elder is indeed sincere. So we won't hide it anymore. We don't want much, just 2 things. First, the right to freely browse your archives at any time. The second and third designated treasures. Well, not much, huh? As long as you agree, we will take action immediately. Chapter 493. Could this also be an illusion? Hiss. Cao Wenbin said it lightly, but no matter whether it was the Great Elder or the 8th or 9th Elder, they all took a deep breath unconsciously. They had thought that these people would ask for too much, but they never expected their mouths to open so wide. So, they were immediately confused. Agree to it, it hurts. If you don't agree, it will hurt. But the Great Elder is worthy of being the Great Elder, his courage is indeed beyond reproach. After a short pause, a token suddenly appeared in his hand. Then, he pointed to a tall tower in the middle of the city and said, "That's our Zhongzhou pavilion. Ever since our spirit fish clan gained intelligence, all the major events that have occurred on this planet have been recorded everywhere. Whenever you three are free, then we can go. This token is enough to allow you to pass through unimpeded. Oh, and it also allows you three to spend whatever you want in this city. No need to pay." After he finished speaking, he threw the token directly to Cao Wenbin. Obviously, as a veteran, he has already seen that Cao Wenbin, a guy who is not even a quasi-saint, is the actual backbone of this team. And Cao Wenbin was not polite to him. After getting the things in his hands, he immediately disappeared with the two women. Judging from the look of it, it was obvious that he was heading straight for Zhongzhou Pavilion. No detours were taken. "Grandfather, you agreed so readily. We've given them the benefits first, but what if they don't work hard? There is reason to worry." But before Lao Ju could finish his words, the corners of the Great Elder's mouth had already curled up. "You know shit. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing your child. Where we really get the hang of them is when we give them to our babies. When that time comes, how much effort we put in will be decided by us, right? Be lazy. Don't you want the things anymore?" The more he spoke, the colder the light in his eyes became. It is not difficult to see that he must have other plans. As for what it is. By the way, you two did a great job on this. If you want any reward, just go to the treasury and get it yourself. You don't have to go to city number 3 for now. With the soul-devouring curtain in place, even if all the aliens come out in force, they won't be able to do anything in such a short period of time. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure quickly disappeared. "Xiaoyao, do you have any other plans? The request you made clearly exceeded their bottom line. There's no way they'll trade with us honestly." On the first floor of Zhongzhou Pavilion, Cao Wenbin and the other two were rapidly flipping through various documents while chatting casually. The cooperation is very tacit. However, the positions of the three people are quite interesting. They clearly came together, but now they have split into two factions. Cao Wenbin and Chen Chouying stood on one side of the shelf, while Zhu Qingqing stood alone on the other side. The three of them can see each other through the hollow lattices of the shelf. But I can't see it very clearly. And precisely because of this, as Cao Wenbin watched, his heart began to become confused. There was nothing he could do, because Chen Chouying's body fragrance kept coming into his nose. In this situation, unless there are physical and mental problems, no matter who takes over, they will definitely not be able to remain calm. Now that the heart is moved, the hands will naturally not be honest. Of course, his mouth was not idle either. He didn't even use his brain and just answered without thinking. Of course there is a plan. I've long seen from the old man's eyes that he won't fulfill his promise. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be trying to take advantage of us when we ask for something. That's a great idea. What a pity. It was just a step too far. He thought our target was the baby. But in fact, our goal is the intelligence here. As long as you find what you want, you can always put oil on the soles of your feet. Take us. Let him dream on. The tone is not loud. It can even be said to be quite bland. But Zhu Qingqing's eyes lit up when she heard it. At the same time, I feel quite emotional. No wonder even after suffering such a huge setback, the Jun family is still not sure about giving up on this kid. Not to mention anything else, just the brain alone, few people can compare to him. But just when she was about to ask something else, a faint voice suddenly came into her ears. But when she looked in the direction of the sound, she found nothing. Are you hallucinating? Oh, the pressure lately is really too great. She shook her head speechlessly, then continued to flip through the book. After all, Zhun Xiaoyao has made it very clear that the sooner they find the information they want, the sooner they can seize the initiative. But although she was calm, Chen Chouying over there exploded. You're crazy, you little brat. Look carefully at who I am. If you dare to move again, I'll beat you up, do you believe it? He lowered his voice very low, obviously because he was afraid of disturbing Zhu Qingqing. But the anger in it could not be concealed. But Cao Wenbin, who didn't miss a word, immediately curled his lips in disdain. He knew very well that this woman was just pretending. It's not that my acting is bad, it's just that he found the flaw. But it is written quite clearly on this woman's data column. Loyalty, 88. With this value, let alone such a small problem, even if it were a little higher, there would be no problem at all. And the fact is, it is indeed so. As a result, after discovering that Cao Wenbin was not moved at all, Chen Choying soon couldn't hold it anymore. After just a few minutes, her tone gradually softened. At the same time, she also understood that this little brat must have discovered something. Otherwise, it would never be so excessive. Forget it, just have a good talk with him. There's no need to hide it anymore. Do it when you think of it. The next moment, she turned around quickly. Unfortunately, although the idea was good, all the words she had just prepared were forgotten after they met face to face. I opened my mouth for a long time but couldn't say a word. How so? That shouldn't be the case. At this moment, I should be speaking righteously and sternly. Confused. It's even more annoying. But before she could come to her senses, Cao Wenbin's simple words made her collapse. Sister Choying, don't you think what's happening here is bizarre? That alien is so perverted. Tell me, could this also be an illusion? Chapter 494 Divine Pearl. This myth is quite interesting. As the saying goes, hard work pays off. Zhu Qingqing, whose whole mind was focused on books, soon found a book that made her excited. What is recorded above is the origin of this galaxy. According to the book, a long, long time ago, this place was a wasteland. Not to mention planets, there isn't even a speck of dust. Until two extremely powerful men came here and a war broke out, everything began to change. That battle was a bloody one. In the end, it ended with one side winning a tragic victory. Although the winner was victorious, the victor did not have the ability to kill his opponent. So, in order to eliminate the trouble forever, the victor used the planet as the base and the body of the defeated as the material to directly set up a sacrificial array. In the center of this galaxy, the planet that is always glowing and emitting heat is not burning some ordinary matter, but the spiritual energy and vitality in the body of the defeated. Of course, these outer planets are not simple either. An extremely powerful treasure is placed on each one. The purpose is to prevent the defeated party from having a chance to turn the tables. Until it is completely burned out. Oh my god. The more she looked, the more amazed Zhu Qingqing's face became. Although this book states at the beginning that all of this is just a myth passed down by the older generation. The authenticity cannot be verified at all. But Zhu Qingqing has already confirmed from various clues that all this is absolutely true. And the strength of the two people fighting, if nothing unexpected happens, should be at the patrol level. After all, only a person like this could cause such a big commotion. No, this news is so important. I have to pass it on as soon as possible. Especially the ancestors' side. What they are exploring is the planet that glows. Thinking of this, she suddenly raised her head. Then he prepared to call Zhun Xiaoyao and Chen Choying. But soon, she was confused. Because there was no trace of those two people in front of her. She didn't believe it and changed several grids, but the result was still the same. It's just air. Am I just too engrossed in watching? Has anyone seen inside? This guess is reasonable. So after shaking her head, she walked inside. But what she didn't expect was that after she searched the entire first floor, she didn't find even a hair. The same goes for the second floor, which she had high hopes for. Depend on. Are these two people here to read information or to travel? You're walking so fast. I rolled my eyes speechlessly. Then she went up to the third floor again. This time, she walked even more resolutely. After all, this is the last floor. Chen Choying and Zhun Xiaoyao must be up there. And the facts proved that her guess was correct. But as soon as she crossed the formation between the floors, her face changed immediately. Because a shoe appeared in front of her. High heels. Logically speaking, this thing should be on Chen Choying's feet. But now it is. At the same time, what she had previously thought was an auditory hallucination also entered her ears again. Depend on. She is not stupid. And he is an experienced person. So it's clear what this all means. So she put her high heels on the ground and went downstairs without looking back. Although she left in a very cool manner, Her heart could not calm down for a long time. My mind is a mess. That brat Xiaoyao is too resourceful. I originally thought it would take him at least a few months. I didn't expect. And you, Chen Chouying. This time, I wonder what excuses you can come up with. Illusion can't take the blame for you anymore. The more she muttered, the higher the corners of her mouth turned up. Of course, she didn't think about it any further. After all, her man has been dead for decades. She was afraid something might happen. In order to divert her attention, she picked up a book from the shelf. The Origin of the Soul-Devouring Curtain. Is this the protective shield outside this city? Originally, she looked very relaxed. But as soon as these words came out, she instantly became energetic. And this book is indeed worthy of her reaction. One sentence in particular really lifted her spirits. The operation of this formation was all realized from the Divine Pearl. Therefore, future generations must never forget the kindness of the Divine Pearl. This time, Zhu Qingqing could no longer sit still. Her intuition told her that the so-called magic pearl should be what they are looking for. But soon, she forced herself to calm down. As for the reason, intuition cannot be used as evidence. She needs more evidence. So she quickly started checking out other books. Really. But after just a few books, she stopped flipping through them. Because all the books are in the high-frequency refreshing beads. And their attitude is extremely respectful. One of the books even bluntly stated that the Divine Pearl was the mother of their Spirit Fish clan. Without the magic pearl, there would be no Spirit Fish clan. Now there's only one question left. That's where the Divine Pearl is. Thinking of this, she immediately looked anxiously at the stairs leading to the third floor. She wanted to call the two people upstairs. But her legs felt like they were filled with lead and she couldn't lift them up at all. Forget it, let's wait. Anyway, based on experience, it will only take half a quarter of an hour at most. Although this matter is urgent, it doesn't matter this much. I have to say, empiricism is indeed harmful. So, Zhu Qingqing waited for a quarter of an hour after another, but still could not see Cao Wenbin. Just when her patience was exhausted and she was about to doze off, the formation leading to the third floor began to fluctuate. The first person to appear was none other than Chen Chouying, whose face was extremely pale, as if she had no bones. You still remember to come down. Without any hesitation, Zhu Qingqing went to meet him immediately. At the same time, she finally understood why her best friend surrendered so quickly. 3 hours. That's 3 hours. No matter who takes over, no one can handle this. Of course, while she was shocked, she also felt a little envious. Especially when Zhun Xiaoyao appeared, this feeling of envy became even stronger. How can he be so relaxed? Just like nothing happened. This is unscientific. Chapter 495 Zhun Chenxi arrives. What are you daydreaming about? Help me to the chair and rest for a while. Also, do you have any water? I'm so thirsty. Chen Chouying was not surprised at all about Zhu Qingqing's appearance. After all, she wasted too much time this time. It would be a disaster if Zhu Qingqing didn't come. She was even sure that Zhu Qingqing must have gone to the third floor. Otherwise, I would never have been waiting here. This time, I'm really embarrassed. But it's worth it. I don't know what she thought of, but she licked her lips subconsciously. But soon, she became extremely weak again. There's nothing we can do, since Zhu Qingqing came back with the water. Drink now, don't get dehydrated anymore. You're such a fool. It's not like there's no future, so why bother trying so hard? Cough. Chen Chouying, who had just taken a big gulp of water, was choked immediately. Then she rolled her eyes at her best friend without saying anything. Do you think I want to? But the key point is that this is not something I can control. My life is in their hands. What else can I do except cooperate obediently? Okay, stop making sarcastic remarks. Looking at your appearance, you must have discovered something. Hurry up and tell me. The intention to change the subject is quite obvious. But it is very useful. Look, Zhu Qingqing, who was about to continue teasing, suddenly became serious. Then he told the two of them everything about the origin of this galaxy and the matter of the magic pearl. That's actually the case. No surprises. Both Cao Wenbin and Chen Chouying were shocked by these words. But just as the three were about to brainstorm and analyze which force was in the hands of the Divine Pearl at the moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly reached their ears. Then, 3 seniors, just now, another person appeared outside the soul-devouring curtain. Extremely strong. According to the Great Elder, he is no match for me. And this person is similar to the three of you in both clothing and appearance. So the Great Elder asked me to ask if he is your friend. All three of them were stunned. Then he subconsciously prepared to use his spiritual sense to investigate. But soon, they all shook their heads helplessly. As soon as their spiritual consciousness came out, they suddenly remembered that the role of spiritual consciousness on this planet was extremely limited. It doesn't serve the purpose of investigation at all. Forget it, I'd better go and see it myself. If nothing unexpected happens, the ancestor must be worried about Wenbin's safety, so he sent someone over again. The idea is very practical. Therefore, the three of them did not hesitate, and disappeared from the spot in a flash. But when he appeared, he was already under the curtain. Why is he here? Oh no, something's going to happen. At the beginning, the two girls' faces were full of curiosity. But when they saw the person outside the curtain, their expressions changed immediately. Especially Chen Chouying. If Zhu Qingqing hadn't been quick and subconsciously helped her, she would have had to sit on the ground. It's not that they have poor tolerance. It's really because the person outside has a very special identity. Jun Chenxi, Chen Chouying's husband. To be honest, if this happened yesterday, Chen Chouying would definitely not have such a big reaction. After all, everything is an illusion. It's understandable. But after today's trip to the third floor, she no longer had that down-to-earth energy. Therefore, but just when Chen Chouying was at a loss, Zhu Qingqing suddenly spoke. Calm down. Don't worry, as long as you don't let anything slip, he won't be able to find out. Even if there are some things wrong, we have enough reasons. Each one of them can make him speechless. Chen Chouying was stunned. Then it all became clear. Yes, she has cleaned up the battlefield. All the flaws have long disappeared. If that's the case, then what's there to be afraid of? Without substantial evidence, who would dare to gossip? It's true that those involved are often confused, while those who are on the sidelines can see things more clearly. A faint smile. Then, she became confident. The look in his eyes when he looked at Jun Chenxi also returned to its previous state. Husband, why are you here? Did something happen outside? He shook his head decisively. No. It's just that after knowing that someone from the Cao family came in, I was a little worried about you. Plus, there was nothing else going on outside, so I followed them in. Chen Chouying felt warm in her heart when she heard this. Seeing that the few people were chatting so enthusiastically, the elder did not hesitate and made a gap on the curtain. At the same time, a gleam of light flashed across his eyes. He was originally worried that these two women might not be enough. After all, 150 years ago, those aliens were already able to kill the second-grade peak emperor. After so many years of development, who knows how strong it will become. But now, he is not worried at all. As long as these three strong men follow orders, the aliens will definitely not be able to cause any waves. Looks like we need a more thorough plan. Try to make them die together. It's a nice thought. But what he didn't know was that Cao Wenbin and others, who had just finished reminiscing about the past, were also studying them at this time. I think the so-called Divine Pearl must have fallen into the hands of those aliens. Otherwise, there's no way to explain all this. I don't believe that such a miraculous creature could be born naturally in this world. That alien leader must have been transformed by the Divine Pearl. This was said by Jun Chenxi. It can be said to be well-founded. However, as soon as his voice transmission faded away, Chen Chouying immediately expressed a different opinion. Absolutely not. From those documents, it's clear that the Spirit Fish clan has long known how magical the Divine Pearl is. If that's the case, how could it be lost so easily? Don't forget, the Spirit Fish clan is only at an absolute disadvantage, not completely exterminated. So I think the Divine Pearl must still be in the control of the Spirit Fish clan. But where exactly it is, that's hard to say. Until the critical moment, they will never let it appear in the world. After all, that's their only hope. That makes sense too. In addition, Chen Chouying was very imposing, so Jun Chenxi was instantly wilted. There's nothing he can do about it, it's because he has been henpecked since he was a child. After discovering that she had the upper hand, the smile on Chen Chouying's face suddenly became even more intense. So what do we do? It's very simple. Find a way to destroy this soul-devouring curtain. If that happens, given the aliens' habits, they will definitely rush over. And once the situation becomes life or death, the divine pearl will inevitably appear. Chapter 496 Urgent Request for Help. Well, do you have anything else to add? These words no longer sounded like a discussion, but more like an order. Of course, this domineering attitude is only directed at Zhun Chenxi. When Chen Choying turned around and faced Zhun Xiaoyao completely, she immediately put on a different expression. It can be said that it is as gentle as it can be. Xiaoyao, what do you think? Zhun Chenxi rolled his eyes immediately. But he didn't say anything. I didn't think there was anything wrong with it. After all, the relationship is there. No one would think too much. But what he didn't notice was that Zhu Qingqing was already shaking her head frantically at this moment. As expected, love is something that is played out, instead of chatting it out. At the same time, a hint of curiosity emerged in Zhu Qingqing's heart. She really wanted to know how heavy this love was. But although her thoughts were in a mess, after she noticed that Chen Choying's eyes were becoming more and more dull, she immediately stood up and tried to smooth things over. Chu Ying, you must have fallen asleep. Why ask a child about such a big thing? We just have to make the decision. Not much talk. But it is quite useful. As a result, Chen Choying quickly woke up after being reminded of this. Then, in order to hide her embarrassment, she immediately and quickly arranged what everyone needed to do next. Since you have no objections, then my husband, go investigate the specific strength of the alien army. After all, only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. As for the three of us, leave the destruction of the curtain to us. The arrangement is quite reasonable. So, Zhun Chenxi left again before his feet even warmed up. And quite happy. Silly child. If you leave, the things that belong to you will be even further away from you. Looking at Zhun Chenxi's back, Zhu Qingqing's eyes were full of sympathy. But this emotion comes quickly and goes just as quickly. After just a few breaths, all her attention fell back on Chen Choying. She really wanted to know what her best friend was thinking. She couldn't keep things secret, so she didn't hide it. The art of transmitting sound was immediately used. Chu Ying, how are you going to deal with this? Delaying is definitely not an option. You can only use this tactic of scouting the enemy's situation once. Sooner or later, the two of them will meet again. Silence. Chen Choying didn't say anything for a long time. Obviously, this question made her very conflicted. It was not until the three of them strolled to the door of an inn that her voice rang out again. Let's take it one step at a time. Actually, I think they can coexist. After all, their needs are not the same. One needs a soul, the other a body. There's no conflict at all. So just time it right. This time, it was Zhu Qingqing's turn to be silent. She never thought that her best friend could say such a thing. This is too. But her silence did not affect Chen Choying. Seeing the waiter coming over, Chen Choying immediately said, "Open 2 rooms. Prepare a table of good food and wine." As soon as she finished speaking, she took Zhun Xiaoyao's hand and walked towards the table with the best view. As for how to live in the 2 rooms later. Time flies so fast, in the blink of an eye, 2 days are gone. And the good qualities of my aunt have been fully demonstrated in these 2 days. Look, Cao Wenbin is almost at a loss because of the serving he has received. During the day, clothes are provided for you and food is served to you without any preparation. You don't have to do anything. And when the night came. Of course, when some people are happy, others will be sad. In just 2 days, Zhu Qingqing, an outsider, was tortured to the point of losing a lot of weight. There's nothing she can do about it, it's because she really can't sleep well. So, unable to bear it any longer, she dragged the attractive Chen Choying to her room. From today until this matter is over, you must sleep with me. Very tough words, but Chen Choying exploded immediately. Why? You know how rare this opportunity is, so what's wrong with me indulging myself? Good boy, I'll be with you when Chenxi comes back. After she finished speaking, she immediately prepared to go back. No delay. After all, it's going to be dark soon. The nightlife is about to begin again. But just as she stood up, Zhu Qingqing grabbed one of her arms. Then he pointed at his eyes and yelled, "Look at the blood in there. You're having a blast. But what about me? If this continues, I'm going to go crazy." Zhu Qingqing thought that since she had already said so much, even if Chen Choying was greedy, she would definitely compromise. But what she didn't expect was, "So this is what you wanted to do. How about this, I bite the towel tonight. Not surprisingly, Zhu Qingqing went crazy. Fortunately, the knock on the door came in time, otherwise, this inn made of shells would definitely not survive the night. Two seniors, are you here? Our spirit fish clan has encountered a major incident and is in urgent need of your assistance. So our great elder would like to invite you two over. The two women were stunned. Then they all became serious. They may play or make noise, but they still know what to do and when. Therefore, just a few breaths later, Chen Choying's majestic voice reached the ears of the visitor. I see. You lead the way. We'll be there soon. The person knocking on the door was overjoyed. Then, without saying a word, he ran straight towards a huge coral tree. That's where the great elder lives. It is also the place where the spirit fish clan holds important meetings. To be honest, if it were someone else, it would have to be delayed for a while. After all, this is more conducive to negotiations. But Cao Wenbin and the other two did not do so. As soon as the messenger arrived, they followed him in. You three are truly trustworthy. By the way, have you decided what you want? As the one asking for help, the great elder naturally did not dare to put on airs. The moment he saw the three people, he went straight out to greet them. The tone was full of humility. Obviously, the trouble they encountered this time must be quite big. Otherwise, it would never have been like this. Cao Wenbin and others would naturally not miss this God-given opportunity to blackmail. Zhu Qingqing was even about to ask about the magic pearl. Chapter 497. Get ready to take action. As a close friend, Chen Choying really knows Zhu Qingqing to the core. Therefore, as soon as Zhu Qingqing opened her mouth, Chen Choying immediately pulled her. Ask for the magic pearl directly. Is this a joke? If you really say it out loud, it will not bring any benefit except making the other party more alert. As the best partner of the past 2 days, Chen Choying has taken action, so Cao Wenbin will naturally not be idle either. Without even a moment's hesitation, he took over the conversation immediately. After looking for a long time, the most valuable thing here is only the arrangement of the curtains. To be honest, this thing is really something. If we can bring it back, it will really take our strength to the next level. Of course, the premise of all this still depends on how big this busy period is. If too much effort is required, a curtain might not be enough. The more he spoke, the smile on Cao Wenbin's face grew bigger. However, the great elder, who had heard every word, immediately turned face black. The curtain is not enough. Do you still want the magic pearl? But the situation is stronger than people. So even though he was already furious, he not only didn't dare to lash out, but could only put on a smile. Mr. Jun is right. You get what you work for, that's how it should be. By the way, I called you three here this time because city number 3 is about to collapse. I don't know what inspired those aliens, but since yesterday, they've been desperately attacking the curtain. No care was taken about casualties. If this pace continues, City 3 will fall within a day. By then, the billions of people in the city. Obviously, he wants to use moral kidnapping. Unfortunately, he obviously found the wrong person. Morality. Cao Wenbin has everything he wants in his life. But there is no morality. Because of this, before the great elder could finish his words, Cao Wenbin interrupted him with a wave of his hand. I already know the general situation. Now, let's talk about the specific terms. Fighting against aliens is no easy task. I think you know better than us how dangerous it is. So one method of setting up a curtain is definitely not enough. How about this? You open your clan's treasure house and let us pick 4 things at random. As long as you agree, as soon as we choose the item, we will immediately set out to contain the alien experts outside City No. 3 inches. Without any surprise, as soon as the last 2 sentences were spoken, all the senior members of the Lingyu clan, one by one, stood up immediately. Their expressions were all distorted to the extreme. Then, they all opened their catfish-like mouths. Judging from his appearance, he was obviously about to start cursing. But just when they were about to speak, the great elder took the lead. Since Master Jun is so happy, then I will naturally not be stingy. Old 8, please accompany these 3 distinguished guests. Remember, don't play any tricks. As soon as he finished speaking, he made a gesture of invitation. His face was full of smiles. And his prestige among the Spirit Fish clan is indeed beyond doubt. As soon as he opened his mouth, the others who were about to say something immediately became dispirited. It was not until Cao Wenbin and the others had completely left the coral tree that someone reluctantly asked, "Great Elder, the reward we gave is too generous. And if we give them all the good stuff, how are we supposed to develop after everything is over?" The more he talked, the more excited he became. But soon, he dared not make a sound. Because he suddenly discovered that the water cup in the elder's hand had turned into powder at some point. You know, that is a high-end handicraft made of water spirit stone. Extremely hard. But now it is. Of course, as the great elder, he wouldn't just compete with the water cup. After taking a few breaths, a sneer gradually appeared on his face. "Don't worry, our things are not that easy to take. Don't forget, those aliens will take advantage of any female they see. With the strength of those two women, the alien army will definitely not miss them as soon as they show up. When both sides are evenly matched, that will be our chance to strike back. When that happens, I will not only take back everything I gave away, but I will also imprison these two bitches. Let them completely become our thugs. A race whose highest rank is only a third-grade emperor naturally wouldn't have anything good. Therefore, after randomly selecting 4 things that were barely pleasing to the eye and learning the arrangement method of the soul-devouring curtain, Cao Wenbin and the other 2 quickly rushed out of the curtain. Of course, the 3 of them didn't run too far. Soon it stopped at a trench. At the same time, Jun Chenshi, who had disappeared for 2 days, happened to appear. "Husband, how is your investigation going? Does the alien have the strength to threaten us?" "I have to say, Chen Choying is indeed very trustworthy. Look, she really gave her body to Cao Wenbin and her soul to Jun Chenshi. After meeting again, she immediately maximized her emotional value. That sweet little voice can make people sick to death." Jun Chenshi, who knew nothing, was indeed lost. There is nothing but love in those eyes. Of course, although his mind was confused, his mouth was not idle. He then took the opportunity to tell everyone everything he had gained from this trip. "Those aliens are really something. According to my observation, they currently have a total of 6 third-grade emperors. The strongest alien king has even reached the level of a half-step 4th rank. If I hadn't come, you would have been in real danger. As for why they suddenly rioted, if nothing unexpected happens, they should have eaten up all the edible things on this planet. In order to continue evolving, this is the only option left." As soon as these words came out, a gleam of light suddenly flashed in Cao Wenbin's eyes. Then he couldn't wait to ask, "Have you found a way to lure these guys? We have confirmed that the divine pearl is most likely in the hands of the great elder. But he's very vigilant, so we must make them feel the crisis. That way, we can lure the snake out of its hole." "What you said makes sense and is well-founded." So, Jun Chenshi subconsciously looked at Jun Xiaoyao. Chapter 498, Start Attacking. "You kid, how old are you? Why are you still so clingy?" Looking at Jun Xiaoyao, who was clinging to his wife, Jun Chenshi subconsciously shook his head. But soon, he no longer cared about these details. He flipped his right hand and immediately took out a black object. It looks like pebbles, but it is quite soft. After noticing that everyone's attention was on him, Jun Chenshi immediately introduced it with a proud look on his face. "This thing is called the Thousand Change Stone. It's a specialty of this planet. It's also the alien's favorite food besides living things. It's just this tiny piece, and I used up all my strength to snatch it from the mouths of so many aliens. If it were in the past, the alien wouldn't have made such a big fuss over such a small thing. But now it's different. They've been hungry for a long time. Once they smell this thing, they will definitely riot immediately." After he finished speaking, Jun Chenshi, who was already excited, took the initiative to volunteer. "By the way, judging by your looks, you should have figured out how to open the curtain. In that case, I'll just go on a run and try to attract as many aliens as possible." I have to say that as the former head of the Jun family, Jun Chenshi is still somewhat responsible. And he wasn't just talking nonsense. After looking at Chen Choying affectionately, his figure disappeared again. The performance was perfect, but what he didn't know was that as soon as he left, Chen Choying's body was already slowly moving towards the shadows. As for who this means, Chen Choying, are you crazy? The journey between the 2 cities is only an hour at most. Don't you want to let go of this little bit of time? Soon, Zhu Qingqing discovered something unusual. Then, a look of disbelief appeared on his little face. But what responded to him was a helpless smile. "I don't have any idea. Someone's jealous." But don't worry, I will try my best to solve the problem within 2 hours. The voice is very firm, also full of confidence. But Zhu Qingqing immediately rolled her eyes in response. If he had said this a few days ago, he would definitely have believed it. But now, Great Elder, something terrible has happened. Our instruments just sent out an alarm, saying that a large number of aliens are heading towards us at a rapid speed. The leader seems to be the alien king again. In the coral tree, the Great Elder, who had changed to a new water cup, was drinking the spiritual liquid of heaven and earth with a serious expression. This is also something unique to this water ball. Only a little is produced every 1,000 years. Extremely precious. In the past, it would have been impossible for people to drink it like water. Even the Great Elder can't do it. But this is a different time. The Spirit Fish clan is currently in a troubled time, and this spiritual liquid of heaven and earth is just the thing that can enhance their strength. Therefore, as the strongest of the Spirit Fish clan, the Great Elder could not care less. After all, once he can break through to the 4th level, it may not completely solve the current crisis, but it will definitely relieve a lot of pressure. But just when he was secretly calculating how much more he needed to drink in order to break through, Lao Ju's shout scared him so much that he spat out the spiritual liquid of heaven and earth in his mouth. Then, he stood up in a flash. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? By the way, is it possible that the instrument is broken? Obviously, he doesn't want to face reality. But just a few breaths later, he had to face it. Because, hiss, a chirping sound came directly into his ears. Very sharp. Then, his expression changed immediately. A thin layer of sweat soon appeared on his forehead. He recognized it, it was the voice of the alien. Judging from the size, it seems that the other party has already rushed into the curtain. Impossible. However, this idea came quickly, but it also went away quickly. After all, the canopy is not just for decoration. It will take 3 days for the alien army to attack City No. 3. Not to mention the main city with stronger defense. I must have misheard. But reality soon slapped him in the face again. Of course, this time, the sound was no longer the alien's cry, but the screams of his compatriots. Help! Damn it! Why did the sky curtain suddenly disappear? Could it be that someone would cut corners on a project that involves lives? Go to hell, you beast. No matter what I say today, I'm going to drag you down with me. His face changed again. All the previous fears disappeared. What replaced it was deep despair. Having fought against aliens for 300 years, he knew very well the consequences of being attacked by aliens. It is no exaggeration to say that their Lingyu tribe is finished. How so? I personally supervised the construction of the soul-devouring curtain. All the materials are of the best quality. It didn't save a penny at all. The way it started is even more. When he said this, his whole body trembled. Then he sat down on the ground. I see. I understand everything. It turns out we were tricked by those bitches. They should be in cahoots with the aliens. Everything we did was to figure out how the curtain would open. The more he thought about it, the sadder the smile on his face became. The more imposing the person is, the weaker his aura will be. It was not until a group of blood-covered soldiers rushed in that he barely regained some spirit. Great Elder, please take our elites away quickly. There are already aliens everywhere outside. We can't hold on any longer. The person who came looked very anxious. But the Great Elder was neither hurried nor slow. After slowly getting up, he even had the mood to shake off the dust on his body. When his body was completely clean, he said to Lao Ju beside him, "Your talent is the highest among the younger generation of our clan. You can definitely say she's the hope of our tribe. So you can leave with the things you have prepared." Hearing this, Lao Ju, who was originally prepared to live and die with the race, was suddenly stunned. But when he reacted, he immediately shook his head. No, absolutely not. Great Elder, my ability is totally insufficient to convince the crowd. And without a master in charge, even if we escape this planet, where can we go? It makes sense, but the Great Elder didn't care about it at all. After tearing open a crack in space, he kicked Lao Ju directly in. Don't waste time. My goal is too big, it's impossible for me to leave. Therefore, everything from now on will depend on you. Remember, no matter what, you have to survive. Chapter 499, About to Succeed. Why are you the only one left? Where are Chouying and Xiaoyao? Jun Chenshi, who rushed back to the canyon quickly, still had a smug look on his face. In his opinion, what would greet him next would definitely be 3 pairs of eyes full of admiration. Especially Chen Chouying's, there must be deep love. But when he landed, he was stunned. The person I want to see is not here at all. The only thing left was a blush on her face, as if it was a lot. What's going on? Zhun Chenxi's face was full of question marks. And his words scared Zhu Qingqing. Then there was even more sweat on the little face. Depend on. 2 hours, did it go by so quickly? I only blinked a few times. No. The most urgent thing now is to get this guy away. The progress over there is less than 1/10. If we delay any longer, something will definitely happen. The more Zhu Qingqing thought about it, the more anxious she became. And human potential is indeed infinite. As she was forced into a corner, a flash of inspiration suddenly came to her mind. Just do it. The corners of her mouth curled up, and then she quickly said, the moment they saw the alien, Chuying and Xiaoyao rushed into the city. They're afraid that the people from the Spirit Fish clan will escape with the Divine Pearl. So I went to keep an eye on it in advance. To be honest, if I hadn't been waiting for you, I would have gone there a long time ago. This reason is quite reasonable. No one can find fault with it. So, Zhun Chenxi, who had just landed, immediately floated into the air again. In that case, what are you waiting for? Let's go over there quickly. The Spirit Fish clan is in quite a mess right now. Although Chu Ying's strength is okay, it's not safe. The corners of Zhu Qingqing's mouth twitched unconsciously. What a good man. Always think about your wife. Can. Of course, her thoughts were just random thoughts, but her reaction was extremely quick. Soon, she caught up with Zhun Chenxi. But just when the two of them rushed out a few hundred meters, Zhun Chenxi suddenly slammed on the brakes. Then he frowned and said, "Hey, I seem to have heard Chu Ying's voice just now." Zhu Qingqing's heart tightened. She was sure that it was not an illusion. Because she heard it too. But even though his heart was as clear as a mirror, his expression immediately changed when the words came to his lips. How long have you two been apart? You've already missed me so much. Okay, let's go. Otherwise, by the time we get there, the daylilies might be cold. After saying that, she flew forward alone. With her action, Zhun Chenxi naturally felt embarrassed to stay any longer. He scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense, and when he found that there was indeed nothing there, he quickly chased after him. But what he didn't know was, "You little bastard, you're so brave." Zhu Qingqing and Zhun Chenxi are both very fast. In addition, the trench was not far from the main city, so it didn't take long for the two of them to arrive at the destination. And what a coincidence. As soon as they arrived, they discovered a huge reef with a hollow interior and tens of thousands of people inside, secretly floating towards the sea. And I don't know what method was used to make this thing, but it is so huge that even a blind person can't see it. But the aliens near it showed no intention of attacking at all. Don't even look at it. Just let it float away slowly. This should be the last resort of the Spirit Fish clan. If nothing unexpected happens, what's inside should be the spark of the Spirit Fish clan's revival. And the most important thing, the Divine Pearl, must be inside. Thinking of this possibility, Zhu Qingqing and Zhun Chenxi could no longer sit still. After looking at each other, he immediately used the invisibility technique to the extreme. Then he quickly caught up with the reef. As for how to sneak in, this is not difficult at all. There are many holes on the reef. Therefore, the two of them didn't have to spend any effort at all and sneaked in very easily. The situation inside really opened their eyes. It's more like a city than an escape tool. After all, here you can find whatever you want. There are parks, schools, hospitals, and even gymnasiums. And soon, the two discovered countless animal cubs. Wide variety. There are 4 of them, half male and half female. It seems like this is something they have prepared long ago. It would take decades to build something of this scale. The more they looked, the more excited they became. They knew they had found the right place. As a result, the two of them subconsciously quickened their pace. And their hard work paid off. After just over 10 minutes, they met an acquaintance. Old 9. Get started. Without any hesitation. There wasn't even a hint of hesitation. The moment they were sure they were not mistaken, the two of them pounced on Lao Ju together. As for the results, he is just a monk in the Holy Realm. In front of the 2 emperors, he is like an ant. Not even qualified to struggle. Look, with just one move, he fell to the ground. It's you. It seems that the Great Elder's guess was correct. You and the aliens are indeed in cahoots. When Lao Ju reacted, he immediately glared at the two of them. At the same time, there is a strong sense of self-blame. After all, he was the one who brought these guys back. If they had just left at that time, the Spirit Fish clan would definitely not have suffered such a miserable fate. But Zhu Qingqing and the other one didn't care about his mood. The next moment, an attack landed directly on his right leg. It turned him into a cripple. Hand over the divine pearl quickly. Otherwise, next time, I won't crush your legs, but this broken stone. Send all of you to heaven. This threat is indeed cruel. If the people here really died, then the Spirit Fish clan would really have no hope at all. But the feeling of fear did not stay in Lao Ju's heart for too long. After just a few breaths, the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. Then, crush the ark. I'll lend you some courage. Don't forget, there are aliens everywhere outside. If the ark breaks down, you won't be any better off. The voice was full of madness. But before he could show off, Zhu Qingqing's words directly destroyed his room. Your brain is so simple it makes me sad. Since we were able to come in quietly, doesn't that mean the aliens can't do anything to us? Besides, even if we don't want to cause trouble, we can just kill people and not destroy the stone itself. Tell me, how long will it take for the two of us to kill you guys with just tens of thousands of people? Chapter 500. The Oriole is behind. Lao Ju collapsed. Watching your tribe being slaughtered for a dead thing. He can't do it, so just when Zhu Qingqing was about to take action, he immediately took out a box from his arms. Very quaint. The atmosphere is also mysterious. You can tell at first glance that it is not an ordinary thing. That's right, I wish you happiness. The next moment, she grabbed the box in her hands. But the good times didn't last long. After just a few breaths, a murderous look appeared on her beautiful face. Not only her, Jun Chenshi is the same. Because inside the box, there was nothing they expected. What caught the eyes of the two was just a bead that was so ordinary that it couldn't be more ordinary. Pa! With a wave of her arm, Zhu Qingqing threw the box directly in front of Lao Ju. How dare you make fun of me? Good, very good. Since you are determined to protect the treasure even at the cost of your life, I will grant your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Qingqing's imperial aura suddenly burst out. She didn't do it directly. But her actions were even more terrifying than taking direct action. After all, those who can enter the stone are all young people. There are not many people who have reached the Nirvana realm. The vast majority of them are at the human king level. Even if these ants try their best, they can't compete with the Emperor's aura. So soon, the sound of knees hitting the ground began to ring out one after another. Immediately afterwards, there was an explosion. But Lao Ju turned a deaf ear to all this. His eyes were fixed on the already damaged box, and he was speechless for a long time. It was not until the smell of blood entered his nose that a bitter arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. I see. I understand everything. Where is the fire? It's just a bunch of pawns. A bunch of pawns drawing fire for him. He was only concerned with protecting himself from the beginning, and didn't even consider anyone else. Recalling the various abnormal behaviors of the Great Elder before, Lao Ju's smile gradually became crazy. Of course, his reaction has no impact on the overall situation at all. Not long after, his consciousness began to dissipate. Now, I guessed right again. The Divine Pearl is the real target of that group of people. On a branch of the coral tree, the Great Elder, who had changed into special attire, was staring at the ark nervously. In the eyes of others, he is worried about the younger generation. But in fact, he was just waiting for the opportunity. And his hard work did not let him down. Soon, the huge ark began to shake slightly. Something obviously happened. So, he, who was already extremely anxious, rushed directly to the sea without saying a word. There is nothing hidden. There were no detours. It's just straight up and down. But the amazing thing is that the overwhelming alien army has become blind again. I turned a deaf ear again. Obviously, the Spirit Fish clan has not been on the passive defensive all the time in the past 300 years. They did a lot of research too. If they were given more time, it would be hard to say who would win. Without the harassment from the aliens, his escape was quite smooth. Not only was there no obstacle in the sea, he was not even attacked in the sky where he could see thousands of miles away. Finally got out. It's a good feeling to feel relaxed. Looking at the dark universe, a curve soon appeared at the corner of the Great Elder's mouth. Then he made a swipe of his right hand, and a bead emitting bright white light suddenly slid out from a crack in space. It looks quite tempting. You can tell at first glance that it is not an ordinary thing. And this thing obviously has a strong suppressive effect on the soul. As soon as it appeared, the Great Elder, whose spiritual awareness could originally project several miles away, could only see with his naked eyes. But despite being suppressed, excitement still appeared on the face of the Great Elder the moment he saw this thing. This is a real treasure. Compared to you, that soul-devouring curtain is pure garbage. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately stretched out his hand. Judging from his appearance, he was obviously planning to take the magic pearl closer and enjoy it carefully. But just when he was about to succeed, a momentum that seemed to be able to destroy the world suddenly surrounded him. Then, old man, you finally showed your true colors. It's a good thing. I'll keep it for you first. The Great Elder was shocked. Then he subconsciously sped up. Unfortunately, it's all too late. The magic pearl that was originally in his hand appeared in the hands of a peerless beauty in the blink of an eye. The person who came was none other than Yi Qinger. That's impossible. I've made so many arrangements and set up so many enchanting arrays, there's no way you can keep up with me. You should be competing with Fang Zhou right now. Yi Qinger, who was marveling at the magic of the beads, immediately curled her lips in disdain after hearing this. Maze, are you talking about those monkey shows from before? Come on, that can only fool fools. My master has seen through everything. In his own words, you are definitely not someone who would sacrifice yourself for others. So there's no need to worry about anything else, just keep an eye on you. When the time comes, what we need will naturally appear in the world. Not much talk, but the impact on the Great Elder was quite huge. He never thought that he, who always claimed to be a wise man, would be completely seen through by others. Who is your master? Is it the one with the surname Zhu? Is it still the one with the surname Chen? Obviously, even now, he still doesn't take Cao Wenbin seriously. But Yi Qinger was immediately amused by these words. Just 2 shelves. One of them was even drooling. Is he worthy of being her master? Old man, no wonder you failed. Your vision is really bad. Haven't you ever thought about that man? The Great Elder was stunned. But soon, he started shaking his head frantically. Absolutely not. He's just a nirvana monk who hasn't even grown all his hair yet. How could he be the mastermind behind this? He's not even qualified enough to play against me. It's even more impossible for me to become the master of a strong man like you. Looking at the old man who was almost driven crazy, Yi Qinger rolled her eyes slightly. Then he didn't hesitate anymore, and gently squeezed it with his empty hand, turning it into powder all over the sky. Then, he turned his attention back to the planet. Calculating the time, the master should be done with his work. In that case, I should go back and report. Chapter 501 The Magic Pearl is obtained. You little brat, I just said something to him. Are you really that jealous? Do you know that I was so breasty just now? If I hadn't kept refusing, I would have let her take her away long ago. Even though he was extremely weak, a great emperor who needed someone to support him even when walking, Chen Choying's mouth was never idle. Unfortunately, her complaints had no killing power at all. After all, even a fool could see that her eyes were full of submission. This is more like acting coquettishly than complaining. And she obviously realized this. So, when she saw that Zhun Xiaoyao never responded and just laughed foolishly, she immediately became angry. She stretched out her little hand and was immediately ready to teach this brat who only knew how to take advantage but didn't know how to deal with the consequences, a lesson he would never forget. However, her little hand had just landed on Zhun Xiaoyao's waist, and before she could pinch him, an urgent voice suddenly came into her ears. Ma'am, I finally found you. How are you? Are you okay? As soon as she finished speaking, Zhu Qingqing, with a playful look on her face, and Zhun Chenxi, with an anxious look on his face, suddenly appeared in front of her. Ah, no surprises. Chen Choying, who had already forgotten about this cheap husband, immediately panicked. Fortunately, her reaction was not slow. Just a few breaths later, he recalled what Zhu Qingqing said when she sent Zhun Chenxi away. Luckily I endured the discomfort and eavesdropped. Otherwise, it will be the end. My heart is filled with joy. Then, she started to make up a story. I'm not hurt at all. I'm just so tired. Damn, this spirit fish clan is so cunning. They actually set so many traps. If I hadn't been careful enough, I might have fallen into their trap. By the way, how did you get? Have you found the divine pearl? Originally, Zhun Chenxi was still a little confused. Because he smelled a familiar yet strange scent on Chen Chouying. But as soon as the last two sentences came out, his attention was immediately diverted. The anger was rising even more. You're right, these guys are really cunning. We were fooled just like you. That great elder actually used tens of thousands of talented juniors as bait. How truly insane. Chen Chouying was stunned. She never thought that her fabricated story would come true. She originally thought that these two people came to look for her after finding the magic pearl. But I didn't expect. Alas, pursuing pleasure is indeed not the right path. It's really a waste of time. If I hadn't been controlled, there wouldn't have been so many unexpected things. This is not bragging. She has been at the helm of the Jun family for hundreds of years, so she is definitely capable enough. Even in that situation, she would still chase Fang Zhou. But we will definitely keep people here. In this way, the Great Elder's plan to escape will become a complete joke. But she had no idea that Cao Wenbin had taken her away early because he had seen her ability. After all, only in this way can we pass on the blame. In this way, he can get the magic pearl legitimately without revealing his identity. And the facts have proved that the magic pearl is fully worthy of his efforts. This is an innate treasure that can suppress the souls of others. Once it is used, no matter how strong one is, they will definitely be suppressed. The only difference is the effectiveness. The guy who was suppressed in the central area was unable to take over another body or reincarnate because of it. This thing is a perfect match with the Phantom Scepter from before. One suppresses, the other attacks. This way, even if I encounter patrollers, I should be able to protect myself. The more he thought about it, the more excited Cao Wenbin became. However, his thoughts did not continue to expand. After blaming herself, Chen Chouying finally spoke. In that case, let's get out of here. After all, now that the divine pearl is gone, this place has no value anymore. Hurry up and spread the news here. It will be of great benefit to us and other families. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately dragged Zhun Xiaoyao and flew towards the starry sky. There was no close contact with Zhun Chenxi throughout the whole process. That sickeningly sweet voice also completely disappeared. There's nothing she can do about it, since she really doesn't want to see her breasts again. And her action completely confused Zhun Chenxi. She left her husband alone and ran away with this little brat. What is this? Why do I always feel like something is wrong? Frowning. At the same time, an idea gradually emerged in his mind. But before he could sort it out, a reminder suddenly sounded in his ears. And it made quite a noise. Stop being in a daze. If we delay any longer, we will become two groups of people. I have to say, Zhu Qingqing is good at cleaning up the mess. Look, her voice completely interrupted Zhun Chenxi's thoughts. So, Zhun Chenxi, who was confused, could only follow with his head shaking. Chu Ying, you need to restrain yourself. If this continues, it will be exposed sooner or later. Don't you see? Your man is already worried. On the way to the central planet, Zhu Qingqing couldn't help it when she saw Chen Chouying and Zhun Xiaoyao becoming more and more sticky. Because she found that Zhun Chenxi began to fall into deep thought again. And his brows were getting tighter and tighter. In her opinion, since she had already given a reminder, this couple who shouldn't be together would definitely restrain themselves. But what she didn't expect was, I don't want to either. But Xiaoyao won't let go, what can I do? Now I can't refuse him at all. Oh, I just can't understand why he, a person in the Nirvana realm, has such a strong physical fitness. Also, weren't his kidneys swindled away by that Cao guy? Zhu Qingqing was stunned. I didn't come back to my senses for a long time. But she was not surprised at all about the kidneys. Because she had heard that the ancient holy body could repair itself. As long as the brain and heart are still there, all the damage can be slowly recovered. Zhun Xiaoyao has been rescued for such a long time, there is nothing wrong with him having this strength. Chapter 502 was handed over to someone else. Otherwise, give Xiaoyao to me. I'll take care of him. I'll return it to you when you want to use it. Although this won't solve the fundamental problem, as long as you avoid suspicion, it will at least alleviate the situation. Although a little confused, But as an outsider, Zhu Qingqing quickly came up with a solution. But the development of the matter was completely beyond her expectations. This is not. You don't want to experience Xiaoyao's power, do you? As she spoke, Chen Chouying subconsciously pulled Zhun Xiaoyao behind her. It was obvious that he was afraid that his treasure would be stolen. This action made Zhu Qingqing so angry that she was fuming. Then she was ready to be a hands-off boss. Never mind this crap again. But as soon as she turned her head, she immediately met Zhun Chenxi's puzzled eyes. So she had no choice but to swallow her anger. He started to persuade her again with earnest words. You think I'm you? I don't care about this little brat. Even if he is extremely strong. Don't worry, it will remain the same as it was when you gave it to me when you want to use it. Besides, I just asked you two to keep a little distance. It's not like you two will never see each other again. With you watching, even if I had the guts to steal, I wouldn't have a chance. This statement makes a lot of sense. In addition, Zhun Chenxi's expression did seem a little off. So after a little hesitation, Chen Chouying reluctantly gave in. Okay, I tried to talk to Xiaoyao. If he agrees, then I won't say anything. Zhu Qingqing rolled her eyes again. Let you chat. It would be strange if there was any good result. After making this judgment, she didn't even hesitate. He stretched out his big hand and pulled Zhun Xiaoyao to his side. Chen Chouying was not given any chance to speak. Then he said to Zhun Xiaoyao, in a domineering manner, for the sake of family harmony, you will be under my care for the time being. Remember, be obedient. Otherwise, be careful or I'll beat you up. Very domineering. But just when she thought that this little brat would be intimidated by her, something unexpected happened. Zhun Xiaoyao didn't give her any face at all. He turned around and prepared to return to Chen Chouying's arms. At the same time, a word full of disdain quickly entered her ears. Only a fool would follow you. Besides Sister Chouying, I have everything I want to eat and drink. It can be done anytime, anywhere. But what about those who are with you? What can I enjoy? No surprise. Zhu Qingqing rolled her eyes again. The anger in my body was also rising wildly. However, her hand speed is not slow. Zhun Xiaoyao had just turned around and hadn't even lifted her legs, but her little hand had already stretched out. I'll say it again. I'm informing you, instead of discussing it with you. If you dare to move again, I will make your butt burst. The wording is even harsher. But the result is still the same. The only difference is that Zhun Xiaoyao doesn't run away anymore. Instead, he looked at Zhun Chenxi. Judging from his expression, he obviously wants to say something. So, Zhu Qingqing immediately panicked. Her purpose is to help. But if this brat gets excited and says something, wouldn't she be making things worse? Little ancestor, I'm scared of you, is that okay? Tell me, what do I need to give you in order to stay with me? Let me make it clear first, going back is impossible. You two must avoid suspicion. Even if you're pretending, you have to pretend for a while. Otherwise, something really bad will happen. This statement is truly heartfelt. What made her happy was that Zhun Xiaoyao seemed to have listened. Look, he was struggling desperately just now, but as soon as the voice fell, he immediately became quiet. As expected of Xiaoyao, you still know the big picture. My heart is filled with relief. But it was obvious that she was happy too early. This is not. Actually, I don't want too much. As long as Sister Qingqing can ensure that my quality of life does not decline, that's all that matters. Whatever I enjoyed before, I must be able to enjoy afterward. The smile suddenly froze on his face. No decline in quality of life. Doesn't this mean that even if she is fine? You little brat, I think you're really itchy. I haven't taught you a lesson in a few years. Have you forgotten who I am? If you have the guts, repeat what you just said. Both the voice and the expression are stern. But Cao Wenbin was not afraid at all. Instead, he threw himself directly into her arms. Look, there's a misunderstanding. The quality of life I'm talking about doesn't include what you think. Just hugging is enough. After all, Sister Chouying is always on standby. There's absolutely no need for me to waste my time here with you. Zhu Qingqing was stunned. Then he nodded unconsciously. Obviously, she was persuaded. What made her make up her mind even more was the atmosphere on the scene. Ever since Zhun Xiaoyao left Chen Chouying's side, the tense atmosphere suddenly disappeared. Never mind. As long as this brat doesn't go too far, let him be. Great idea. But what she didn't know was that there were actually quite a few people who had the same idea as her before. But the result is, this brat is really not picky about food. Looking at Zhun Xiaoyao, who had never looked at her since he was taken away, Chen Choying's little mouth suddenly pouted. At the same time, she became more and more dissatisfied with Zhun Chenxi. What the hell? Don't be jealous for no reason. Hasn't my soul still been unfaithful? If that's the case, then what's there to be dissatisfied about? Once a person becomes depressed, his behavior will immediately become uncontrollable. Look, her speed suddenly increased. Thus, the glowing planet, which was not far away, appeared in front of the four people in the blink of an eye. Oh my god. As soon as they stepped on the ground, expressions of horror immediately appeared on the faces of the four people. It's not that these four people have never seen the world. The density of spiritual energy on this planet is simply too astonishing. The reason why it glows is not because there is something burning on its surface. Instead, the entire planet is constantly emitting spiritual energy that has become material and is overflowing with spiritual light. Are these all drawn from that powerful man's physical strength? After so many years, it hasn't been drained yet. It seems that I underestimated those two opponents. Chapter 503 Living Underground. What do you think? Can we use this place as a base? With such a rich spiritual energy as our foundation, if we can stay here for a while. Zhu Qingqing did not say the rest of the words. But the meaning is self-evident. At the beginning, both Chen Choying and Zhun Chenxi thought this made sense. To this end, they even discussed how many masters they could train in a short period of time with the existing resources. But the more they talked, the quieter their voices became. Later, Chen Choying stood up suddenly. No, we absolutely cannot let things get by. Our potential is simply incomparable to the Cao family. Don't forget, Ling Ruobing is about to come out of seclusion. Maybe they've even been released. That's a real inspector. And this isn't the scariest thing. If I remember correctly, the worry-free person mentioned on the previous list should be here soon. This time, there are 2 inspectors. How many years will it take us to catch up with this gap? The more she talked, the more excited she became. At the same time, the more fearful it is. Because time is running out. If these people are unable to protect themselves before they come out, then their Zhun family will completely disappear. Even someone as pretty as her will completely become Cao Wenbin's plaything. If it were in the past, she might not have been so scared. After all, as the saying goes, only the cow that is tired to death. But now, she didn't dare to think so at all. Even the weaker Zhun Xiaoyao could make her drool. If this were Cao Wenbin, who had already become emperor. Oh my god, she didn't dare to think about it any further and immediately started shaking her head frantically. Then he hurriedly began to look for the next route of action. There was nothing she could do, drooling was already the limit of what she could bear. If she gets a little crazier, she will definitely go crazy. And her efforts were not in vain. Soon, she found a broken knife on a mountain hundreds of miles away. The corrosion is very serious. It has obviously been abandoned for a long time. But it was this piece of rubbish that made the pupils of the 4 people shrink unconsciously. There are actually intelligent creatures here. The one who spoke was Zhun Chenxi. There was disbelief in his tone. But as soon as he finished speaking, he immediately regretted it. Because he suddenly remembered that the Spirit Fish clan could be born on the more remote 7th planet that relied on this planet for survival, so how could this place be deserted? It's fucking embarrassing again. Very depressed. But what made him even more depressed was that even though he had made such a big joke, no one paid any attention to him. The other 3 all treated him as air. Even when he started on his journey again, he didn't call him. Damn it, I'm supposed to be your backbone. I am the strongest here and have the highest status. Of course, he could complain as much as he wanted, but his actions were not slow at all. With a flash of his body, he immediately followed. At the beginning, all 4 of them were very active. Although they flew very fast, no details along the way could escape their perception. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. As they flew, the 4 of them frowned unconsciously. As for the reason, no matter how the 4 searched, they could not find anything except various relics of life. The entire planet is filled with nothing but dead things. What the hell is going on? Based on what we discovered, this planet shouldn't be so desolate. Also, Where did the ancestors go again? Very confused. At the same time, an absurd idea also emerged in the minds of Zhu Qingqing and Chen Qiuying. Could this be another illusion? As soon as this thought came to mind, Chen Qiuying's body began to tremble. The little face is turning red rapidly. However, Zhu Qingqing's reaction was exactly the opposite of hers. Although the body is shaking, but his face was getting paler and paler. After all, she remembered Chen Qiuying's experience clearly. The physique of the third-rank emperor is so terrible. If this were her, a second rank. What frightened her even more was that a big hand actually appeared around her waist out of nowhere. No, she subconsciously wanted to shout out. But when the words came to her lips, she swallowed them back. Because she suddenly remembered that there were outsiders around. If I shout this out loud, it will be so embarrassing. But what made her depressed was that her tolerance did not bring her peace. Instead, it emboldened the other party. This brat. It's so lawless. No, I have to teach him a lesson. I want him to know that people are different. I'm not that easy to control. Although she said so, she still didn't dare to take action. There's nothing we can do, the four of them are too close to each other. If she moves even a little, she will definitely attract everyone's attention. But as the saying goes, there is always a way out. Just when she was about to be completely defeated, Zhun Chenxi, who had been leading the charge, suddenly sped up. The movement was not big, but the hand was obviously frightened. Although I didn't take it away, I didn't dare to touch it. Boom. And Zhun Chenxi is obviously not messing around. After one strike, a big hole suddenly appeared in front of the four people. I see. The reason we couldn't find anyone was because we were going in the wrong direction. The creatures on this planet don't live on the surface but underground. After he finished speaking, Zhun Chenxi, eager to prove himself, suddenly rushed into the huge hole that looked like the mouth of an abyss. As soon as he left, Zhu Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Zhun Xiaoyao, with a sneer on his face. Stinky boy, do you want to take it out yourself, or do you want me to help you take it out? It looks scary. In her opinion, it was enough to have a deterrent effect. Unfortunately, the idea is beautiful, but the reality is quite bleak. She never thought that even after she made her words so clear, this kid, Zhun Xiaoyao, actually dared to play dumb. Sister Qingqing, what are you talking about? You. Without any surprise, the anger suddenly soared. Then, without even a moment's hesitation, she grabbed the claw that she both loved and hated. Does this count as catching someone red-handed? Do you have anything else to say? Chapter 504. You go first, I'll cover you. Caught the criminal red-handed. If it were an ordinary person, they would have felt guilty a long time ago. But Cao Wenbin not only didn't take it seriously, but also smiled evilly. Oh, my hand just slipped. What's your name, Jen? Don't worry, this kind of thing won't happen too many times in the future. Zhu Qingqing was stunned. This answer once again exceeded her expectations. Do you still want to have a future? But before she could react, the hand she had captured turned around and held her. Then he pulled her and rushed towards the huge abyss. This slutty fox. Sure enough, he has no good intentions. There's nothing good for me. Chunchen is just greedy. Chen Qiuying, who saw everything, immediately pouted. There was dissatisfaction in his eyes. Obviously, she misunderstood. No, I have to find a way. Oh my god, this scenery is so beautiful. Originally, Cao Wenbin and others thought that it must be pitch black inside this huge cave. Even if there is light, it will be extremely weak. But the reality taught them a hard lesson. Not only is the cave not dark, but it is extremely bright. The stalactites hanging down from the dome are like natural colored lights, emitting soft light all the time. And under their illumination, Cao Wenbin and others finally saw living creatures. Overall, the appearance is very similar to that of humans. Especially the height, which is no different from that of ordinary people. But these guys are covered with feathers. And what grew on both sides of the shoulders were not hands, but wings. Obviously, this race must have evolved from some kind of bird. As for why there are so many at the entrance of this cave, it's not because of any village we encountered. Instead, it was Cao Wenbin and others who rushed into the enemy's barracks. These guys are obviously the guardians of this cave entrance. Just as Cao Wenbin and others were looking around with curiosity, these birdmen had already rushed over with their wings flapping. Who are you? Why did you trespass into our settlement? Put down your weapons immediately, or you will die at your own risk. Very powerful. The speed is quite amazing. The one leading the group should be of rank 4 strength. The people following him on both sides are probably of the 3rd rank. As a result, Jun Chenshi and others immediately frowned. The few of them really didn't expect that they would encounter such a big challenge as soon as they came in. If this is not handled properly, there is a high possibility of losing troops. Let's get out. Let's find another entrance. This planet is so big, I don't believe there is only one entrance. This was said by Cao Wenbin. The reasons are sufficient. If it were any other time, no one would raise any objections. After all, this is good for everyone. And whether it was Zhu Qingqing or Chen Choying, they nodded at the first moment. But just as the three were preparing to act, Jun Chenshi, for some reason, went straight towards the flying birdman. Why are you running? This planet is obviously in a state of war all year round. Since this cave entrance is guarded, there must be guards at the other entrances as well. In that case, we might as well just go for this. How about this, you guys go first, and I'll cover your retreat. As a man, you should be brave enough to take responsibility. How can you hide behind a woman in everything? At this moment, everyone understood that this guy was jealous. But that's true. It is impossible for anyone to remain indifferent when seeing his wife obeying another man's orders. And his actions did have some effect. Look, Chen Choying was about to say something immediately. But before she could open her mouth, a voice suddenly entered her ears, Sister Chuying. Nothing else, just a name. But the impact on Chen Choying was quite huge. Her body immediately began to tremble unconsciously. The words of advice that were on the tip of his tongue turned directly into, "We listen to you. Remember, don't show off. I'll wait for you to come back." As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately began to look for opportunities to break through. Jun Chenshi, who didn't know the details, felt like he had taken a tonic after receiving such concern, and he instantly became energetic. The next moment, a shocking blade light flew out from his hand. It directly cut a hole in the birdman's formation. Walk, you're welcome. Cao Wenbin and others passed through this passage in the blink of an eye. And without even looking back. Walking quite coolly. Boom, boom. The hole is very deep. Even at the speed of Cao Wenbin and others, it took more than 3 hours. Only then did I see people. What made the three of them happy was that there were not only bird people in this medium-sized city. There are also many people of other races. Even from time to time, you can see 1 or 2 humans. It seems that the races here are quite mixed. Let's go find an inn. That's where the news is coming from. In the time it takes to eat, we can get a general idea of the situation here. So many reasons. It is quite sufficient. But when Zhu Qingqing heard it, she immediately rolled her eyes. She was sure of it. Once she arrives at the inn, she will definitely have to complete the rest of the tasks on her own. And the facts have proved that she is very good at judging people. Look, she just saw the shadow of the inn and was about to ask if this was okay, but when she turned around, she suddenly found that there was no one around her. Only one sentence remained in the air, "Qingqing, I'll leave the inquiry to you. We have something urgent to deal with here. Don't worry, it won't take long." Zhu Qingqing was furious. Not much use. It's a trick. Thinking of this, she immediately chased after him. This time, she said she would stop it no matter what. After all, Jun Chenshi is still working hard for them. In this case, it's okay not to help. Instead, you have to put a hat on others. This is too. But just as she reached the door, a waiter with a smile on his face suddenly blocked her way. "Ma'am, you're finally here. 2 guests just booked 2 upper rooms. You're the one who'll pay the bill. I saw they were in a hurry, so I didn't stop them." Look. This time, Zhu Qingqing couldn't hold back anymore. Damn it, is this what you call human behavior? Fortunately, on the way here, she killed several people who tried to stop her and found some money on them. Otherwise, she would definitely go crazy. Chapter 505, It's impossible to reach 100. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. As soon as Zhu Qingqing took out the money, the smile on the waiter's face immediately changed. The smile before was quite formulaic. But now, it comes completely from the heart. He also talked more. And with Zhu Qingqing's deliberate guidance, the topic soon became what she wanted. "Ma'am, you must have stowed away from Planet 2. I have to say, you really have good taste. That kind of wild and desolate place is in no way comparable to our main planet. We have 3 supreme beings here. And what about the 17 planets out there? Only 2 in total. If there hadn't been some problems with our holy mountain. The following words are all self-boasting. But for Zhu Qingqing, the above few sentences are enough. She had already heard that the so-called holy mountain should be the place where the powerful man was suppressed. The reason why the people here are stronger than those on other planets is simply because they are close to the water and have the upper hand. In other words, as long as we can reach the holy mountain, we will most likely be able to find our ancestors. After all, the ancestors and others came here so long in advance, it's impossible that they don't know this information that even the waiter knows. As soon as this judgment came out, Zhu Qingqing immediately became excited. But the good times didn't last long. Not long after, she started having headaches again. Because the team she is currently in is really difficult to lead. 2 people who just think about sleeping all day long. A person whose life or death is uncertain. There is no normal person. Forget it, let's wait a little longer. Those 2 in the room should be able to have a quiet 2 days after they finish their work this time. Then there will be 3 of us. As for Zhun Chenxi. Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth twitched unconsciously. After all, that's 1 4th grade plus 2 3rd grade ones. As long as you are willing to pay the price for this lineup, it is not difficult to keep a 4th grade one. I hope the other party can cherish his life a little more. She shook her head, and then she started eating while waiting. I wish you a pleasant time in the next 2 days. But I am getting more and more panicked. Because there is still no news about Zhun Chenxi. This is definitely not a good thing. Forget it, let's go find out. Whether dead or alive, there is always a number. As soon as she finished speaking, she stood up immediately. But before she even walked out of the lobby, a situation that made her forehead sweat occurred. Zhun Chenxi, with a weak look on his face, actually appeared at the door of the inn staggeringly. Logically speaking, this should be a good thing worth celebrating. But the key to the problem is that Cao Wenbin and Chen Choying, who was being supported, just happened to appear at the stairs. As a result, the atmosphere between the 3 of them suddenly became weird. Damn, is it such a coincidence? Zhu Qingqing has a headache. Because she knew that the key to breaking the deadlock now lay with her. If she can't make up the story, that would definitely be the end result of a person's head being smashed into a dog's head. But the key point is that her head is a mess at this moment. Forget about making up a story without any loopholes. Even if you say a complete sentence, you may not be able to make it clear. But just when she was at a loss, the waiter who received them suddenly ran over with a bottle of ointment. 3 distinguished guests, this is the healing medicine you requested. By the way, who can pay the bill? This is the best in town. A total of 50 sky wing coins. To be honest, this price is really a rip-off. But Zhu Qingqing was willing to pay. There is even some faint information. Because the way the siege was resolved was so clever. The effect is even better than if she did it herself. Look, after hearing this, Zhun Chenxi's complexion obviously improved a lot. Phew, that was a close call. Fortunately, this waiter is smart enough. But what's going on with that brat Xiaoyao? He's clearly the one taking advantage and enjoying it, so why is he always looking so sullen? Very confused. But she had no idea that the reason Cao Wenbin was unhappy was simply because he failed to achieve his goal. In the past 2 days, he has been trying to raise Chen Choying's loyalty to 100. But no matter how hard he tried, this value could only reach 99. Don't underestimate this 1%. Although the value is not large, a slight difference can lead to a huge mistake. For 100 words, he can make it do anything. But at 99, there will be concerns. It seems that the problem lies with Zhun Chenxi. Thinking of this, a murderous intent suddenly emerged in Cao Wenbin's heart. Despite the goalkeeper's goal, that was the most exciting goal. But if this goalkeeper gets in the way. Just as he was thinking carefully, Zhun Chenxi, who was originally at the door, finally came in front of them. Ma'am, where are you hurt? Would you like me to help you apply the medicine? Chen Choying's face changed. Then, he snatched the medicine bottle. I can do it myself. My injuries are a bit embarrassing. That's true. But Zhun Chenxi was confused. But I am your husband. How embarrassing is it that he can't look at it? But before he could figure it out, Zhu Qingqing, who had come to her senses, suddenly spoke up. You 2 grown men, stop standing here. I have some very important news. Come over here and analyze it with me. As soon as she finished speaking, a map suddenly appeared in her hand. Her strange behavior quickly attracted Cao Wenbin and Zhun Chenxi. Hey, this is the Holy Mountain. The core of this planet. And these 2 lines on the map are the routes I've found out in the past 2 days. The one that goes around in circles is the official road. The Skywing clan has been practicing this for hundreds of years. It's absolutely safe when passing through major cities. As for the closest one, she didn't say the rest. But both Cao Wenbin and Zhun Chenxi frowned. After all, it is clearly marked on the map. This shortcut is full of obstacles at every step. One of the areas was even labeled as a restricted area for humans. If it really doesn't work, let's take this official road. Although it will waste some time, it is safe enough. At this time, Zhu Qingqing already had a good understanding of this underground world with several layers. Therefore, after making sure that Zhun Xiaoyao and Zhun Chenxi also understood, she expressed her opinion. She really doesn't want to take any more risks. But what she didn't expect was. Chapter 506. Everyone has their own ulterior motives. No. Cao Wenbin and Zhun Chenxi had an unusual tacit understanding. Without even a moment's hesitation, they rejected the proposal in unison. Not because it's too far. It's not a matter of time. But it is too comfortable a route, which is not conducive to the performance of both of them. Zhun Chenxi is really fed up with this kind of anxious life. So he had just made up his mind that no matter whether he had a hat on his head or not, he must find an opportunity to completely kill this junior who deserved to die. Of course, he definitely wouldn't dare to do it openly. Regardless of whether Chen Choying would give in or not, he couldn't bear Zhang Shengxi's anger alone. As for Cao Wenbin, from the moment the value got stuck at 99, he could no longer suppress his murderous intent. Now this is completely like being sleepy and someone gave me a pillow. Looking at the serious expressions of the two, Zhu Qingqing, who was yelled at for no reason, was completely stunned. She would never have thought that this pair of rivals would have such a tacit understanding. But while she was confused, her brows gradually furrowed. Are you trying to take a shortcut? But our strength. They waved their hands in unison again. This is easy. We don't have to keep taking shortcuts. If you come across a truly dangerous place, it's not too late to go around it. Anyway, no matter how roundabout it is, it's definitely closer than the official road. That makes sense. So after a brief silence, Zhu Qingqing nodded. Since you two both agree, let's do it. Once Choying's injury is healed, we'll hit the road. Everyone is happy. So quickly, the 4 of them returned to their rooms. And in this process, an episode occurred. Originally, Zhun Chenxi was planning to go into Chen Choying's room. But before he could push the door open, the words of rejection had already entered his ears. At that moment, Zhun Chenxi vividly demonstrated to Cao Wenbin what it means to be so embarrassed that you dig your toes into the ground. Xiaoyao, you've really gone too far this time. I'm sure Zhun Chenxi must have started to doubt it. So in the days to come, you must behave yourself. Do you understand? Facts have proved that Cao Wenbin and Zhun Chenxi's choice was completely correct. Look, they have already walked more than half of the journey, and the 4 of them still haven't encountered any danger. The few attacks that occurred were also easily resolved. However, the atmosphere between the few of them was quite subtle. Therefore, just before entering the forest known as the Forbidden Zone of Life, Zhu Qingqing, who finally couldn't bear it anymore, began to teach Zhun Xiaoyao a lesson. After all, the next journey is the real challenge. If they can't work together, they will most likely become the nutrients of this forest and never be able to get out. Of course, having said that, Zhu Qingqing didn't hold out much hope. Unless she is willing to feed the devil with her own body. Otherwise, there is no hope. But what she didn't expect was that as soon as she said this, Zhun Xiaoyao immediately nodded. Then he said with a smile, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. From now on, he will never be angry again. I wish you happiness. At the same time, I have to sigh that this child is sensible." Then, she was ready to say something else. But as several people stepped into the forest one after another, she no longer had the mood to chat. Although it is only one step away, the environment in the forest is completely different from that outside. The trees in the forest are so tall. The tree canopy is also surprisingly large. Therefore, sunlight is rarely seen on the ground. Before the 4 of them could even adjust to the surroundings, a fox over a meter long, with the strength of a quasi-saint, pounced upon them with bared fangs and claws. Completely disregarding the strength gap between the two sides. Just bite it as soon as you come up. Is this crazy? After killing it, Zhu Qingqing's brows immediately frowned. There was an expression of disbelief in his eyes. After all, it is animal instinct to seek good fortune and avoid danger. But now it is. It's really weird. And this is just the beginning. In the following time, the few of them never stopped. Every few steps, something would pounce on them. The strength is getting stronger and stronger. At the beginning, he was still a quasi-saint. Later on, it became a holy land. Fortunately, the strongest is only at the peak of the saint realm, and there is no emperor. Therefore, although I was very annoyed, it did not affect my speed of travel. However, Cao Wenbin, who had always been in the middle and had never taken any action, gradually smiled. Through observation during this period of time, he has already seen through the secrets here. The reason why those things are not afraid of death is simply because the flowers, plants and trees here are constantly emitting a nerve-paralyzing toxin. This thing is colorless and odorless. Even with his strength, if he didn't understand the law of poison, he might not be able to discover it. The reason why Zhun Chenxi and the other two couldn't calm down was precisely because of this thing. It seems that things should go much more smoothly than expected. Zhun Xiaoyao, your family will soon atone for your sins. As for whose turn this time? Thinking of this, Cao Wenbin subconsciously licked his lips. Since some people always want to act as peacemakers, it's time to let them taste some bitterness. And the opportunity didn't keep him waiting for long. In less than half a day, a gorilla that was more than 4 meters tall and had red hair on its back suddenly appeared in front of the 4 people. At the beginning, no one, including Cao Wenbin, took it seriously. Because there is not a trace of energy fluctuation on this guy's body. But after he knocked Zhun Chenxi away with one punch, the 4 of them realized that this guy was actually an extremely rare physical cultivator. And he is a 4th grade physical cultivator. Depend on. Chu Ying, quickly take Xiaoyao and retreat. We've been robbed by that Cao guy before, and we don't have any treasures that can break through his defenses. Therefore, there is no way we can be a match for this crazy monkey. That's true. The most amazing thing about physical training is the body. In the same realm, if you have a strong enough treasure, then it will be trash. It's very easy to kill it. But if you have nothing, then I'm sorry, just wait to be abused. Your attack is most likely just to tickle it. Of course, Zhun Chenxi didn't say this out of kindness. But it is reminding the monkey. The 3 people in front of you are not dangerous, beat them to death. It seems my luck has improved. This guy's strength is just enough to make Zhun Xiaoyao disappear, and he can't threaten me and my wife. By the way, Qingqing also needs to be saved. After all, her husband has been dead for so many years. What if because of this heroic rescue? When he thought of something happy, the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. And the monkey really fell into his trap. The goal was quickly changed. Chapter 507 Zhun Chenxi, die. Roar. After a roar, the 4-meter-tall giant monkey suddenly chased after Cao Wenbin and the other 2. As a physical cultivator, his speed is naturally impeccable. In addition, they were stronger, so even though Cao Wenbin and the other 2 started earlier, they were caught up in the blink of an eye. Not good. Hearing the sound of breaking air coming from behind them, both Zhu Qingqing and Chen Qiuying's faces changed drastically. Years of experience fighting enemies told them that they couldn't run anymore. Otherwise, he would definitely be beaten into a meat patty. So, the 2 best friends immediately turned their heads together in tacit understanding. The next moment, boom, 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 a terrifying explosion suddenly sounded. At the same time, that area was almost covered by smoke and dust. All means of detection were instantly blocked. However, although he couldn't see, Zhun Chenxi, who had stabilized his body, gradually began to smile. He was sure that under such a violent attack, his wife would definitely not be able to protect that annoying boy. Xiaoyao, don't blame your great-grandfather for not being a human. It's really because of what you did that it's so easy for people to associate it with something. So if there really is an afterlife, then you must be careful. Stop flirting with other people's wives. Shook his head. And what a coincidence. He had just underestimated it when the explosion sound in the smoke stopped. It's my turn to perform. As soon as he finished speaking, he, who had been prepared for this, entered the smoke in the blink of an eye. But soon, he was confused. Because the situation inside was completely different from what he expected. Zhu Qingqing and Chen Choying had indeed fallen to the ground. And he also fell into a coma. There's nothing wrong with that. But the key point is that the meat pie he expected did not appear. On the contrary, he is full of energy. With just one finger, he easily caught the giant monkey's iron fist. You know, that's something he doesn't even dare to face head-on. That's impossible. His face was full of disbelief. And, Zhun Xiaoyao, who heard his roar, finally turned around. Then, there was a devilish smile that made Zhun Chenxi tremble with fear. Impossible. 49 heavenly evolutions, one escaped. Therefore, there is no impossible thing in this world. For example, your wife is really awesome. That's really wild. Zhun Chenxi was furious. He is not stupid. Naturally, I understood the meaning behind these words. Bastards. You guys actually. As he spoke, he was ready to take action. Originally he still had some psychological burden. But at this moment, it's all gone. After all, it was Zhun Xiaoyao who was wrong first. Even if the matter comes to Zhang Shengxi, he is right. But before he could lift his legs, a horrifying scene appeared. The red-backed gorilla, which was basically invincible in his eyes, was turned into powder all over the sky. No struggle. There was no screaming. That huge monkey body disappeared silently. There's no way you can be Xiaoyao. Tell me, who are you? Intelligence and talent once again occupied Zhun Chenxi's brain. After hearing this, Zhun Xiaoyao stopped pretending. While chatting and laughing, he returned to his original appearance. The movements are very casual. However, it caused a huge impact on Zhun Chenxi. First, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. When he found that there was no change, he rubbed his eyes again. Then he roared with horror, Cao Wenbin. That's impossible. You were redeemed by Zhang Shengxi himself. No matter how skilled you are, you can't hide it from the inspectors. Originally, Zhun Chenxi thought that although Zhun Xiaoyao was no longer Zhun Xiaoyao, at most he was possessed by some powerful person when he just came in and had not met his own people yet. But now, you really don't learn from your mistakes. Didn't I just say that? There is no impossible thing in this world. What happened to the patrol? Although I'm not an inspector, I'll be able to become one soon. He's still your Zhun family's inspector. Now, Zhun Chenxi understood everything. This guy named Cao went to so much trouble, but it wasn't for his wife at all. Their goal is to play with Zhang Shengxi. His wife just put it into the other man's mouth on her own initiative. Besides, it looks pretty good, so I just mowed the grass and caught rabbits. Depend on. This is truly an unexpected disaster. Zhun Chenxi was devastated, but his reaction was not slow. The next moment, he turned around. Judging from his appearance, he is obviously ready to run. At the same time, his hands were rapidly forming seals. The intention is quite obvious. But obviously, he was overthinking it. Look, as soon as he made a strange move, his whole body was fixed in the air. I can't go up. I can't get down. Except for the head, no other part of the body can move. Laws of space. Your strength is so strong. 5 years ago, you were a powerless second-generation rich kid. Zhun Chenxi was devastated. As Cao Wenbin gradually approached him, he could no longer hold back. He immediately begged for mercy frantically. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I can be your insider. With my cooperation, your actions will definitely go much more smoothly. By the way, my lady, you can play as you please from now on. You don't have to carry me anymore. If necessary, I can even shout, come on, at the door. I have to say, once people start to lose their temper, they are truly invincible. Even Cao Wenbin couldn't stand it. So without even hesitating, he shook his head immediately. If you keep holding back, don't think too much. In order to have more fun, I really won't care about you. But now, you must die. Didn't you give me a few words before? Well, I'll give you a few words now. Remember, in your next life, when you encounter trouble, you must endure it if you can. If you can't bear it, just swallow it. After all, as the saying goes, if you want to live a good life, you must have some green on your head. As soon as he finished speaking, the space near Zhun Chenxi's head suddenly contracted. Not much noise, but Zhun Chenxi's head deflated immediately. The interest also disappeared very quickly. After doing all this, Cao Wenbin did not continue to look at him, and soon turned his attention to Zhu Qingqing. It's your turn to atone for Zhun Xiaoyao's sins. Chapter 508 Transaction between two inspectors. Deep in the starry sky, while Cao Wenbin was busy, Zhang Shengxi and Xu Yunsheng, the two sworn enemies, were walking side by side on the street. It's not that anyone betrayed me. It's not like the two of them are controlled by anyone. But the city they are in at the moment is a little too special. They had to get together. Most cities are either built on mountains or built on water. The more impressive ones are just based on the planet to create a spectacular scene. But here, it's completely different. The entire city is suspended in the starry sky. Quite eye-catching. When they first saw it, even with their knowledge, Zhang Shengxi and Xu Yunsheng were deeply shocked. After all, neither the Zhun family nor the Cao family could build such a thing. Even if the whole clan puts in their efforts, it won't work. But this is not the point. Because the two of them quickly found out. The reason why this city came into being is entirely because the city lord holds a magic pen in his hand that can make anything he writes come true. Everything here was drawn slowly by him. There is no technical content at all. Where there is a pen, there is a city. It doesn't matter who comes. What really forced them to put aside their past grudges was the terrifying atmosphere that always existed in the city center. This is not. You should have felt it too. The owner of that aura is very powerful. In a one-on-one fight, neither you nor I can possibly be his opponent. There is nothing wrong with this. Xu Yunsheng thinks so too. Seeing that she agreed, Zhang Shengxi immediately became excited. In that case, why don't we join forces temporarily? First, gain a firm foothold here, and then each of us will gain opportunities based on our own abilities. The offer is tempting. Zhang Shengxi is also very sincere. I'm definitely not playing any tricks. But Xu Yunsheng shook her head without hesitation. You don't have to daydream anymore. I came in just to get first-hand information. I'll be backing out later. I will never mess around with you. At this moment, Zhang Shengxi, who had been very calm, suddenly became anxious. After all, this city is the heart of this space. The place that all living beings yearn for. If you can have a house here, the ancestors of some small forces will even pay for it. Just for that identity. No one would believe that there is no opportunity in a place like this. But now, how could you do this? Don't you want to get some treasures for the Cao family? Looking at the angry Zhang Shengxi, Xu Yunsheng laughed even more happily. Of course I do. After all, no one would complain about having too many treasures. Especially that pen, it's definitely a rare and valuable item. But compared to stability, these are nothing. Don't forget, our Cao family is different from you. We have a foundation. As long as we delay for a few more days, Ling Ruobing will be born. By then, we will have the fighting power of two patrollers. Even if it doesn't work, we can still keep dragging it out. Because we still have a Wuyu. Tell me, in this situation, do I need to fight to the death? What benefits can we gain from joining forces with you, other than increasing instability? Zhang Shengxi was stunned. I was speechless after being criticized. Yes. Why would people do something that has no benefit? But soon, she calmed down again. After all, since Xu Yunsheng didn't leave, it proves that their Zhun family is still valuable. It's not really useless. Tell me, what do you want from me? Remember, don't overdo it. Otherwise, the worst that can happen is we'll just break up. It seemed as if she had already guessed what Zhang Shengxi would say, so after Xu Yunsheng lifted her hair, she immediately replied with a wicked smile. Actually, I don't want much. It's just you. It won't take too long, 3 days will be enough. My Wenbin has been drooling over you, my beautiful girl, for a long time. There were a few times when you were with me that you called your name. Therefore, Xu Yunsheng didn't say the rest of the words. But Zhang Shengxi understood it immediately. At the same time, her little face was turning red rapidly. She never thought that Cao Wenbin would be thinking about her. Logically speaking, the two of them had only met once. Although the situation at that time was indeed a bit ambiguous. But it's not that bad. Of course, even though I don't understand it, I absolutely cannot agree to this. Therefore, she subconsciously prepared to ask Xu Yunsheng to change the conditions. But before she could open her mouth, she suddenly realized that this Xu had turned around. Judging from the look of it, it's obvious that he's leaving. Wait a moment. Without any surprise, Zhang Shengxi panicked. There's nothing she can do, since she has no way out. She had to get something here. Otherwise, Cao Wenbin would kill him sooner or later. Why, have you figured it out? Don't bargain with me. You're not qualified. The sound is full of playfulness. Zhang Shengshi choked back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I promise you. But we have to agree that this matter must not be known to too many people. Especially, we can't let Xiaoyao know. It can't be spread outside. If you agree, then we will swear an oath to heaven and earth immediately. If you violate this, you will never be reborn." Xu Yunsheng smiled. Then she slowly raised 3 fingers. Name: Zhu Qingqing. Identity: the previous head of the Jun family. Strength: second-rank emperor. Her potential is average, but she loves reading certain books, and her attainments in certain areas are quite high. Appearance score: 94. Loyalty: 50. At this moment, she still believes that everything is a dream. Therefore, this value will fluctuate greatly later. Whether it is for the better or for the worse depends on your eloquence. Note: if you can completely master it, your life will immediately become more exciting. After all, knowledge can be shared. If one moves, then all others will move too. Looking at the data panel that suddenly appeared, Cao Wenbin, who was stretching, was stunned. To be honest, he has seen quite a few panels. But this was the first time he had seen something so strange. But soon, his eyes lit up. Because he suddenly felt that what the panel said was right. We must not let this coach get away. What a pity, I didn't get to see it this time. He shook his head helplessly. My heart is full of regrets. But after just a few breaths, he no longer paid attention to it. Because the 2 colorful treasure chests have begun to slowly condense. Chapter 509: A Heaven-Defying Reward. Since you're in such a good mood, your luck shouldn't be too bad either. In that case, open. Red thread of marriage, the companion treasure of the law of marriage. Born with this power, it's truly unique. It has no defensive or offensive power, so many people wouldn't even glance at it if they encountered it. But what they don't know is that if used properly, this item can change lives. It connects the holder with anyone of the opposite sex. No matter who they are, no matter their status, unless they fully comprehend the law of marriage, there's no way they can break free. Once 2 people are tied together by the red thread, they'll come into frequent contact over time due to various coincidences, until they become forever united. Because of the red thread, their loyalty to each other will increase by 20 points. Note: marriage is a serious matter, so be cautious when matchmaking. When matching yourself, you must consider the relationship between both parties. After all, if you are connected to an enemy, and if the contact is too frequent, it is very likely that someone will die. Cao Wenbin was stunned. This harvest was really beyond his expectations. Isn't this just the red string of Yu Lao? Could that next box be Cupid's arrow? He shook his head in amusement, then he studied the red rope that suddenly appeared in his hand. Very ordinary. Apart from being a little longer, it is almost no different from what some women tie around their ankles. But its effectiveness is really beyond reproach. As soon as Cao Wenbin's mind moved, it immediately split into an extremely fine branch, and then directly plunged into Zhu Qingqing's sea of consciousness. At the same time, an inexplicable connection immediately emerged between the 2 of them. The loyalty on the panel suddenly changed from 50 to 70. It's worthy of being a top-ranked product. They are indeed all exquisite products. The corners of my mouth unconsciously curled up. Of course, the experiments didn't stop. The next moment, he muttered a name. Just 2 words. It's none other than Tianyan. He wants to test the limit of this rope. If it works, everyone is happy. Although given the grudge between the 2, those 20 points of loyalty are completely useless. But the opportunity for frequent contact is extremely rare. You know, that's the beauty on the first page. It doesn't take much, as long as you can seize an opportunity, you can take off on the spot. It's so cool that I can die. As for the rope not moving, that's no loss. However, his reason is always reminding him. There is no hope at all. After all, he is a master of the heavenly Tao level. He is also the current ruler of heaven and earth. It's not just any cat or dog. Because of this, he didn't have any hope at all. But just as he was about to check the next treasure chest, the red rope moved without any warning. And in the blink of an eye, it soared into the sky. There's absolutely no end in sight. Fuck. Cao Wenbin was stunned. After a while, he finally woke up. Then he subconsciously started swearing. Especially when he felt that vague connection, the corners of his mouth almost stretched to the back of his head. Is this thing so awesome? It seems that even God wants me to unlock the Sunday achievement. The more he thought about it, the more excited Cao Wenbin became. Later on, he even wanted to sing a song. But before he could turn his thoughts into actions, another colorful treasure chest slowly opened. The Book of Life, a true treasure of chaos. Born with chaos, it records the past and present lives of all living beings. Whether deceased or yet to be born, everything is recorded here. As long as you have enough strength, you can read it at any time. It has a total of 5 uses. First, continue life. No matter what strength a person possesses, the owner of this book can extend their lifespan. How much this can be extended depends on the holder's strength. The highest possible lifespan is a lifespan equal to that of heaven and earth. Second, continue the race. The stronger a person is, the lower their chances of having offspring. Some strong individuals even die childless. Those who possess this book will no longer have to worry about this. Simply place it by your bedside, and your chances will increase by 50%. Furthermore, this book can be used in conjunction with certain elixirs. The effects can be combined. Third, the controller of life. With the help of this book, the owner can perform all forbidden techniques related to life. For example, great recovery techniques, life sacrifice, etc. Fourth, life protection. When the owner is attacked with a fatal blow, this book will instantly transform into a barrier, isolating everything from outside. As long as the Book of Life is not destroyed, the barrier will not be destroyed. Fifth, die together. The owner can use their own blood to overwrite the name of any person in the Book of Life. Once the blood completely covers it, that person disappears. No matter how powerful the opponent is, there is no chance of survival. No trace of them will remain in the world, and even people's memory of them will be completely wiped out. However, this technique can only be used 3 times. The first time, there is no cost. The second time, the Book of Life is downgraded to a half-step chaos treasure. And after the third time, the book will spontaneously combust and self-destruct between heaven and earth. Note: everything has its pros and cons. Even a chaos treasure cannot be perfect. Therefore, when it recognizes its master, a competitor who died at your hands will be resurrected somewhere. If a former enemy is too powerful, think twice before acting. This time, Cao Wenbin was really stunned. It took me a long time to come back to my senses. Originally, he wanted to complain that the treasure chest was opened at the wrong time. But now, he has no such idea at all. If it's this kind of baby, then don't even think about stopping him from singing. Even if he was asked to stop at the critical moment, he would never complain. It's not that he has no bottom line, it's just that this thing is too awesome. The treasure of chaos. How many pieces are there in total? As for the so-called disadvantages, please, since we can kill him once, we can naturally kill him a second time. He is just a defeated general, how big a wave can he make? Compared to the chaos treasure, it's nothing. It is precisely because of this that Cao Wenbin did not even hesitate. He immediately separated a trace of spiritual consciousness and drilled into the light green book that had just appeared. This book is about 4 feet long. Your body is always surrounded by powerful vitality. As soon as it appeared, Zhu Qingqing and Chen Chouying, who were still unconscious, showed obvious signs of waking up. Chapter 510. Get ready to hit the road again. Zhu Qingqing, whose whole body was about to fall apart, soon slowly opened her eyes. I was a little confused at first. But after just a few breaths, her eyes suddenly widened. Although she had no actual combat experience for hundreds of years, as a woman who could be a coach, she still judged her situation in the first place. And the suspect was quickly identified. This brat. How courageous. But the more Zhu Qingqing thought about it, the angrier she became. So she quickly climbed up tremblingly. Then he took the opportunity to kick Zhun Xiaoyao next to him. Of course, her movements were not big. It's not that I'm being gentle with women. But I dare not. She was afraid that the injury would get worse. But she was sure that this force was definitely enough. Because, stop pretending to be dead, you little brat. I know you've been awake for a long time. Without any surprise, Zhun Xiaoyao did open his eyes. This made her very satisfied. But this good mood did not last long. This space is really weird. Why are there illusions everywhere? And it's never the same. The words are getting more and more excessive. And Zhu Qingqing's face was getting darker and darker. She had already understood that this brat was going to use the same trick he used to coax Chen Qiuying on her again. Then walk the same path again. What a joke. Zhu Qingqing was so furious that she didn't care about anything else this time. She raised her leg and was ready to give this brat a good beating. Although her reaction was quick, there was someone who was even faster than her. Look, as soon as she made a move, Zhang Xiaoyao immediately jumped into her arms. She just lost her space. Sister Qingqing, what are you doing? We can discuss it. There's no way we're going to fight each other. The anger is even greater. After all, the evil fire was not vented at all. Are you scared now? What did you do this morning? Why didn't you tell others about it when you were doing evil? Don't try to get away with it today. Anything I say will make your ass explode. Even if the King of Heaven comes, there's no way to stop him. After she finished speaking, she immediately prepared to push Zhang Xiaoyao out. Because only when we keep some distance can we take action. But soon, she froze in place. As for the reason, boy, are you crazy? Look carefully, I'm awake. Zhu Qingqing, who was attacked, was really panicked this time. She wants to struggle. But what horrified her was that she didn't know what was wrong with her body and she couldn't even exert any strength. Fortunately, she soon discovered that Chen Qiuying, who was not far away, also started to move. This made her breathe a sigh of relief. It's okay, it's okay. Otherwise, it would be a huge disgrace. Thinking of this, her body suddenly went limp. At the same time, she also put the matter of revenge behind her. Of course, she didn't let it go. But I plan to take a long-term view. HMPH, next time, you won't be so lucky. But it was obvious that she was happy too early. Before she could completely let go, she suddenly realized that the boy in her arms had no intention of stopping at all. Still removing her armor. He wouldn't mean to. I don't know what she came up with, but the next moment, a layer of fine beads of sweat quickly appeared on her flawless forehead. Immediately afterwards, she no longer dared to show off. Xiaoyao, is it okay if I'm wrong? I swear, as long as you're willing to stop, I won't pursue what happened before. Just pretend it never happened. The tone was full of begging. But the effect, we can't say there is none, we can only say it is very small. So, after noticing that Chen Qiuying had sat up and started looking around, she immediately gritted her teeth and said, as long as you're willing to stop, there will be a next time. That's fine, right, talk a lot less. But the results achieved are worlds apart. This time, Zhang Xiaoyao not only got up from her arms. He was even considerate enough to tidy up her clothes. We have a deal. Zhu Qingqing nodded vigorously. But his eyes were filled with resentment. If nothing unexpected happens, she has already started to regret it. But Cao Wenbin didn't care at all. A blank check. This is what he fears least. As long as there is a commitment, everything will be fine. In this life, no one has ever dared to default on his debt. Coincidentally, as soon as the two of them reconciled, Chen Qiuying stood up. Are we really all okay? Surprise written all over his face. But just when she was about to call Cao Wenbin to her side and take a closer look at this young lover, she suddenly fell silent. Because when she looked around, she saw Zheng Chenxi's body out of the corner of her eye. Stinky boy, what the hell is going on? Following her gaze, Zhu Qingqing quickly discovered something unusual. Without hesitation, Cao Wenbin, who had already made up everything, quickly repeated it in a low voice. He arrived at the scene right after you and Sister Qiuying were knocked unconscious by that monkey. Then a man and a monkey started fighting. At the beginning, it was evenly matched. But this monkey's defense is really abnormal. He can't break it at all. So I gradually fell into a disadvantage. But at the last moment, he hit the monkey's eye. That was a brutal blow. So even though the monkey won the final victory, he still ran away in a hurry in the end. As soon as the words were spoken, the scene suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. But just a few breaths later, Zhu Qingqing quickly rolled her eyes at Cao Wenbin. It's not that she found any flaws. But she suddenly realized that even now, Cao Wenbin still refused to use honorifics. This child. Of course, although she was helpless, she didn't think too much about it. After all, things are indeed a bit complicated. Cao Wenbin's behavior is understandable. Forget it, it's all dust to dust. There's no point in worrying about this anymore. She shook her head, then pouted at Cao Wenbin. Go over and comfort him. Then we can get on with our journey. Now is your time to shine. After saying that, she walked towards a flat ground. Then they started digging the hole. And at the beginning, everything was normal. But soon, the situation changed. Because a sound that sounded like crying and groaning in pain suddenly came into her ears. This brat, I asked you to calm her down. I'm not asking you to. Chapter 5:11 Deep Despair. I have to say, Cao Wenbin knows how to comfort people. Look, it only took 2 days for Chen Choying to completely recover to normal. Sad. It doesn't exist. Nothing but joy. That happiness can be felt from a distance. But as the saying goes, when some people are happy, others will be sad. She is happy. But Zhu Qingqing, who was worried about her before, just went crazy. There's nothing we can do about it, since it's always noisy at night. Sometimes, even during the day. It was supposed to be a 3-day journey, but the 3 of them took a full week. All the time was wasted on. It was for this reason that when Zhu Qingqing saw the boundless mountains reaching into the sky in the distance, she was so excited that tears were about to flow. We're finally here. Damn it. If it's any later, I really won't be able to bear it. Know your own business. If this were in the past, she would never care about these things. Even the emotions won't fluctuate. But once something is opened, it is as difficult as climbing to the sky to seal it again. Fortunately, Lady Luck seems to be on her side. Otherwise, while she was excited, she did not forget the important things. With the waving of his hands, a streak of light suddenly flew away into the distance. This is the Jun family's unique method of communicating. It can let the people of the Jun family nearby know that someone from our family is coming. So that we can respond quickly. But her action immediately irritated Cao Wenbin. Oh shit, how can this woman be so determined? She's already in the room. His face was full of resentment. After all, this is already at hand. Now it's flying like this. I don't know if Zhang Shengxi has arrived yet. If it hadn't arrived, a cold light flashed across his eyes. But just as his murderous intent arose, Chen Choying's cold little hand suddenly grabbed his sleeve. Then he said in a very low voice, "Don't worry, she can't run away. After joining the main force, she will definitely stay with me at night." When that time comes, Chen Choying did not continue to say the following words. But the meaning is self-evident. As a result, Cao Wenbin's expression immediately changed from cloudy to sunny. As long as it doesn't interfere with eating meat, then there's nothing wrong with it. Do whatever you want with your love. And it was a coincidence that just as the 2 of them finished whispering, a bright light suddenly fell not far away from the 3 of them. It's none other than Zhun Qingfeng. Chu Ying, why are you here? Something happened on the 7th planet. No hiding. As the apparent leader, Chen Choying immediately recounted the general process of the incident. However, she put all the blame on Zhun Chenxi. In her words, if Zhun Chenxi hadn't acted as a hero, the Great Elder would not have been able to escape at all. The 3 of them were picked off so easily. Zhun Qingfeng had no doubts about this statement. After all, he also knows very well what kind of personality Zhun Chenxi has. I really love to express myself. Especially in front of beautiful women. Oh, I missed out on a great treasure. But the news you bring is more important. It seems that what is buried under this holy mountain is not a treasure. But he is a super strong man. The super strong one who is not dead yet. While muttering, a gleam of light suddenly flashed across Zhun Qingfeng's eyes. The whole person became obviously more excited. And this reaction was completely within the expectations of Cao Wenbin and others. After all, a living person is much more useful than a baby. Once he could reach an agreement with them, the improvement of his Jun family would be absolutely unimaginable. But the good times didn't last long. He had just begun to fantasize when Chen Choying, instructed by Cao Wenbin, pulled him back to reality. By the way, ancestor, how are things going here? Have you started exploring this holy mountain? Zhun Qingfeng was stunned. Then, he laughed awkwardly. Not yet. The Skywing tribe here has 2 supreme beings. So even though we have temporarily gained a foothold, we are still a long way from being able to do whatever we want. What's even more abominable is that those birdmen are so stubborn. Even though we offered to take only 30% of the contents, they still refused to jointly develop it. In their words, they just want to take it slow and steady. The more he talked, the angrier he became. It looked as if the other party had committed some unforgivable crime. But Cao Wenbin, who didn't miss a word, almost laughed out loud when he heard it. If it were him, he would never agree to this. After all, these things originally belonged to me. It has always been like this for generations. You can't beat me again. If that's the case, why should I give you 30%? Because you're old. Or is it because you don't take a shower? Of course, although I thought so, when the words came to my lips, my thoughts immediately turned into another expression. Have you called for backup? No need for many, just 2 more Supremes, then we won't be afraid of them not agreeing. This is the most normal way of thinking. If you can't beat them, just call for help. No chills. As for why I should help with the plan. In Cao Wenbin's opinion, the Jun family alliance no longer has any reason to survive. Just take advantage of this opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, the plan was very good, but Jun Qingfeng's words completely confused him. I called you a long time ago. But there was no response. As to whether it's a problem with this planet or another planet, that's unknown. Oh right. Having said that, he seemed to have thought of something. Then he looked at the 3 of them with excitement. When Zhu Qingqing saw this scene, she immediately began to tremble. It's not that I'm shy when being looked at. But I have a bad feeling. That's not good. I finally made it here. If I go back. Thinking of that scene, she trembled even more violently. But as the saying goes, what you fear will come to you. Before she could come up with a plan to deal with the situation, Jun Qingfeng slowly said something that made her extremely desperate. Everyone in the garrison now is capable of doing anything. There's no way to use human notification to do this. Well, I was so worried that my hair almost fell out. I didn't expect you to come. Well, are you interested in taking a trip? Of course, if you're tired, you can take a 2-day break before leaving. Chapter 512, Killing in Waves. Ancestor, since manpower is so scarce, why not let me stay here? There's no danger along the way. So Xiaoyao and Chouying are enough to deliver the message. Obviously, Zhu Qingqing still wants to struggle. But what made her despair was that Jun Qingfeng rejected her directly without even thinking about it. No, 3 is just right. If one of them has something to do, the other 2 can take care of it. Oh right, this is the secret method to contact the other families. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 streams of light immediately penetrated into the center of the 3 people's eyebrows. As soon as he got this thing, the corners of Cao Wenbin's mouth immediately curled up into an imperceptible arc. With it, things become simple. Because after just one glance, Cao Wenbin discovered that this secret method had quite a few loopholes. The most important thing is that the recipient does not know who sent the secret method. Just a mindless gathering. In this way, he can completely tell the method to Zhao Yuaner who is outside. As long as the operation is done properly and there are no major mistakes, we can definitely catch those guys on the periphery in one fell swoop. As for how to pass the message in advance. Just because the Jun family can't do it doesn't mean Cao Wenbin can't do it. In fact, when Jun Qingfeng said that the news could not be spread, Cao Wenbin had already figured it out. This is not a planetary problem. But someone set up a formation. All means of transmission are cut off. If nothing unexpected happens, they should be guarding against spies from the 2nd and 3rd planets. The Jun family just suffered an unexpected disaster. And if you want to break the formation, that's also very simple. All you need is to have mental strength far exceeding that of the person who sets up the formation. What a coincidence. Grin. Then Cao Wenbin pulled Zhu Qingqing, who looked desperate, back the way he came. And it's extremely fast. Of course, he didn't keep running. After reaching a place with beautiful scenery, he stopped immediately. Then, how about it, do you still want to continue carrying it? Not much talk, but the lethality is quite sufficient. The next moment, Zhu Qingqing felt as if all her bones had been pulled out. It just went soft. Carry. What else can I carry? All the good things have gone to your side. Forget it, whatever you want, that's it. I'll cooperate with you, Auntie. Buzz. On the 9th planet, Zhao Yuaner and the other 2 were originally resting with their eyes closed. But as a stream of light appeared, the 3 of them suddenly opened their eyes. And it didn't take long for them to analyze the meaning of the flowing light. Wenbin is quite a good trick. Logically speaking, with his current strength, he shouldn't be able to access such secrets. Of course, although they expressed their feelings, their actions were not slow. After moving his body a little, he broke through the air and flew directly to the second planet. They have already decided to set the battlefield there. Then summon one clan at a time. Kill them one by one. Who will be the first unlucky person? As soon as the words fell, the figures of 3 people appeared outside the second planet. Immediately afterwards, the secret technique flew out of Zhao Yuaner's hands. Buzz. Originally, the 3 of them thought they would have to wait for a while. But they didn't expect that before the 3 of them had even finished setting up the formation, 2 figures suddenly rushed out from the thick clouds. However, these 2 people came quickly, but they left just as quickly. Obviously, they have discovered something is wrong. Unfortunately, it's too late. If they were allowed to escape, Lily and Moyu, the 2 supreme beings who had received gifts from heaven and earth twice, would have no reason to live. Look, in just the blink of an eye, the 2 women cut off their retreat. The Wu family. I didn't expect to catch a big fish at the first stop. That's true. The Wu family is indeed the backbone of the Jun family group. If they didn't have a very good personal relationship with Jun Qingfeng and hadn't always supported Jun Qingfeng, it would be hard to say what the name of this alliance would be. As for these words which were obviously meant to be sarcastic, the 2 people from the Wu family simply ignored them. At this moment, all they wanted was to escape. His face was filled with nothing but panic. Only after they were sure there was no chance of escape did they speak. Zhao Yuaner, what do you mean? When we first joined forces, we divided the territory. Now you're crossing the line. Isn't that too rude? If this gets out, aren't you afraid that it will ruin the Cao family's reputation? Zhao Yuaner smiled. The sound is quite beautiful. You 2 are already grown up. Why are you still so naive? Did we agree on that? Do you have any evidence? Any witnesses? If there is one, call it out and confront it with me. Not surprisingly, the faces of the 2 Wu family members turned red. I was so angry. However, they had to admit that what Zhao Yuaner said was correct. Promises are only useful when the 2 parties are equally powerful. Otherwise, it's bullshit. So, after taking 2 deep breaths, they slowly took out a crimson cup. Very big. It's more than half a person's height. It's filled with unknown liquid. The breath is even more weird. You can tell it's something incredible at first glance. We admit defeat. That's what we get here. An innate treasure. Well, it's enough to redeem us. Zhao Yuaner was stunned. Then he nodded slightly. Then, he even turned sideways. The meaning is very clear, that is, you can leave. Huh. The heart that had been hanging in the air suddenly fell. But before the 2 people from the Wu family could speed up, they suddenly discovered that there was a sword tip suddenly appearing on their chest. The 2 were horrified. At this moment, they finally understood that the 3 people from the Cao family had never thought of letting them go from the beginning to the end. The reason why I acted with them was just to let them relax their vigilance and save more effort. Women are indeed the most vicious. After squeezing out these words from between their teeth, they were ready to fight to the death. But soon, they discovered in despair that they were completely overthinking. The 2 sides are not on the same level at all. They simply don't have the capital to fight to the death. Is it still impossible to push the Cao family? I won't give in. In the end, they closed their eyes completely in despair. I couldn't even find someone to take with me before I died. Of course, they are not alone. Not long after, another wave of unlucky people came. Boom, boom. Chapter 513. Goal achieved. Ancestor, the Jun family's assembly signal has arrived. When do we leave? On a high mountain on the 8th planet, an emperor of the Guo family, who had just finished analyzing the flowing light, immediately rushed behind his ancestor. His face was full of excitement. There's no way around it, these days of dispersed actions are just too hard to endure. Be careful everywhere. Not only must we guard against the immediate danger, but we must also guard against the Jun family's sneak attacks. If we lose our focus for even a moment, we may very likely fall into a long sleep. Therefore, they have been looking forward to this light for a long time. Of course we must leave immediately. By the way, where is the meeting place? At the beginning, Guo Wentao had no doubts. I asked casually. But the good times didn't last long. Reporting to the ancestor, the location is outside the 2nd planet. At our speed, it will only take a quarter of an hour at most, and we will definitely be there. Suddenly turning around, Guo Dao asked word by word, "Are you sure you didn't make a mistake in the analysis? It's the second planet, not the others." The emperor who came to report was a little confused. He didn't understand what happened to his ancestor. But even though he was puzzled, he kept talking. "It must be right. It's definitely the second planet. Ancestor, is there any problem with this?" Guo Wentao took a deep breath, then shook his head in despair. "This is a huge problem. The meeting place can be anywhere, but it can't be the second planet. Think about it, since the Jun family has started calling for help, it proves that they are in trouble. And the problem is not small. Otherwise, their die-hard supporters, the Wu family, will be enough to help them solve the problem. But the reality is that the Wu family is useless. So logically speaking, they should continue to retreat. After reaching an absolutely safe place, call for a counterattack. But now, we are all smart people, so we understand it immediately." Then, the sound of people gasping for air soon rang out. "Ancestor, what should we do now?" No reply. Not only that, Guo Wentao even closed his eyes. The emperor, who was originally anxious, was confused again. Guo Wentao's actions once again exceeded his expectations. But he didn't disturb them. After all, their ancestor has never made a mistake so far. Therefore, he had reason to believe that this time, their ancestor would also be able to lead them out of danger. Perfect timing. The hidden trick I left behind can finally come into play. And the facts have proved that Guo Wentao is indeed worthy of his trust. Look, when he opened his eyes again, the tension he had felt before had completely disappeared. Instead, there is a strong sense of self-confidence. Hurry and gather everyone. The planet we are on has now moved to the outermost part of this galaxy. It's our perfect chance to escape. As long as we get out, no matter how big the pit is, it will have nothing to do with us. As for the future, if we can meet Zhang Shengxi, then we will continue to follow him. If you don't meet him, then leave here completely. Anyway, I've already obtained an innate treasure. It's worth it. Main star, Pilgrimage City. This is the city closest to the Holy Mountain and also the largest city in this galaxy. A place that all monks yearn for. After all, the spiritual energy here is the richest. It is no exaggeration to say that one day of practice here is at least equivalent to a week outside. Since ancient times, all the famous masters came from here. Because of this, the residents here rarely pay attention to useless things. All my energy is put into cultivation. Do everything you can to improve yourself. But nothing is absolute. Just recently, a strange thing happened in Dongcheng. Many cultivators, even during the most suitable time of the day for cultivation when the holy light comes from the east, actually do not practice. Instead, he was leisurely drinking tea in a tea house. They were drinking and whispering to each other. Here it comes, it starts again. Good heavens, this man is made of iron. Doesn't he get tired? I've never been convinced by anyone in my life, but today, I'm truly convinced. Damn it, if I were sent to mine, I wouldn't even need to bring anything. Oh my god, this teacup is actually vibrating. It's magical, it must be magical. For a moment, the tea house was filled with exclamations. It wasn't until 3 hours later that it slowly disappeared. As the crowd dispersed, the owner of the tea house immediately took action. The target is directly at an adjacent inn. Of course, he wasn't going there to fight. But to pay the bill. Here, this is today's share. Brother, you must serve those three well. That's no longer a guest, but our god of wealth. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. The innkeeper would naturally not refuse such an opportunity that would bring high returns without much effort. Don't worry, brother. I know what's going on. You don't know, I've been worshipping them these past few days. The more they talked, the more smiles appeared on their faces. But what the two of them didn't know was that their days of making money without doing anything were gone forever. Because, is it already 100? This girl is not easy to get along with. But the difficulty is much less than Chen Chouying's. Looking at Zhu Qingqing who was fixing her hair at the dressing table, Cao Wenbin smiled. Originally, he thought it would take at least 10 days or half a month. Unexpectedly, it was completely done in just 5 days. Coincidentally, just as he finished muttering, a streak of light rushed into the room. Sister Yuener is here. There was no analysis, just seeing the color of the flowing light, Cao Wenbin's expression immediately became excited. As he gave his feedback, 3 more people soon appeared in the room. It was Zhao Yuaner, Mo Yu, and Lily. Compared to usual, the murderous aura on the three of them was obviously much stronger. It was obvious that he had just finished his work and came here immediately. But Cao Wenbin didn't care about that. Didn't even hesitate. He immediately hugged Zhao Yuaner in his arms. In an instant, a feeling of warmth gradually spread. Others who saw it were so envious. Because they will never be able to enjoy this treatment. Of course, Zhao Yuaner's thick skin is definitely not as good as Cao Wenbin's. So soon, she took the initiative to speak. You kid really never put yourself in a difficult position no matter where you go. From what I see, he's enjoying quite a bit of good fortune. Chapter 514, 50-50. Sister Yuaner, you are wronging me so much. In the days without you, I try to numb myself as much as possible. How can I enjoy any happiness? Although she knew it was flattery, a sweet smile still appeared on Zhao Yuaner's face unconsciously. But this expression was fleeting. It was quickly replaced by amusement. Did you also use this trick when facing Jian? An awkward smile. Not knowing how to respond, Cao Wenbin immediately changed the subject. How is this possible? Everything Sister Yuaner enjoys is unique. By the way, Sister Yuaner, have you dealt with the other members of the Jun family faction? There was no surprise. As soon as Zhao Yuaner heard the serious matter, her expression immediately became serious. And this was completely within Cao Wenbin's expectations. After all, Zhao Yuaner is such a person. But just a few breaths later, something beyond his expectations happened. Most of it has been resolved. Only Guo Wentao escaped. I have to say, that guy is really far-sighted. He actually saw through our plan. When we caught up with him, he just cut off his own arm. He abandoned all his tribe members and ran away using self-harming techniques. Without a single hesitation. Hearing this, Cao Wenbin's eyes narrowed immediately. At the same time, he also sentenced all the people of the Jun family here to death. There's nothing we can do, since there's a survivor. If this place is not cleaned up, he will not be able to approach Zhongzhou as Jun Xiaoyao. It turns out that heroes in the world should not be underestimated. He shook his head, and then he directed Zhao Yuaner and others to transform. The Zhu family in the Jun family alliance is headed by women. It just happens to provide a perfect identity for Zhao Yuaner and the other two. And while on the road, Cao Wenbin was not idle either. He casually told Zhao Yuaner everything about the aftereffects of the Book of Life, word for word. You are on guard against Jun Xiaoyao. You don't want him to cause you any more trouble, so you want our people to keep a close eye on him. If he shows up, we'll kill him instantly. Nodded gently. He had nothing to hide in front of Zhao Yuaner. Whatever you think, you can express it without any hesitation. Zhao Yuaner, who received a positive answer, immediately smiled and said, I think there's absolutely no need to bother with this. Let's not talk about whether it's Jun Xiaoyao or not. Even if it's really him, it doesn't matter. Look around you, either he's milky or he's too milky. If he saw this scene, he would die immediately. Cao Wenbin was stunned. Then he started laughing too. You know what, it's really like that. No matter how brave a person is, he or she cannot handle this situation. Ancestor, we lived up to everyone's expectations and successfully found the Zhu family. As for the others, at this point, Chen Choying first smiled bitterly, then shook her head and said, they are all in a tough battle. There's simply no manpower available. To be honest, this is not really good news. However, Zhun Qingfeng didn't care at all. Even extremely excited. Because this number of helpers is just enough. One supreme being plus 2 12th grade emperors are enough to suppress the Tianyi clan. You've done good enough. After he finished speaking, Zhun Qingfeng immediately turned his attention to Zhu Yangxin. Sister, thank you for coming all the way to help. How about this, we split the harvest 30% to 70%. We are 7, you are 3. Of course, if you can get something from Tianyi, no matter how much, it's all yours. The conditions are very tempting. But in order to make it more realistic, Zhao Yuaner still started bargaining with him. Only when the split became 3.5 to 6.5 did she reluctantly agree. Once the conditions were agreed upon, Zhun Qingfeng didn't hesitate any longer and immediately led his men to a church halfway up the mountain. That is the holy land of the Tianyi tribe. Almost all the high-ranking members of the Tianyi tribe live there. Because of this, when Cao Wenbin and others arrived, a group of birdmen were already waiting for them with a covetous look in their eyes. Tianqing, this time, we can finally have a good talk. As the saying goes, fortune changes. The last time Zhun Qingfeng came, he was truly sincere. More than just attitude, he also brought a lot of good things. But these guys from the Tianyi tribe just ignore us. There is even a faint desire to keep the Zhun family. But this time, they were completely wilted. Their intuition told them that if this matter was not handled properly, the Tianyi clan would most likely decline. And this price is something they absolutely cannot afford. So, you must be here for the things under the holy mountain. I have to say, you guys are really persistent. In that case, I'll grant your wish this time. Otherwise, it would seem like we are being inhumane. As for the profit-sharing ratio, just do as you said last time. That sounds very much like it. But whether it was Zhun Qingfeng or Zhao Yuaner, they just laughed out loud. Zhun Qingfeng then started shaking his fingers frantically. Friend, as the saying goes, things change with time. 30/70ths, that was the price last time. We are weak, so naturally we have to take less. But now, it's time to attack and defend the aliens. So the proportions naturally have to be redistributed. Of course, we won't ask for too much. How about this, we split it 50-50. Not surprisingly, the people of the Tianyi tribe instantly turned pale. A few of those with more explosive tempers immediately took a step forward. Judging from his expression, he obviously wants to take action. Show off your muscles by the way. However, all their plans were ruined by just one sentence from Cao Wenbin. Friends of the Skywing clan, from what I understand, you don't get along well with the people from the second and third planets. What do you think their reaction would be if they knew the situation here and now? He suddenly turned around, and then all those eagle eyes fell on Cao Wenbin. There is murderous intent in his eyes. To be honest, if this happened to an ordinary Nirvana monk, he would be scared to death. You will definitely pee your pants. But Cao Wenbin didn't take it seriously at all. Tianyan's death stare couldn't do anything to him. Not to mention these little shrimps. The nobles are truly full of talented people. This boy's future is absolutely limitless. Okay, let's do as you say. 50-50 is 50-50. Chapter 515, Being Blocked by Others. This is the entrance to the heart of the Holy Mountain. To be honest, although we discovered it a long time ago, we have never entered it. At the same time, no one else was allowed in. So we also don't know what's going on inside. When he said this again, Tianqing's expression was so serious. But Cao Wenbin and others didn't believe a word of it. It's possible that these guys didn't touch the things inside due to some concerns. But if they say they haven't gone in to check, then it's just like burning newspapers at the grave to fool the ghosts. Are they planning to trick us in there? The layout is really pitifully small. Shaked his head speechlessly. But Cao Wenbin didn't say anything. After all, these guys are all excellent meat shields. At critical moments, it can definitely protect them from a lot of disasters. While he was secretly pondering, the bosses of the three families quickly took action. Almost in the blink of an eye, they entered the cave one by one. Walk. Without any hesitation, Cao Wenbin followed immediately. Same as outside, the cave is also brightly lit. Not dim at all. The only difference is that it's very steep here. This is more like a big slide than a cave, slanting straight into the depths of the ground. If the road were smoother, people wouldn't have to walk at all. You can slide all the way down. At the beginning, everyone in the Zhun family was tense. But the further they went, the more confused everyone became. Because all the imagined attacks never happened. The whole journey was quite peaceful. That shouldn't be the case. The victor has deployed numerous strategies on the outer planets. There's no reason not to value this heart. Very confused. But soon, everyone in the Zhun family smiled bitterly. At the same time, they also understood a truth. That is, there are some things that really shouldn't be complained about. Look, before the murmurs had even died down, a sword as black as ink suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. Along with it, there was also a line of small words that were obviously carved with this sword. There is a great terror ahead. No matter who you are, please stop. If you don't, you will bear the consequences. Everyone's footsteps subconsciously stopped. Especially the people of the Tianyi tribe, they took a small step back. To be honest, their movements are really not big. There is absolutely no difference between this and the reaction of ordinary people when encountering unexpected events. But Cao Wenbin, who was always paying attention to them, squinted his eyes unconsciously. There's something fishy. As soon as this idea came out, Cao Wenbin didn't even hesitate. He immediately gave Zhao Yuaner a wink. Everything is self-explanatory. Innate treasure. Therefore, Zhun Qingfeng, the only one who was kept in the dark and could not resist the temptation, unsurprisingly became the first to be exposed. As for the consequences, the moment he grasped the sword handle, a shadow suddenly emerged from the sword. Sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Stand tall. It is not difficult to see that the owner of this phantom should be a rare handsome guy. But this guy's temper is obviously not very good. Therefore, ants, didn't you see the words I left behind? Forget it, since you're already blind, there's no point in you living anymore. After he finished speaking, the shadow put 2 fingers together and then wiped them directly towards Zhun Qingfeng's neck. Very fast. Judging from the expressions of Mo Yu and Lily, this attack would be difficult to dodge even for supreme beings like them who have received gifts from heaven and earth twice. Not good. Really. Zhun Qingfeng only had time to raise his right arm. Then it collided with those 2 fingers. The next moment. Boom. The explosion was earth-shaking. And when everything disappeared, Zhun Qingfeng, who was originally very energetic, turned into a disheveled madman. The hand that had been able to hold the sword just now could no longer be lifted. It seems that it has not yet separated from the body. But only the skin should be still connected. There's something fishy going on. Fortunately, I brought a group of tanks. Otherwise, the ones who get hurt will be my people. Of course, although he was proud, Cao Wenbin did not let his guard down. Because as soon as the results came out, the people of the Tieni tribe took action. Instead of attacking directly, they blocked the retreat. And they also set up a formation. It is obvious that these guys are planning to take this opportunity to keep all these outsiders here. And the fact is, it is indeed so. Look, when everything was ready, Tianqing, who had been silent all the way, suddenly burst into laughter. You guys are really stupid. An unknown place, completely unfamiliar people, all these unfavorable factors combined, yet you still dare to rush in. I really want to know who gave you the courage. Having said that, he subconsciously glanced at the black sword again. Then he continued, okay, you can leave your last words now. I don't want to stay in this damn place any longer. For hundreds of thousands of years, no one has been able to cross this sword. Otherwise, do you think you can stay here until now? Who the hell has a grudge against the baby? At this point, even Zhun Qingfeng knew that he had been fooled. So, he stopped competing with himself. Soon he stood up with red eyes. Birdman, you are so scheming. But do you think you can swallow us like this? Go ahead and daydream. Even if I only have 1 arm left, you still can't handle me. Besides, we have 7 allies outside this planet. Even if we can't rush out, as long as we can hold them back, that's enough. This statement is quite domineering. It also contains a strong sense of self-confidence. But the Tieni clan, from top to bottom, immediately showed their disdain. Idiot. You don't really think that my Skywing tribe is only capable of this, do you? Come on, we've occupied this place for hundreds of thousands of years. How could it be possible that I don't have any family background? As they spoke, they took out a knife and a piece of armor. It's nothing else but the innate treasure. Even though they are the worst kind. But innate is innate. It is definitely not something that an imperial weapon can touch. As soon as he saw them, Zhun Qingfeng, who had just cheered up, suddenly fell to the ground like a deflated ball. The whole person is getting older rapidly. Chapter 516 Zhun Family, Offline. Completion. Zhun Qingfeng knew that this time, their Zhun family really had no chance. Because all the elites are here. As for Zhongzhou, although in name, he is also a member of the Zhun family, but there is no Zhun family blood in his body after all. It doesn't count at all. Hey, if I had known this, I should have asked Xiaoyao to capture her before coming in. Although the hope is slim, if I win, then. There is regret in his eyes. But soon, he found something wrong. He was already like this, but the 3 women of the Zhu family acted as if nothing had happened. 2 of them even showed a hint of disdain on their faces. Is there still hope? Thinking of this, his energy and spirit immediately returned to normal. That look is like a last burst of light. But the reality was that he was slapped in the face again soon. Under his gaze, Zhu Yangxin, indeed stood in front of the Tieni tribe. But what he took out was completely beyond his expectations. That's a sword. A crystal clear sword. At first, Zhun Qingfeng just felt that he looked familiar. But the more he looked at it, the more he felt something was wrong. After a few breaths, the pupils began to shrink unconsciously. Ice Soul Divine Sword. How is this possible? This is Zhao Yuaner's sword. Could it be that Zhu Yangxin killed Zhao Yuaner? This idea is very reasonable. But if you say this is true, even Zhun Qingfeng himself doesn't believe it. After all, even a fool knows clearly what position Zhao Yuaner holds in Cao Wenbin's heart. If something really happened to Zhao Yuaner, this world would have been destroyed long ago. There's no way it could be this peaceful. Besides, the Zhu family would never have the ability to kill Zhao Yuaner. What the hell is going on? The more Zhun Qingfeng thought about it, the more headache he got. But I still can't get the answer. But soon, he won't have to worry about it anymore. Because not long after showing her weapon, Zhao Yuaner slowly returned to her original appearance. So, base. Zhun Qingfeng, who had collapsed to the ground as if he had no bones, demonstrated to everyone what a medical miracle was. He stood up on the spot. Then, he roared in disbelief, "This is impossible. I am the Supreme. No disguise can escape my eyes." At this moment, he suddenly felt like a clown. As his brain worked rapidly, he soon thought of another terrible thing. The Xiaoyao we spent a huge sum of money to redeem, could it be? Turn around quickly. Then he collapsed to the ground again. At the same time, a heart-wrenching word quickly entered his ears. "Have you finally figured it out? What a pity. It's too late. You don't have any chance. But I have to say, the women of your Zhun family are really beautiful." Whether it was Zhongru before or Chen Chouying this time, there's absolutely nothing wrong with them. As for Zhang Shengxi, I'll burn some paper and tell you after I've experienced it. Puff. Not surprisingly, Zhun Qingfeng was so angry that he vomited blood. Then he didn't even hesitate, and his whole body immediately swelled up. Good, very good. In that case, then let's all just stop living. It's worth it to trade my rotten life for your life, Master Cao. To be honest, there is nothing wrong with what he said. If one supreme being could take Cao Wenbin away, then many supreme beings in the immortal and demon worlds would definitely not even think about it. But obviously, he was overthinking it. Look, before his body could expand to its limit, a sword beam filled with strong coldness quickly swept across his neck. No sound, but a thin line soon appeared on his neck. What's strange is that no blood flowed out from this thin line. Instead, a chill air, centered on the thin line, spread rapidly around. And in the blink of an eye, Zhun Qingfeng was completely turned into an ice sculpture. Ancestor. The people of the Zhun family were horrified. But it would have been better if they didn't shout. This shout completely shook Zhun Qingfeng into pieces of ice. I can't die anymore. No. Every single one of the Zhun family, except Chen Chouying and Zhu Qingqing, collapsed. The Tianyi people, who saw everything, all shook their heads and sneered. Is this your alliance? When the time comes, it would be fine if they didn't think about uniting against a common enemy, but they actually started fighting among themselves. Even killed a general. I have to say, you guys really have some ideas. As soon as he finished speaking, Tian Qing immediately led his men to attack Zhao Yuaner. He had already seen that this woman who had suddenly transformed was his only stumbling block. As long as they can be moved away, the others will be nothing but a bunch of chickens and dogs. While moving forward, his eyes were always fixed on the Ice Soul Sword. His eyes were full of greed. But as he walked, his brows began to frown unconsciously. Because he suddenly realized that on both sides of him, there were two extremely terrifying auras slowly rising. Apart from the shadow in the sword, this was the first time he encountered someone so powerful. Is it an illusion? Shook his head. Then he subconsciously looked towards the place where the breath rose. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at it, but after looking at it, he almost collapsed to the ground. Because everything is not an illusion at all. Two masters really appeared on both sides of him. Two masters that he couldn't understand. Who the hell are you? Moyu and Lily laughed, but the two did not reply. This kind of trash doesn't even deserve to know their names. The next moment, the two of them joined forces and rushed towards Tianqing. And once he strikes, it's a killing move. Push the formation to its full potential. Stop these two lunatics with all your strength. Tianqing was shocked. Fortunately, he was not far from his people, and he returned to the camp in just one step. Otherwise. But before he could show his relief, the two women's attacks had already arrived. Boom. To be honest, the confrontation between Zhun Qingfeng and the phantom was terrifying enough. But compared with this time, it was just playing house. Look, then the shock wave slowly dissipated, and this specially blessed planet actually trembled slightly. Although it returned to normal quickly, it was indeed shaking. As for winning or losing, no suspense. Even if there are more people of the Tianyi tribe. Even if there are 2 innate treasures blessing. But in front of Mo Yu and Lily, it is still not good enough. Just one strike shattered all their reliance. Chapter 517 Want to break free. Dream on. Bang, bang. The sound of flesh falling to the ground soon resounded throughout the cave. And many of them never got up again after they fell. Not that great. With this level of skill, you dare to shout. What a bunch of frogs in a well. He curled his lips in disdain. Then Mo Yu and Lily prepared to clear the area. And at the beginning, no one stopped us. Until Tianqing was the only one left, Cao Wenbin slowly spoke. Stop for a moment. It would be such a waste to just kill such a perfect encyclopedia. As soon as he finished speaking, he flashed and flew directly to Tianqing's side. Then he began to use the soul-searching technique. Of course, at the beginning, Tianqing was not going to cooperate. After all, it has come to this, there is no need to bow down anymore. It is better to die standing than to live on your knees. Besides, even if he really kneels down, there is a high probability that he will not survive. And the most important thing is that he also realized that although the 6th grade emperor in front of him was not very powerful, he was the backbone of this group of people. If we could capture it. The idea is beautiful, but the reality is quite bleak. Look, just as he showed the slightest sign, Lily's attack came immediately. It directly destroyed all his meridians. I don't understand. Once he was disabled, all the information in his mind was no longer under his control. Almost in the blink of an eye, it all entered Cao Wenbin's mind. Wow, this tribe has a really long history. It's actually been over 100,000 years. At the beginning, Cao Wenbin was amazed. After all, his Cao family has only been around for more than 10,000 years. But as he looked at it, his brows began to frown unconsciously. At the end, he even cursed the guy as a waste. Because what this guy said before was not a joke. The Tianyi tribe really doesn't know what's behind the Black Sword. After their 2 predecessors challenged the Black Sword once, no one came for excitement anymore. In their opinion, this thing is not something they can shake at all. So there is absolutely no need to waste time. Wenbin, let's lure the snake out of its hole. Use this fool as bait to lure out that phantom. Then my 2 sisters and I attacked with all our might. Even though that guy is very strong. But he's just a phantom after all, and there's a high probability that he can't withstand us. Although she didn't know what her little man saw specifically, Zhao Yuan'er had already guessed a general idea just by looking at his expression. So, she immediately started to make suggestions. As soon as these words came out, Cao Wenbin was stunned. Because he thought so too. Sister Yuan'er and I are truly a match made in heaven. Look, no matter where they are, they cooperate so well. Of course, although his mind was full of unhealthy things, his actions were not slow at all. After nodding, he threw the Tianqing in his hand directly towards the Black Sword. Very fast. Buzz. Without any surprise, as soon as the foolish Tianqing approached, the phantom condensed again at a rapid speed. Even the wording is exactly the same. Obviously, this thing is not advanced. It's just something that has been set up long ago. After making this judgment, Zhao Yuan'er and others became more confident. Immediately afterwards, each of them rushed towards the shadows in their respective decisive battles. Freeze the world. The devil has come to the world. Flower burial. Boom. Various sounds come one after another. At the same time, the entire planet began to shake wildly. As for the results, before the smoke even cleared, Cao Wenbin and the others showed expressions of ecstasy on their faces. Because they heard the sound of breaking. Even if it's slight. But it is enough to explain many problems. And the reality is pretty much as they expected. When everything dissipated, the Black Sword was already suspended in the air. It has obviously become ownerless. Swish. You're welcome. Cao Wenbin took it away directly. Compared with other types of innate treasures, sword-type treasures have the greatest impact on Cao Wenbin. After all, if you gather 4 swords, you can form a Zhu Xian sword formation. Although the formation formed by the miscellaneous swords is definitely not as good as Ling Ruobing's, it is definitely better than fighting alone. However, as soon as he picked up the sword, Cao Wenbin's expression changed again. It's not that there are any restrictions on the sword. But in the depths of the cave, amazing changes occurred. First, a huge amount of spiritual energy gushed out. Chen Chouying and Zhu Qingqing were so shocked that their faces turned red. If Cao Wenbin hadn't taken them into the heaven-swallowing tower in time, the two would have exploded and died in no time. Immediately afterwards, waves of excited roars began to spread wildly from deep underground. At first, the noise was very small. But as time goes by, it becomes more and more terrifying. In the end, all the sand and gravel, no matter how big or small, started dancing to the rhythm. Is that person unblocked? Cao Wenbin and others looked at each other. Then without saying anything, he flew directly towards the depths. As for running, only a fool would do that. Besides, judging from the other party's behavior, once he recovers, even if Cao Wenbin and others lend him a few more legs, he will definitely not be able to run far. So the correct solution is to kill it while it is weak. As for the speed of these people, there is naturally nothing to say. In addition, they were not far from their destination, so in the blink of an eye, they arrived at a huge cave. The view is almost the same as outside. They are also beautiful. Of course, Cao Wenbin and others have no time to pay attention to these things. All attention was immediately focused on the center of the cave. There was a man covered in black hair, frantically pulling at the chains that bound him. Obviously, the previous judgment was completely correct. Just as Cao Wenbin and others were observing carefully, the man who obviously needed some time slowly spoke. You should be the ones who pull out the array's eyes one by one. Good. Very good. Come, give me a hand. Once I break free completely, I will ensure that you enjoy eternal prosperity. Fang Chong, you never imagined that your plan would be ruined by these little guys. It seems our fight isn't over yet. The more he talked, the more excited this guy became. But Cao Wenbin and others subconsciously curled their lips. Save you. Dream on. I'm here to send you off completely. Chapter 518. Another one who doesn't know how to live or die. Why don't you do anything yet? Do you still want me to treat you? To tell you the truth, I am Fang Yuan. I think you should know clearly what this name means. At the beginning, the Tide Man was very excited. But after just a few breaths, his expression changed. Because the few people he regarded as his subordinates did not obey his orders at all. This made him quite unhappy. After all, apart from that annoying Fang Chong, no one seems to dare to ignore him so far. Fortunately, he had just shown a hint of dissatisfaction when the other party seemed to have reacted. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. That's right. Young man, you must obey. Only after the older generation is gone can you show your own personality. Otherwise, you're asking for trouble. By the way, you dare. Originally, he wanted to continue preaching for a while. But soon, he realized something was wrong. The three women who rushed towards him were not attacking the ropes that trapped him. Instead, it was his vital points. To be honest, if this was his heyday, he really wouldn't take it seriously. Just cut it off. It won't cause him much harm at all. But this is a different time. He had been drained of his essence for tens of thousands of years and was already just an empty shell. If these three blows hit him, then not only would he not be able to get revenge, but it would be uncertain whether he could even see the sun tomorrow. Therefore, no, I can't die at the hands of these ants. I still have to seek revenge on Fang Chong. The desire to survive suddenly erupted. So, even though he was trapped by chains, he still dodged Zhao Yuaner's sword. But this is already his limit. He couldn't avoid the demon jade and lily that came later no matter what. In desperation, he had to use his energy to protect the area that was about to be attacked. Boom. Puff. The sounds of collision and spitting blood soon rang out. Obviously, the energy arranged in advance is useless. If you are going to get hurt, you will get hurt. What made him even more depressed was that this was just the beginning. The three women who attacked him were obviously very experienced. I know very well that it is better to take advantage of your illness to kill you. If the first attack fails, the second one will come soon. And even more sharp. Boom, 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 ah. At the beginning, Fang Yuan was still trying his best to avoid the attacks. Buy yourself more time to escape. But as the wounds on his body increased, he suddenly became angry. You forced me to do this. Since I can't keep this body anymore, I'll just find a new one. It just so happens that the boy you are protecting looks pretty good. As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly stopped moving. Then, a soul that was almost solid, with only its legs still a little illusory, quickly drilled out from this abandoned body. And this move is exactly his trump card. After all, in these hundreds of thousands of years, he only lost energy. The power of the soul is intact. You bitches, go die. Without any hesitation, as soon as he adapted, he immediately pounced on Zhao Yuaner and others. Very fast. Of course, Zhao Yuaner and others are not vegetarians either. The move that was originally aimed at the body immediately changed direction. Directly greet the soul. Although the reaction was quick, it was completely useless. The soul is a very special substance. Although you can see it, it is nothing. It is completely different from the phantom in the black sword before. Because of this, the attack went straight through the soul body after encountering it. Don't talk about hurting people. Even slowing down the opponent's pace is impossible. How is this possible? The three women were horrified. My scalp is numbing. But just when they didn't know what to do, Cao Wenbin suddenly appeared in front of them. To be honest, this move is really manly. But the three women became even more panicked. This is a patroller after all. They had no way to deal with him, let alone Cao Wenbin who only had the 6th grade cultivation. So, they subconsciously wanted to drag Cao Wenbin away. Unfortunately, it's all too late. As soon as Fang Yuan saw clearly that the person in front of him was his ultimate target, he immediately laughed strangely. Then, he no longer paid any attention to the three women. Without any hesitation, he went straight into Cao Wenbin's sea of consciousness. After all, only with a body can you feel safe. He plans to save those three bitches for last. However, his excitement did not last long. Because very soon, he suddenly discovered that the situation in his sea of consciousness was completely different from what he expected. In his opinion, the boy who could be easily controlled was not as weak as he imagined. It's even powerful enough to be scary. A venerable soul body. How is this possible? Fang Yuan's face was full of disbelief. He had seen people whose soul power was greater than their physical strength. But even those peerless geniuses are only a little bit better. Those who can reach a higher level are rare. But this one in front of me. 6th rank and supreme. To say that there is a chasm in the middle is an understatement. Just when his thoughts were a little confused, Cao Wenbin spoke. Is it difficult to understand? Actually, there are just too many idiots like you. They all want to take over my body. But my strength is not good enough, so I was slowly raised up. To be honest, I'm really fed up. His tone was full of helplessness. But anyone who is not a fool can hear the pride in it. Fuck. And Fang Yuan was indeed shocked by these words. But after just a few breaths, he calmed down. After all, what does it matter if you have a lot of experience? When it comes to possessing another's body, it all depends on soul power. It cannot be said that the skills are useless, it can only be said that they are completely useless. So, after curling his lips, his soul power began to spread rapidly. He wants to crush this kid to death as soon as possible. To avoid more nightmares at night. But just as he started to act, he suddenly discovered that the speed of his soul power seemed to have slowed down. And it's getting slower and slower. In the end, it slowed down by 40%. What's going on? Fang Yuan was a little confused. But soon, he found the answer out of the corner of his eye. Divine Pearl. Of course he is familiar with this thing. After all, the reason why it has not been able to escape for more than 100,000 years is that this thing has definitely played a big role. Did this thing fall into your hands? It's a bit troublesome. Chapter 519. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't save you. The contempt in his expression disappeared instantly. Instead, there is a deep solemnity. If you look closely, you can even find a hint of fear. Of course, what Fang Yuan feared was not Cao Wenbin. After all, even if 40% of his strength was reduced, Cao Wenbin was still not good enough. What he cares about is Cao Wenbin's hidden trick. Because he suddenly remembered that the magic pearl was obtained by the guy in front of him recently. And before that, this guy had already killed several people who wanted to take over his body. That is to say, should we just withdraw and then make a long-term plan? The more he thought about it, the more uncertain he became. And he is indeed decisive enough. As soon as the thought came to his mind, he immediately took action. And in the blink of an eye, it completely left Cao Wenbin's sea of consciousness. It can be said that we come and go in a hurry. However, he did not let this cowardice out. Although the magic pearl also came out, he was extremely confident. Because these people in front of him did not have the means to threaten him. Boy, even if you have enough tricks, what does it matter? Unless you reach the level of a patroller, there's no way to separate the soul and the body. So, just enjoy the feast that's coming. I will torture these elders of yours to death right in front of you. Remember, this is revenge for your non-cooperation. It was obvious that he was prepared to use the lives of Zhao Yuaner and others to attack Cao Wenbin. Once Cao Wenbin's emotions fluctuate significantly, his success rate in taking over another body will increase exponentially. And he does have insight. The first target chosen was Zhao Yuaner. Directly found Cao Wenbin's vital point. But precisely because of this, before he could even take action, just by showing a sign, Cao Wenbin's eyes had already turned red. And it's bright red. There is no other color in sight. Immediately afterwards, a somewhat illusory Cao Wenbin suddenly appeared in front of everyone. It was a fantasy that had come true not long ago. You old bastard, since you dare to kill my sister Yuaner, then there is no need for you to exist. If I don't make you my food today, then I'm not Cao. Look at the stick. After he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin suddenly waved his right arm. Quite powerful. But whether it was Fang Yuan, Zhao Yuaner or the others, they were all stunned. Because in their eyes, there was nothing in Cao Wenbin's hands. Is this kid crazy? It seems that this woman surnamed Zhao is very important to him. After realizing it, Fang Yuan immediately became excited. He has seen the dawn of victory. But at this moment, he suddenly flew backwards. The soul body, which was originally very solid, suddenly became lighter. It was obviously attacked by an unknown attacker. How is this possible? There's clearly nothing around me. Confused. So, he subconsciously looked at Cao Wenbin's right hand. Could it be? My pupils contracted unconsciously. But before he could figure it out, he flew out again. And this time it's even weirder. Cao Wenbin didn't even move. He had no way to defend himself. Damn it, what kind of trick is this? If you can't even see it, what's the point of playing this? A look of panic immediately appeared on Fang Yuan's face. Then he rushed towards his body at high speed. He is going to go back first. Then talk about it. After all, physical pain can be endured. But the pain in the soul is really deadly. Boom. But although the idea was good, reality soon gave him a slap in the face. He had just rushed halfway when his body, which was still trapped by the chains, suddenly exploded. The kind that is broken into pieces. No. This time, Fang Yuan became even more desperate. At the same time, a feeling of unreality suddenly emerged in his heart. There's nothing he can do about it. Everything he encountered today was too bizarre. First of all, the strength of this Cao. Then there is that unknown weapon. Finally, there is this strange attack. You know, in his cognition, the soul and the entity should be completely unconnected. For example, the previous attacks of the three women couldn't touch him at all. And if he wants to attack others, he can only get into their sea of consciousness. But this man surnamed Cao shattered his body with the power of his soul. No, I can't stay here any longer. This kid is so weird. If I can offer something else, I might actually become his food. As soon as this idea came to his mind, he couldn't sit still anymore. With a move of his body, he crashed directly into the dome. To normal people, it's a wall. But for him at this moment, that was the road. The road to heaven. However, although he tried his best, he was still a step slow. Just as he was about to reach the dome and victory was within his reach, a scroll with a Tai Chi pattern engraved on it suddenly appeared before his eyes. And in the blink of an eye, the entire cave was covered. Not a single flaw. No. To be honest, if this had happened at the beginning, he would never have lost his composure in the face of this situation. It is possible that you may even look down on it. After all, he is in the state of soul at this moment. Ordinary treasures can't trap him at all. But now, he didn't dare to think so at all. And the facts proved that he was right. Just as his soul body touched the shaft, an extremely pure yang energy suddenly spread towards him. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been turned into nothingness. How so? Despair. He was completely at his wits' end and immediately collapsed. As for holding Zhao Yuan'er hostage, he does want to. But Cao Wenbin had already run to Zhao Yuan'er's side, just waiting for him to fall into the trap. Boy, what do you want me to do in exchange for letting you go? How about serving you for 10,000 years? During this time, I will obey your orders and will never complain. Even if I die in battle. The conditions are very tempting. But Cao Wenbin didn't even hesitate and just shook his head. I've already told you that from the moment you had the intention to kill my sister Yuan'er, you no longer had a chance. And don't you think the conditions you proposed are funny? You know, if I swallow you, my soul power will most likely reach the level of a patroller. If that's the case, then why should I ask you to be loyal? Can't I become stronger myself? Chapter 520. From now on, I will focus on finding the body snatcher. Fang Yuan was speechless in an instant. Because even if it's an opponent, he has to admit that what the other person said is right. Just as he was desperately trying to think of what other value he had, the Tai Chi diagram suddenly began to shrink wildly. And in the blink of an eye, he was completely wrapped up. There is no room for movement. No. Fang Yuan knew that Cao Wenbin was going to kill him. Unfortunately, he had no way out. And this word, no, also became his last masterpiece. The day you break out of the cage is the day you die. Quite ironic. Of course, Cao Wenbin is not having an easy time either. Although he was suppressing Fang Yuan from the beginning to the end, the consumption was also not small. As soon as his soul returned to his body, he immediately collapsed to the ground. This sudden change directly scared Zhao Yuan'er. Without any hesitation, she pounced on him. Wenbin, are you okay? The expression is full of intersection. But after just a few breaths, she started rolling her eyes wildly. As for the reason, Sister Yuan'er, I can't take it anymore. At most, he'll live for a few hours. Before I die, I just want to see you shake the sun. I wonder if you could satisfy me. I'm shaking your grandma's leg. Unsurprisingly, Zhao Yuan'er's first reaction was to refuse. But when she saw Cao Wenbin's expectant eyes, she sighed helplessly. Then he slowly stood up. My hands subconsciously placed behind my head. Cao Wenbin once taught her this dance. Although she had never danced before, she remembered every move very clearly. Therefore, forget it, just consider it a reward for him. But what she didn't know was that once something started, its subsequent direction would be difficult for her to control. As a patroller, Fang Yuan's soul power is extremely powerful. But even so, he still couldn't cause any trouble to Cao Wenbin while being swallowed. First it's the soul-searching technique, then the crazy absorption. It's a very smooth process. As for the results, it's almost the same as Cao Wenbin expected. Although a lot of it was wasted in the middle. But his soul power was still piled up to the level of a patroller. It's so comfortable. If there are a few more of them, we will be invincible. Thinking of this, a gleam of light suddenly flashed across Cao Wenbin's eyes. He has made up his mind. No matter where I go in the future, I must first find someone who likes to possess other people's bodies. If it doesn't work, then use fishing enforcement. In short, try every possible way to improve your soul power. But before he could think about it carefully, an extremely charming voice suddenly came into his ears. Wenbin, we have arrived at the Void City you mentioned. At the same time, I also sensed the auras of Yunsheng and Zhongzhou. Where do we go from here? It was none other than Zhao Yuan'er. After hearing this, Cao Wenbin opened his eyes immediately. At this moment, he was in a carriage. This was the arrangement he made since he obtained Fang Yuan's memory. Of course, he was not here to help Fang Yuan take revenge, but to find Xu Yunsheng and Zhongzhou. After all, according to memory, this is the only place in this space where the two women cannot receive the distress signal. And the facts have proved that his judgment is completely correct. Let's do as we agreed before. Go find Yunsheng. I'm going to find Zhongzhou. It's time for this last remaining child of the Laojun family to shed some blood. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin's figure disappeared directly in the carriage. When he appeared, he had already arrived at the door of a mansion. Then, Sister Shengxi, are you in there? The sound is not very loud. But it is full of grievances. The power of Sister Shengxi's voice is truly beyond words. Look, before the voice even fell, Zhang Shengxi's figure had already appeared in front of Cao Wenbin. Still wearing that light blue dress. It makes it look quite outstanding. However, that otherworldly aura did not last long. After seeing the miserable appearance of Zhun Xiaoyao, her plan immediately failed. Xiaoyao, why are you so embarrassed? While asking, she also took the time to glare at Chen Qiuying and Zhu Qingqing. The meaning is very clear, it is to ask for punishment. But soon, she had no time to deal with these two women. Because, Sister Shengxi, you must avenge our ancestors. Not long ago, the 8 supreme beings in our alliance and the 3 members of the Cao family collided in a special galaxy. At the beginning, we were evenly matched. Both parties are safe and sound. But not long after, everything changed. First, something happened on the periphery. Then we were surrounded. In order to cover our evacuation, the ancestor blew himself up on the spot. But the effect is not very good. In the end, from the huge Zhun family, only the 3 of us escaped. The more he talked, the sadder Zhun Xiaoyao became. And Zhang Shengxi also gritted his teeth. The whole person turned into a powder keg. At this moment, if there is even a hint of stimulation, it will definitely explode. Of course, I am angry. But she didn't say a word of comfort. It's okay, it's okay. Didn't you escape? As long as the bloodline is not completely cut off, the Zhun family still has a chance. If you work harder, sooner or later the Zhun family will have a large population again. And with your talent, it's more than enough to support them. Besides, don't you still have me? Given our relationship, would I not help you? These words were spoken quickly and urgently. At the end, it was hinting at something obscurely. It was obvious that she was really afraid of the brat in her arms, and she lost her mind for a moment and did something stupid. However, when she lowered her head to check the effect of her words, she suddenly realized that she was completely talking to a cow. Because I fell asleep without knowing when. Hey! Sighed softly. She knew that this was not just snoozing. Instead, you are in a tense state for a long time, and when you relax suddenly, your body activates its self-protection mechanism. Otherwise, something will definitely happen. That's fine. With a buffer, he should be able to see things more clearly. She shook her head, and then her attention fell back on Chen Qiuying and Zhu Qingqing. It doesn't matter if she doesn't look at it, but when she took a closer look, she raised her eyebrows unconsciously. Chapter 521 The extremely smart Guo Wentao. You two are in good shape. Looks like you've been eating quite a lot lately. Although he has never experienced it, Zhang Shengxi is not stupid. Soon something unusual was discovered. Chen Qiuying and Zhu Qingqing, who had already guessed that this question would come, did not panic. First, she acted shy, then stammered, "We don't want to either." But this kid's condition is always wrong. So in order to prevent him from getting stuck in a rut, we can only. This statement makes sense. Zhang Shengxi also deeply agrees. After all, she had used similar tactics before. In that case, from now on, it will be up to you two to take personal care of this brat. Remember, don't use some methods anymore. After all, the revival of the Zhun family depends on you. This made the two girls' faces even redder. But he didn't refuse. And Zhang Shengxi's preaching has not ended yet. But just when she was about to speak again, another person suddenly appeared beside them. It was none other than Guo Wentao, who escaped alone using secret techniques. "Boss Zhang, I finally found you." His expression was full of excitement. But when he saw Zhun Xiaoyao in Zhang Shengxi's arms, he suddenly fell silent. Along the way, he was not just running away. Still thinking at the same time. He wants to find out the reason for failure. After thinking about it, he only thought of one possibility. That means there is a spy among them. Otherwise, there is no reason why they were all fine before and then were wiped out after a gathering signal. As for who this spy is, he wasn't sure before, but now, he already has the correct answer. Finally redeemed. Everyone died, except him, and the people he toyed with were still alive. All of this is so obvious. This guy is definitely not Zhun Xiaoyao. It's very likely that Cao Wenbin. After all, ever since he showed up, that guy surnamed Cao has completely disappeared. And only Cao Wenbin would be so obsessed with married women. But how did he deceive Zhang Shengxi? This is a patroller. My head hurts. What gave him a headache was whether he should expose it or not. If he doesn't expose it, he will feel uncomfortable. After all his clansmen were indirectly killed by this guy. But if it's revealed, he is afraid of death. He was sure that Cao Wenbin must have a backup plan. Even if Zhang Shengxi is an inspector, there is a high probability that he cannot be saved. Forget it, the dead cannot be resurrected. Living in hatred is completely meaningless. As for the family, as long as I'm still here, nothing will be a problem. After figuring it out, he breathed a sigh of relief. He has decided to find an opportunity to have a good talk with Cao Wenbin. As the other party has not yet captured Zhang Shengxi, his value is definitely not low. It should fetch a good price. Coincidentally, he had just figured it out when Zhang Shengxi asked the question. Guo Zhijun, judging from your appearance just now, you must have a lot to say. Why is there such a sudden silence? The tone was full of confusion. If this happened to an ordinary person, even if they were not panicked, they would definitely be scared. After all, there is something to hide. But Guo Wentao didn't take it seriously at all. He even came up with a response in the blink of an eye. I don't know how to start. Because what I'm about to say may be quite a blow to the boy in your arms. Now, Zhang Shengxi understood everything. No need to ask, the other party must also want to talk about the demise of the Jun family alliance. So she immediately smiled bitterly. Whether you say it or not, it makes no difference. Because he already knew. Okay, let's not stand here anymore. Let's go inside first. After he finished speaking, Zhang Shengxi led the way ahead. The manor is huge. Rockeries and streams have everything. There were at least 100 or 200 servants of strange appearances. It is obvious that Zhang Shengxi is doing well here. However, although the scenery was beautiful, none of them had the heart to watch it. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at a meeting room. Immediately afterwards, Guo Wentao acted as Cao Wenbin's substitute and asked the most crucial question directly. Boss Zhang, what's going on here? Since you've already discovered such a treasure land, why don't you just plunder it, but instead build a family business? The corner of Zhang Shengxi's mouth twitched unconsciously. Then he explained helplessly, I have no choice. The situation here is quite complicated. Not only Xu Yunsheng, there is also an extremely terrifying city lord. When we first discovered him, Xu Yunsheng and I teamed up, trying to take him out. Then search this place thoroughly. But I didn't expect that even with 2 against 1, we could only tie. If it really comes down to a life and death fight, there's a high probability that I won't win. So, with no other choice, we had no choice but to stay and then slowly look for opportunities. Hey, if you knew such a big thing happened outside, I wouldn't be fighting here. This is really picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. I regret it very much. Unfortunately, there are all kinds of medicine in this world, but there is no medicine for regret. I don't know if the conversation between the two was too loud or if they had slept enough. In short, just when a few people were digesting what was just said, Zhun Xiaoyao woke up. Then, Sister Shengxi, I have decided. I will shoulder the responsibility of making the Zhun family great again. Let's go and create humans. Population is a very important indicator of a family's strength. In you and my child, it will definitely not be bad. I can't say I can handle things on my own, but I'm definitely good enough to guard the house. There was no surprise at all. Everyone in the room was stunned. Especially Guo Wentao, his face was full of relief. It's a good thing I didn't do that before. Judging from the current situation, even if I tell Zhang Shengxi all my guesses, he probably won't believe it. If things go wrong, they might think I'm trying to sow discord. Unlike his wild thoughts, Zhang Shengxi only had one thought left at this moment. That's shyness. This kid, why does he tell everything to others? Didn't you see there were outsiders here? Of course, although she was shy, she had no intention of refusing. After all, this brat is so miserable. It's time to let them feel the beauty of life. But just as she was about to agree, her body suddenly stiffened. The little face was turning pale rapidly. Chapter 522 Guo Wentao surrenders. Wrong. Zhang Shengxi suddenly remembered that whether or not to agree to this matter seemed to be completely beyond her control. Because she has an agreement with Xu Yunsheng. Her blood can only be shed for Cao Wenbin. If she disobeys or tries to take advantage of a loophole, she will surely die. Looks like we should hurry up and find that guy named Cao. Otherwise, there's no way I can accompany Xiaoyao. As soon as this thought came to her mind, her heart began to tremble unconsciously. At the same time, the look in her eyes when she looked at Zhun Xiaoyao became more and more pity. There's nothing we can do, this child is just too pitiful. It's clearly his, but he can't take the first bite. You know, for many things, the first bite is often the most valuable. The further you go, the cheaper it will be. Hey, I hope Cao Wenbin can be a human being. This way, the carefree experience will be a little better. Of course, although I thought so, when the words came to my lips, they immediately turned into, Xiaoyao, your mental state is really too bad. So don't think about these messes for now. Well, I'll give you 10 days. As long as you can adjust, I'll be with you no matter what you want. How about that? The reason is very good. But Cao Wenbin's eyes narrowed unconsciously. As he was always paying attention to Zhongzhou, he naturally realized that this woman was using a delaying tactic. Could this girl have a boyfriend? This was Cao Wenbin's first thought. But soon, he put this idea behind his mind. Ever since Zhongzhou was completely played by Cao, the only bond left between Zhongzhou and the Jun family was that inexplicable feeling. Therefore, if Zhongzhou really fell in love with someone else, then the Jun Xiaoyao he incarnated would have been driven away long ago. Not to mention making promises. Is this a threat? How interesting. The more he thought about it, the more excited Cao Wenbin became. Because he already had a vague guess in his heart. If nothing unexpected happens, good things are coming. So, he immediately nodded very obediently. I'll listen to Sister Shengxi. Did you really go to find Yun Shang? It seems my guess was right. In a bedroom, Cao Wenbin, who was originally resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. Then he flew straight towards the door. He can't wait. And at the beginning, everything went smoothly. The servants in the house couldn't find him at all. But just as he was about to fly over the courtyard wall and completely leave here, a person suddenly appeared in front of him. Guo Wentao stopped suddenly. Then, a hint of murderous intent slowly emerged in his eyes. He must get Zhongzhou. After all, the reward for a patroller must be good. Therefore, any obstacle is his enemy. But before he could figure out how to proceed, Guo Wenbin suddenly spoke up. Mr. Cao, don't get excited. I mean no harm to you. I didn't mean to ruin your plan. The reason I stopped you is because I wanted to talk to you. I want to turn from darkness to light. These words were spoken so quickly and urgently. At the same time, he was wiping his sweat frantically. It was obvious that he was frightened by Cao Wenbin's aura. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Look, Cao Wenbin was also shocked by his words. After all, this was the first time his identity was revealed since he acquired the art of disguise. How did you know I was Cao Wenbin? As soon as he finished speaking, his soul power exploded. No reservations. So, Guo Wentao couldn't hold on any longer. He sat down on the ground with one butt. His hands were waving continuously. Mr. Cao, don't misunderstand. I don't have any special skills. The reason I was able to guess your identity wasn't because of my eyesight, but because of my brain. Those involved are confused, but those who are on the sidelines can see clearly. You and Zhongzhou may not be able to find many flaws, but they are extremely obvious to me. The most obvious point is that your two identities have never appeared at the same time. Cao Wenbin was stunned. Then the murderous aura became even stronger. Any smart person who doesn't agree with you deserves to die. Guo Wentao obviously also saw something mysterious, so before Cao Wenbin could use his fantasy to make it come true, a wisp of residual soul suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand. Master Cao, this is my sincerity. Can we talk now? Of course, I don't ask for much. Just be about the same as Examen Yechen. The murderous aura disappeared instantly. There's nothing we can do about it, since this guy really knows how to handle current affairs. And with this person's cooperation, the next action will definitely be a lot easier. Therefore, Cao Wenbin quickly collected the remnant soul. Then, I agree to your request. Once I'm done with this, I'll find you a city, let you be the city lord, and then you can retire peacefully. As long as your descendants don't cause trouble, I will ensure that your Guo surname will live forever. Guo Wentao was very happy. This is what he's been waiting for. Even so, there will definitely be no major development for his Guo family. But at least the bloodline is preserved. It seems that I have to educate the younger generation to be playboys in the future. He knew very well that what Cao Wenbin meant by not causing trouble did not mean bullying men and women or taking bribes and breaking the law. After all, with the size of the Cao family, they wouldn't care about this at all. Even if they do all kinds of bad things, as long as they don't offend the Cao family, they will never be punished. What the Cao family really cares about is genius. This is the real bottom line. Without amazing talents, the Guo family will always be the Guo family. But if a genius appears, then I'm sorry, the Guo family will soon become a pile of yellow earth. Of course, he thought about it, but his actions were not slow at all. He quickly expressed his sincerity. But it was obvious that he was doing useless work. Because when he raised his head again, there was nothing in front of him. Is Xu Yunsheng here? I'm here to fulfill my promise. Don't tell me your little man hasn't arrived yet. If that's the case, then let's change the agreement. Don't take the blood. As compensation, I can extend the time. Whether it's 1 or 2 times, it's all possible. Just when Cao Wenbin was busy subduing Guo Wentao, Zhang Shengxi finally arrived at Xu Yunsheng's house. As soon as she entered the house, she immediately began her final struggle. Some things are unavoidable though. But if the order could be changed, the situation would be completely different. After all, even colored hats come in different shades. But obviously, she was overthinking it. This is not. Chapter 523, Playing Rogue. You are really no match for me. Zhang Shengxi, can you stop daydreaming? Even if Wenbin can't get your blood, we will never let you take it back. Besides, your luck doesn't seem to be very good. Wenbin just arrived not long ago. I'm taking a shower right now. Look back suddenly. Then Zhang Shengxi's expression suddenly became gloomy. Half of it is because of what the other party said. Cao Wenbin had already arrived, which she had never expected. The other half was because the person who spoke was Zhao Yuan'er. In other words, the Cao family's main force has arrived. From this moment on, she will have to struggle in adversity again. Damn it, why doesn't the Cao family encounter any disasters? A family ruled by a piece of trash should have frequent accidents. The more she thought about it, the darker her face became. At the same time, her brain was working at full speed. Since things can no longer be reversed, we naturally have to find a way to maximize our benefits. Show some strength for a while and make that guy completely lost. This is the first thought. But soon, she threw it to Java. After all, Cao Wenbin has played more games than she has ever seen. In this situation, how could she, an inexperienced person, conquer others? Looking for a suitable opportunity to strike, thus plunging the Cao family into complete chaos. This idea is also exciting. After all, as long as it succeeds, the situation in the 2 realms of immortals and demons will change instantly. But in the end, she gave up. As for the reason, as I said, Cao Wenbin is too experienced. Anything she can think of, it is impossible for others not to be on guard. Forget it, just be honest. Then take it one step at a time. I thought of several solutions in succession, but they all had obvious loopholes. So, Zhang Shengxi stopped being so stubborn. Coincidentally, just as she gave up, a handsome young man in white clothes and holding a folding fan slowly walked in from outside the door. Light steps. If you didn't know him, you would never have thought that this elegant and noble young man would be Cao Wenbin, the man who frightened men and made young women afraid to go out. What a waste of this skin. Unlike Zhao Yuan'er and others who were obsessed, Zhang Shengxi subconsciously curled his lips. His eyes were full of disdain. In her opinion, this piece of trash is not even as good as a hair of her Xiaoyao. The reason why he was able to gain the advantage in the confrontation was simply because of the Cao family's influence. If the forces of both sides were swapped, Zhun Xiaoyao would definitely perform better. But this emotion did not last long. After just a few breaths, disdain turned into shyness. Because Cao Wenbin has already walked to her side. And he took the opportunity to put his arms around her slender waist. I was wondering why there were magpies calling so early in the morning. It turns out that good things really happened. It smells so good. As expected, Zhang Shengxi's body, which had been stretched straight, began to soften in an instant. She wanted to struggle, but she couldn't muster any strength. Therefore, soon, a trace of helplessness flashed in her eyes. Sure enough, this guy is really experienced. I can grab the vital point right away. A sneak attack is impossible. Of course, although her body had no strength to resist, her mouth did not give in. The next moment, Mr. Cao, please take care of yourself. With your physical actions like this, can I understand that the agreement has begun to take effect? Obviously, even now, she is still trying to find loopholes. Unfortunately, when it comes to playing rogue, how could she be a match for Cao Wenbin? This is not. It seems that you, the inspector, didn't read the agreement carefully. If I remember correctly, it clearly says that if you don't enter the house, the time will not be counted. In other words, even if I chat with you here forever, 3 days is still 3 days. Not even a second will be lost. You. Looking at the devil beside him, Zhongzhou almost fainted from anger. What made her even more desperate was that she would soon have to fight this demon. Let me go. I don't want to stay with you any longer. After she finished speaking, she didn't know where she got the strength from, but she suddenly broke free from Cao Wenbin's arms. Then he flew towards the inner house. Very fast. It's actually a fierce horse. Interesting, really interesting. Time is so unforgiving. In the blink of an eye, 6 days passed. It far exceeded the 3 days agreed in the agreement. But even so, the noise continues. And there is absolutely no sign of stopping. So, Zhao Yuaner and others immediately laughed. Wenbin is still resourceful. What happened to the patrol? Won't you just sink into ruin? By the way, how long will this situation last? As soon as this question came out, Mo Yu and others became more excited. I estimate it will be about the same in 2 days. You're looking down on Wenbin too much. If you ask me, this is only half. You really think he's a god? The more we talk, the more wrong the tone of our conversation becomes. But soon, they couldn't continue the conversation. Because, boom, with a loud bang, the house that they had been paying attention to suddenly exploded. Torn into pieces. Not a single piece is complete. Before the smoke and dust cleared, a figure suddenly rushed out from it. Then he rushed towards the courtyard wall without looking back. Cao Wenbin, you will die a miserable death. How dare you use such tactics on me? You controlled me for 3 more days. As soon as she finished speaking, she completely disappeared. But although she was very fast, Zhao Yuaner and others still managed to sense her. So pale. His whole body was shaking unconsciously. Obviously, she suffered a lot. It seems that even the patrollers can't do a one-for-one exchange. Just as they were sighing, Cao Wenbin in the ruins suddenly laughed. How dare you scold me? Very good, I will change my identity right away. Then, do it when you think of it. The next moment, his image changed drastically. First, the hairstyle. Next are the facial features. Finally, height. At the same time, the clothes on his body were also being adjusted rapidly. And when everything was over and he was sure there were no flaws, his figure disappeared from the spot. No delay. Of course, he did not waste the time on the road. After a few breaths, a virtual page appeared in his sight. Chapter 524, A Just Right Reward. Name: Zhongzhou. Identity: Fairyland Patroller, Tianyan's partner. Strength: Junior Patroller. Appearance score: 97. Loyalty: -99. When Cao Wenbin. When you are free, you are 100. Note: this woman is very ambitious, and her goal is the stars and the sea. But at the same time, she is also surprisingly kind to Jun Xiaoyao. Therefore, do not reveal your identity before your loyalty reaches 100. Tisk. After seeing this data, Cao Wenbin subconsciously curled his lips. Another -99. To be honest, he really couldn't understand. He wants good looks, he wants abilities, and he uses as much strength as he can. Yet he's still not satisfied. That's just fucking annoying. Of course, although he was dissatisfied, his attention was soon attracted by the 3 treasure chests that were slowly condensing. Without any hesitation, he immediately chose to open it. After all, this is the real thing, everything else is nonsense. And the 3 treasure chests did not disappoint him. The next moment, soul capture technique. As the most mysterious thing in this world, the soul is extremely uncertain. Some people die, and that's when they truly die. But for others, they can rely on their quietly slipping away residual souls to take over another's body or reincarnate. Because of this, wanting to reliably capture another person's soul is nothing but a pipe dream. But nothing is absolute. This soul capture technique is the only variable. Master it, and your opponent's soul will become your plaything. Note: because this technique is too overbearing, cultivators who are not supreme cannot withstand it. Forcibly performing it will never yield any results, and will only cause the opponent's soul to completely dissipate. Book of the Underworld. This is an innate treasure that holds great fortune. It has no offensive power, and its defense is mediocre. But within it, the lifespans of all living beings are recorded. Unless they transcend the three realms and are not within the five elements, all have their names. Note: a person's fate is determined by heaven, so everything in this book cannot be changed. Fusion technique. This technique is a shortcut for those who cultivate the body. Since the birth of chaos, the reason why no one has reached the pinnacle of cultivation is because this technique has not been passed down. After learning this technique, all dead objects in the world can be transformed into nourishment for the cultivator. Even innate treasures can be fused. The more you devour, and the stronger the objects you devour, the greater the improvement in your body will be. There is absolutely no limit. Note: although increasing your strength is exciting, you must practice within your ability, otherwise you will be left penniless and your descendants may be extinct. Fuck. Without any surprise, after looking at the three rewards one by one, Cao Wenbin's eyes suddenly lit up. It's really like someone gives you a pillow when you feel sleepy. These three things are truly more useful than each other. The soul capturing technique solved his problem of finding souls. With this thing, his soul power will definitely be able to reach a higher level in a short period of time. The Book of the Underworld is essential for establishing the 6 paths of reincarnation. He asked people to inquire for a long time, but there was still no news. Unexpectedly, Wan Milu gave it to him directly as a reward. It is really like searching for a needle in a haystack, but finding it is finally obtained without any effort. As for the final fusion technique, that was what he had been waiting for. His body is strong. Sometimes, even the inspectors couldn't withstand his impact. But there has been no progress for a long time. Not a single bit. The 9 revolutions profound art seemed to have encountered a bottleneck. No matter how hard he tried, he could not get over that hurdle. Originally, he thought it was his own problem. Always actively looking for solutions. But now it seems that it is not the case at all. But seeing is believing. So after calming down a little, an innate sword suddenly appeared in Cao Wenbin's hand. This was obtained by Zhao Yuaner in that special galaxy not long ago. Although it is innate, it is not very useful and is just right for experiments. Go. As Cao Wenbin began to practice his skills, a magical scene soon happened. The indestructible innate treasure just now turned into noodles in the blink of an eye. And it's getting softer. In the end, it completely disappeared. Not even a trace of residue was left. As for Cao Wenbin's specific master after this process, nothing else, just one word: awesome. In just a few minutes, his physical strength increased by at least 10%. If they fight head-on, he probably won't be a match for the Supreme, but a 12th rank Emperor is definitely not enough for him to beat. I really didn't expect that. In the end, the technique I practiced first turned out to be the worst. Shaked his head speechlessly. But soon, he had no time to think about these messy things. Because the destination is already in sight. Zhongzhou, you were really lucky. Just ran into the gunpoint. I hope your mouth can still be as hard as before. Buzz. Just as Cao Wenbin was checking the reward with joy, Zhongzhou, with a pale face and staggering steps, finally returned to his nest. However, even though she was extremely weak, she did not go to rest immediately. Instead, he found Chen Choying and Zhu Qingqing immediately. In the next few days, please help me take Xiaoyao away. Tell him to avoid looking for me as much as possible. Otherwise, he might get into trouble. This is a nonsense. But Zhongzhou was sure that the 2 women in front of him must have guessed something. After all, looking at her current appearance, even a fool could see some clues. And she also firmly believed that these 2 women would definitely help. Because their goals are the same. No one wants Zhun Xiaoyao to get hurt again. But what she didn't expect was, since you already have someone outside, and you're playing it so big, why bother pretending to worry about being free? 6 days ago, you just gave us a look and found a reason to drive us away. You don't think we will stick to you? Please, even though our Zhun family has fallen on hard times, we won't accept charity. The more she spoke, the colder Chen Choying's voice became. And that's not all, Zhu Qingqing also stood up quickly. I understand now. You, a fickle woman, are planning to have your foot in both boats. Damn, why didn't I see you were this kind of person before? But I'm telling you, stop daydreaming. With Xiaoyao's intelligence, even with the 2 of us working together, there's no way he could hide it. After all, the feeling is too different. Chapter 525 Ling Ruobing comes out of confinement. Zhang Shengxi was stunned. There's nothing we can do about it, the two women's language was too sharp. However, this situation did not last long. Soon, she smiled bitterly. She knew that the two women had misunderstood. So after organizing her words a little, she immediately explained, "Things are not what you think. I admit that I have been played for the past 6 days. And the target is Cao Wenbin. But this is completely out of necessity. Otherwise, we won't be able to gain a foothold here. All the resources in this space will be completely out of our reach. Since ancient times, true love has won people's hearts." As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of both Chen Choying and Zhu Qingqing immediately softened. Not long after, he stepped forward and helped Zhang Shengxi up. "So the reason you asked us to buy time was so we could recover. Eliminate all traces as much as possible." He nodded gently. "That's right. As long as we can hide at this time, no matter how smart Xiaoyao is, he will never be able to find out. After all, the agreement is clearly written. I only need to go once. Then we owe each other nothing. Well, are you willing to help me this time?" The two women looked at each other and then nodded together. Coincidentally, at this moment, a voice suddenly came into the ears of the three people. "Sister Shengxi, you should be here. Hurry, my mentality is fine now. We don't have to wait any longer." Not much talk. But Zhang Shengxi's little face turned pale in an instant. She never thought that Zhun Xiaoyao would come so soon. You have to know that at this time, she hasn't even cleaned up the house yet. Not to mention recovering your strength. What should I do? Unlike her panic, Chen Choying and Zhu Qingqing couldn't help but laugh the moment they heard the shout. His face was filled with an expression of success. Everything they did just now was to distract Zhang Shengxi. After all, Cao Wenbin hasn't come back yet. If Zhang Shengxi finds out about this, it will be all over. It's impossible to explain it clearly. Fortunately, their acting skills are good. Successfully fooled them. Of course, in order to keep the show going, they did not choose to stand by and watch him die. After rolling his eyes a few times, he immediately started to come up with ideas. It seems that rest is impossible. You'd better go take a shower. Half a quarter of an hour should be our limit. As for some things that aren't right, we can make up excuses later. Zhang Shengxi trembled all over. Then he almost fell to the ground. Just a shower. Isn't this fatal? But just as she was about to say something, the sound of footsteps suddenly rang out. It is obvious that Zhun Xiaoyao is approaching rapidly. So, she didn't dare to hesitate any longer. Just take a shower. It's better than now. So the next moment, her figure disappeared from the spot. As soon as she disappeared, Chen Choying and Zhu Qingqing burst into laughter. The movements are extremely exaggerated. Sister Chu Ying, how miserable do you think this inspector will be this time? It's hard to say, but it's certain that I can't take care of myself. This is said with considerable confidence. And the reality did not disappoint her. Not long after, a cry suddenly came from not far away, "Help! Hey, this method of communication is." Cao Wenbin's departure did not affect Zhao Yuaner and others. So, the girls quickly started thinking about how to deal with Fang Chong. After all, as long as this extremely powerful city lord is alive, they can only watch everything here but cannot take it. But before they could come up with a conclusion, a crystal-clear paper crane suddenly appeared in front of them. It is the Cao family's unique communication method. Is there anyone else coming in? They looked at each other, and then they disappeared together in the house called Jingsai's Eye. As for the destination, it's not some other place, it's the starry sky outside the city. That's where the information comes from. The person who came was probably not sure whether there were any of his own people in the city, so he tried to test it out. Who could it be? At the beginning, the four of them were very confused. After all, none of the remaining people in the Cao family seemed suitable to come in. But when they saw who delivered the message, they were immediately speechless. Not suitable. There is no one more suitable than her in this world. Because, Ruobing, are you out of seclusion? That's right, the person who came was none other than Ling Ruobing, who had just been promoted to inspector. Of course, she didn't come here alone. Beside her, there is a woman who is more beautiful than any other woman. First Phoenix. Although the two women each have their own advantages and are both favored by Cao Wenbin, they dare not neglect Zhao Yuaner at all. Hearing the question, Ling Ruobing immediately replied with a smile, "Yes, I just came out of seclusion more than 10 hours ago. Then he rushed over without stopping. After all, one more person means one more force. By the way, what's going on here? That guy who exudes a terrifying aura all the time, is he a friend or an enemy? The atmosphere suddenly became serious. Then Xu Yunsheng, who was most familiar with the place, began to recount the general situation in a clear and orderly manner. 1 against 2. So strong. But that's true. After all, I've lived for over 100,000 years, so I have to be quite capable. Although she thought so, Ling Ruobing took action immediately after Xu Yunsheng finished her retelling. A whip shadow was lashed directly towards the city lord's mansion. Obviously, she was preparing to personally test the other party's strength. And Fang Chong had obviously been preparing for this. Therefore, not long after the whip shadow flew out, it was easily intercepted by a huge brush. No loud noise was heard. There was no shock wave at all. If it weren't for several planets in the distance turning into powder out of thin air, Zhao Yuaner and others would have thought that everything that had just happened was an illusion. Who are you? We have no past or present grudges against each other, so why do you keep harassing me again and again? After this confrontation, Zhao Yuaner and the others finally saw Fang Chong's true appearance. A blue shirt. He exudes elegance from head to toe. The typical appearance of a scholar. But this guy will probably achieve enlightenment very late. Otherwise, he wouldn't look so old. As for his questioning. Chapter 526 Fang Chong is defeated. Why are you being harassed? Fellow Taoist, what you said is very unprofessional. As the saying goes, a man is innocent unless he possesses a treasure. You've taken up so many resources all by yourself, shouldn't we take some? The tone is very calm. But Fang Chong's veins popped up when he heard this. In the end, I couldn't help it anymore. Bitch, you're taking me for a fool. In that case, let me test your strength. Let's see if your strength matches your arrogance. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised the pen in his hand again. Then, in the blink of an eye, the word, death, was written out of thin air. It contains a strong aura of annihilation, and its power is quite astonishing. It really is true what you put into writing. That's interesting. Since the opponent has already made a move, Ling Ruobing naturally won't hesitate. The next moment, the immortal slaying sword appeared in her hand. Then, boom. An explosion that shook the entire void suddenly sounded. Obviously, neither of them restrained themselves this time. They just used all their strength. And this collision lasted for dozens of moves. The two of them stopped only when there was no longer a complete star in sight. As for the outcome of this battle, you guys are brave. But remember, you can do whatever you want to the outskirts of this city. But you are absolutely not allowed to set foot near the city lord's mansion. Otherwise, even if I risk my life, I will never let you off easily. After saying this, Fang Chong went straight back to the Starry Sky City. Actually, he has the upper hand in this battle. Although Ling Ruobing's law of cause and effect is terrifying, allowing his combat power to directly leap to a higher level, he is also not a pushover. In these hundreds of thousands of years, I haven't lived as a dog. But in the end, he still chose to give up some of his interests temporarily. There's nothing we can do about it, since he's alone. Give him a few days, and he is indeed confident that he can kill Ling Ruobing with his pen. But the key point is that they have the combat power of 2 patrollers. If he were to do all of this at once, he would definitely be in trouble. No, I have to think of a way. Anything can be thrown away, but the land of the city lord's mansion must not fall into the hands of others. Hey, if I had known there would be so many rising stars, I wouldn't have turned against Fang Yuan. While he was secretly pondering, Zhao Yuaner and others were also muttering. However, the issues concerning the women are relatively simple. To sum it up in 3 words, chase it or not. And because there was a backbone, there was no wrangling and the result came out quickly. I think there's absolutely no need for us to take risks. After all, Wenbin is still working hard. Once he gets Zhang Shengxi to sleep with him, Fang Chong will be like meat on the chopping board. You can chop it however you want. Is it finally over? I don't know how many days have passed. In a very warm boudoir, Zhang Shengxi slowly opened her beautiful eyes. At first, she was a little confused. I don't even know where I am. But soon, she reacted. Then, there was a burst of grinning. There's no way, it hurts so much. Especially in some places, that is even more. This brat is such a beast. No matter how fun it is, you can't play it like this. She shook her head speechlessly, then slowly sat up. She's going to find some medicine. It's not for healing. Given her physical condition as a patroller, she looks a little miserable now. But if she is given a few hours, even if she cannot recover to her original state, it will be enough to deal with all enemies. What she feared was someone dying. Now is a turbulent time. If they accidentally fall into this trap, they will immediately become more passive. After all, even the strongest woman will become nothing to be feared if she is carrying a ball. However, as soon as her two beautiful legs moved from the bed to the ground, her brows immediately frowned. It's not because of the pain. But she suddenly realized that she was not the only one in this room. That bad boy who had done so many evil things before was also here. Of course, if that's all, then it's nothing. This brat used to be able to break into her boudoir at will. Not to mention now, what really made her frown was that this brat was drinking alone. Obviously in a bad mood. I'm working so hard. He's still not satisfied. The more he thought about it, the angrier Zhongzhou became. So, she didn't care about the pain anymore. She took 2 steps at a time and went straight forward to grab Zhun Xiaoyao's ear. What are you doing, little brat? If you don't tell me the truth today, I'm going to make your ass burst. It's a big noise, but her grip strength is very small. There's nothing she can do, who made her reluctant to do so. But what she didn't expect was that even after all this, Zhun Xiaoyao still had no response. Still drinking by himself. There is even a faint trend of it becoming more and more fierce. What happened? My heart tightened instantly. But as her spiritual consciousness gradually spread, she became more and more confused. Because the house is very quiet. Chen Chouying and Zhu Qingqing are all here too. It doesn't look like anything serious happened at all. Stinky boy, speak to me now. The tone instantly rises. And this voice finally awakened Zhun Xiaoyao. However, the feedback is still not much. Just pointed at the bed. What's the meaning? Zhongzhou's face is very red. After all, the situation over there is really too crazy. Of course, more of it is confusion. Because she didn't understand the meaning of this finger at all. But just when she was about to ask again, Zhun Xiaoyao spoke again. Don't you think something is missing? Not much talk. But Zhongzhou's face turned from red to white in an instant. She is not stupid. Zhun Xiaoyao has already made it so clear. If she still doesn't understand, then she would never have achieved what she has today. Of course, no matter how panicked I was, I could never tell the truth. After all, if this brat knew what happened in those 6 days, he would definitely collapse. And as the saying goes, there is always a way out. Just a few breaths later, a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in her mind. Then without saying anything, he hit Zhun Xiaoyao on the back of the head. Stinky boy, I didn't expect you to be so considerate. But have you forgotten all the evil you did when you were a child? When you were 5, you insisted I do the splits. I can't beat you, so won't I get hurt? Chapter 527 New Allies. Zhongzhou's lie was extremely clever. It goes straight back to more than 20 years ago. Aren't you depressed because you didn't see any blood? Then I'll let you know that my blood has already been shed for you. As for whether it will be exposed, this was not even within her consideration. After all, if you can fool people for a day, then that's it. Besides, it's not easy to expose this matter. Because there are only a few people who can verify it. Zhong Ru can do it. But even if Zhun Xiaoyao had more courage, he would never dare to ask. Chen Chouying and Zhu Qingqing can do the same. But these 2 women are now on the same front with her. Even if Zhun Xiaoyao asked, they would only help cover it up. I will never sabotage. My aunt is truly a genius. But what she didn't know was that when she was feeling smug, the corners of Cao Wenbin's mouth also unconsciously curled up. Do the splits. To be honest, he really wanted to take out the bed sheet he had hidden away a few days ago. Then ask some serious questions. But in the end, he still held back. Because there is no way to explain the origin of the sheets. Of course, this trick doesn't work. But his teasing has not yet ended. The next moment, voices of doubt immediately rang out. Real. Truer than real gold. If you don't believe me, go ask your grandma. Zhongzhou's expression was extremely sincere. No matter who sees it, they won't be able to find any flaws. What made Zhang Shengxi even more delighted was that at this moment, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly descended into the house. It directly drew everyone's attention over. It's really timely. No matter what your intention is, I will remember your achievement. Feel refreshed. Then she took Cao Wenbin and disappeared on the spot. When he appeared, he was already in the reception room. However, although the two of them were fast, they were not the first to arrive. Not only were Zhu Qingqing and Chen Chouying in the hall, there was also an uninvited guest. It was none other than Fang Chong. And this guy is obviously a straightforward person. Look, there was no greeting at all. There is no red tape. The moment Zhang Shengxi appeared, he spoke immediately. Zhang Zhijun, your partner, recently brought in another helper. Very strong. The swordsmanship is extremely sharp. The law of cause and effect is extremely overbearing. Even I can't gain any advantage in a one-on-one situation. In other words, the balance between us has been completely broken. And the reason I came here is to ask, is this the result you want to see? If so, I will leave immediately. If not, then let's talk it over. No surprises. Zhang Shengxi's expression immediately became solemn. At the same time, she also guessed who the new helper Fang Chong was. Ling Ruobing, a peerless monster who can fight across small realms at any level. Depend on. Such a big change happened during a sleep. Very depressed. But after just a few breaths, she made a decision to abandon the Cao family and join forces with Fang Chong. After all, only in this way can the situation be restored to balance. So, after taking a deep breath, she made a gesture of invitation towards a chair. No words were spoken, but the meaning was self-evident. Fang Chong, who saw everything, immediately smiled. It seems I guessed right. Your alliance is indeed not solid. By the way, since we have plans to cooperate, could Supreme Zhang tell me about the situation over there? After all, knowing both ourselves and our enemies allows us to formulate better strategies. That's right. Besides, she had no reason to keep secrets for the Cao family, so after organizing her words a little, she told them all the important things. Those two women are called Xu Yunsheng and Ling Ruobing. Although we have different surnames, we are from the same family. Therefore, there is absolutely no possibility of sowing discord. By the way, don't try to play any tricks. They have a youngster over there. Although his strength is only at the 6th rank, he is extremely powerful. He has never been defeated since he was born. Even the Supreme is just a pawn in his hands. So if you want to defeat them, you can only rely on hard power. Also, don't even think about dragging it out. Because this is not their full strength. There is an even more terrifying existence within their family. If you can only fight Ling Ruobing to a draw, then you definitely won't last more than 50 moves in that man's hands. And that person called Wu Yu will definitely come here in half a year at most, or a month at least. At the beginning, Fang Chong was still very calm. When Zhang Shengxi talked about Cao Wenbin, a hint of disdain appeared on his face. Evildoer. He has seen many monsters. Who hasn't been fooled by him? He was even tricked into giving his cousin Fang Yuan his wife. But this expression did not last long. When Zhang Shengxi mentioned Wu Yu, he stood up suddenly. Then he asked nervously, "Are you serious?" He nodded heavily. "There's no benefit in me lying to you. To tell you the truth, my previous family was also a very large family. There are more than a dozen Supreme Masters. But now, there are only a few of us left. Everyone was killed by them." A thin layer of sweat instantly appeared on Fang Chong's forehead. He is scared. After all, he is different from Zhang Shengxi. Zhang Shengxi can still run away even if he loses. But he can't. This woman must be tied up. With her here, there's still some room for maneuver. If we're lucky, we can even kill Ling Ruobing and Xu Yunsheng. But if I can't tie her down. Thinking of that scene, Fang Chong shuddered unconsciously. So, he quickly said solemnly, "If that's the case, then we should unite. Otherwise, we will be defeated one by one. By the way, my request is to keep my status as City Lord and the ownership of the City Lord's mansion. I wonder what your request is." Fang Chong didn't do those empty things. Because no one is stupid. If you want to gain something, you must pay. After all, how can you catch fish if you don't even make a nest? So right from the start, he laid out his plans. But what he didn't expect was. Chapter 528 Fang Chong's Plan. Short-term cooperation is fine, but long-term cooperation is completely unnecessary. After all, we only have one chance to make a move. If you succeed, you succeed. If you don't, you can only run away. Otherwise, when Wu Yu comes, there will be no way to escape even if you want to. As for my request, 3 innate treasures that are worthy of being put on the table. Once I get what I want, I'll use all my strength. Otherwise, although I will still cooperate with you, I will only give 50% of my strength. Zhang Shengxi's tone was very calm. But after hearing this, Fang Chong was furious. Exchange 3 innate treasures for 1 move. You think you are made of gold. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. At the same time, a hint of lust quickly appeared in his eyes. You really don't accept my toast and then drink the forfeit. In that case, he has decided, find an opportunity and have a good time with this slutty bitch. So as to make them completely surrender. He didn't believe that if a woman was pregnant, she would have the heart to abandon the father of her child. Of course, although I thought so, when the words came to my lips, my thoughts immediately turned into something else. What Supreme Zhang said makes sense. Well, I agree to your request. But this time, the opportunity to escape will be arranged by me. After all, I'm more familiar with this place. When both sides are evenly matched, geographical advantage becomes particularly important. Without hesitation, Zhang Shengxi nodded immediately. She also realized that this person must be planning something. But she doesn't care, because the legs are on her body. If something goes wrong, she will run away immediately. Anyway, this kind of verbal contract has no binding force at all. Fang Chong, who received a positive answer, did not stay any longer. After saying goodbye, he disappeared from the spot. From beginning to end, it's so cool. The image is maintained quite perfectly. But what he didn't know was that as soon as he left, someone started to plot against him. Sister Shengxi, this guy is not a good person. You should have less contact with him in the future. If it's unavoidable, you must take me with you. Otherwise, you will easily suffer losses. Zhang Shengxi, who was wondering how much chance he had of winning this time, was stunned. Then he shook his head and laughed. She could see that this little brat who had just gotten her was jealous. Hey, Xiaoyao's self-confidence still hasn't been restored. If it were in the past, how could he be so worried and anxious? But that's true. I am now an inspector, and he is not even a quasi-saint yet. The gap is really too big. Thinking of this, a look of heartache suddenly appeared in her eyes. No, we must give him some confidence. Otherwise, if this continues, it will be very detrimental to his development. Bit her lip. The next moment, Zhang Shengxi pulled Zhun Xiaoyao into the inner hall. Although she was still very tired, this was the only solution she could think of. After all, this is the only thing that Zhun Xiaoyao can show off at this moment. I absolutely cannot refute anything he says next. Although the idea was good, before she could walk out of the living room, a streak of light suddenly flew towards her. At the beginning, she was full of curiosity. Because she has no friends here at all. I really can't imagine who would pass the message to her. But the good times didn't last long. After just a few breaths, all the curiosity disappeared. Instead, there is intense anger. Plus a hint of anxiety. As for the reason, I haven't seen you for 7 days, and I've missed you so much. I thought we'd never meet again, but today, while cleaning the house, I stumbled upon a stone that captured Sister Shengxi's selfless performance. So, I sent a message to ask if Sister Shengxi would come pick it up herself, or if I should send someone to deliver it. Cao Wenbin, please stay. Very polite wording. It's all for her. But Zhang Shengxi is not a fool. Naturally you can see the hidden meaning. Send someone to deliver it. If she really knew this, she would definitely be the last person in this starry sky city to see the photo stone. What a scumbag. He actually took a picture. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. At the same time, her little face was turning pale rapidly. What made her even more panicked was that at this moment, Zhun Xiaoyao also came out to join in the fun. Sister Shengxi, what's wrong with you? By the way, who sent that voice transmission just now? Trembling all over. But soon, she forced herself to calm down. I placed an undercover agent in the Cao family. He just told me that the Cao family has gained another expert. Let me be careful. After she finished speaking, she didn't give Zhun Xiaoyao a chance to speak again. Just pull it away by force. After all, her excuse is totally untenable. We must never let Jun Xiaoyao, think about it too much. But what she didn't know was that when she was anxious and furious, the person she wanted to hide it from was already laughing secretly. Are you planning to deal with me first and then go over there? In that case, don't even think about taking a break for the next period of time. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. It's different from the previous period when things always went wrong. The starry sky city has been eerily quiet for the past half-month. Of course, this is for others. But for Zhang Shengxi, the past half-month has been a nightmare. After finishing here, I will get busy there. Apart from being on the road, she has no time to rest at all. Look, she just came out of her own house, and then she rushed to Jingxijai. But this time, she is not going to compromise. Because she really couldn't bear it anymore. Cao Wenbin, can you please be trustworthy? You've already fooled me twice. You always said you would give me the photo stone, but you never did. This time, unless you give me the stone first, otherwise, we will break up. Looking at Jun Xiaoyao, who had just come out of the house with a playful look on his face, Zhang Shengxi's face turned red unconsciously. And if you feel it carefully, you will find that there is no hostility from her at this moment. The knowledgeable Cao Wenbin would naturally not miss this detail. So, part ways. Even if I agree, are you willing to do it? During this period, we have cooperated so well. Zhang Shengxi was stunned. Then she roared with a guilty look on her face. What is there for me to be reluctant about? Everything I did was just for the shadow stone. Don't be so sentimental here. Chapter 529. He can't be so kind. Looking at Zhang Shengxi, who was feeling extremely guilty, Cao Wenbin smiled. But he did not continue to stimulate the girl with words. After all, too much is as bad as too little. The next moment, he flashed and appeared next to Zhang Shengxi. And he took the opportunity to hug that slender waist that seemed as soft as boneless. Is it coming again? Trembling all over. Then Zhang Shengxi slowly closed his eyes. The movements are extremely skillful. Obviously, she knew what was going to happen next. But after waiting for a long time, everything was still the same. So, is this kid going to try something new? This was her first thought. But just a few breaths later. Okay, open your eyes now. Look how tired you are. My forehead is all sweat. For the next 2 days, just chat with me. I won't touch you. Suddenly look up. At this moment, Zhang Shengxi's eyes were full of disbelief. She never thought that these words would come from Cao Wenbin's mouth. Logically speaking, this should be a word of freedom. But now, it's completely the opposite. I should have been concerned about it. But what we should be concerned about is the fierce chiseling. Never stop for a moment. No wonder none of the people who followed this kid exceeded the standard. He really is good at winning people over. Although he had already figured out what Cao Wenbin was doing, Zhang Shengxi's heart was still very uneasy. There's nothing we can do about it, this concern comes just at the right time. You know, she has gained a lot of weight in the past month. A lot of nutrition. Therefore, forget it, since he wants to talk, then chat with him. Anyway, as long as I don't get lost, no matter what tricks he uses, he will never succeed. As soon as this thought came to her mind, her heart suddenly calmed down. The tense body softened instantly. Immediately afterwards, she snuggled into Cao Wenbin's arms. It looks like a well-behaved little kitten. But she obviously thinks too highly of herself. As the topic gradually became more interesting, her heart became more and more panicked. Because she found that she was gradually sinking. This brat holding her is so knowledgeable. Upper Kai astronomy, lower Kai geography. Even the history of tens of thousands of years ago can be told in detail. The gap is really huge. No wonder Xiaoyao never won a single match in his hands. No, we can't go on like this. Otherwise, Xiaoyao will really be left alone. As soon as this thought came to her mind, she immediately prepared to break free from this warm embrace. But when she tried to mobilize the strength in her body, she sadly discovered that her body was simply not listening. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't even move a finger. No, that's not it. I must have been poisoned. The panic is getting more and more intense. My mentality has reached the brink of collapse. Fortunately, just a few breaths later, there was suddenly one more person in the yard. Otherwise, who knows what might happen. Wenbin, we've found out why Fang Chong is so reluctant to leave the city lord's mansion. It turns out there's a square seal in his back garden. That thing is very strange. It is said that no one has been able to move it even a little bit. Even if Fang Chong has studied it for hundreds of thousands of years, it still won't work. This news is quite explosive. But Cao Wenbin was not excited at all, instead he frowned immediately. Because in Fang Yuan's memory, there is no information about this seal. Could it be that Fang Chong even hid it from his own cousin? The more Cao Wenbin thought about it, the more he felt that this matter was not simple. So he immediately asked, where did this news come from? Is it credible? Zhao Yuaner nodded gently. We bought it from a scarred man at a huge price. He used to be the gardener at the city lord's mansion. This is a high-risk job. From ancient times to the present, no one who has done this has ever been able to leave the city lord's mansion. Originally, he was doomed to die. But by chance, he managed to escape by faking his own death. Also, Sister Shifeng also used her special ability to confirm that there is indeed an extremely strong aura of treasure in the backyard of the city lord's mansion. His eyes narrowed slightly. The next moment, Cao Wenbin pinched Zhang Shengxi's cheek and said, "You've heard the information, right? How about it, are you interested in working with me? Since you've made me so comfortable, I'll give you 20% after the job is done. By the way, I'll return the photo stone to you." Zhang Shengxi was stunned. Then he stood up without saying a word. "I agree. But I'll go back and set up mine first. After all, I came out secretly. If I don't go back for a long time, Xiaoyao will go crazy." Without any hesitation, Cao Wenbin immediately made a gesture of invitation. And Zhang Shengxi was equally not polite. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from the spot. "Do you trust her that much? Or have you already played her?" Zhao Yuaner's tone was full of confusion. But Cao Wenbin smiled. "Of course I believe her. If nothing unexpected happens, she should have already contacted Fang Chong by now." This made Zhao Yuaner even more confused. "Since you knew, why did you let her go? With our strength, we can definitely force her to stay." An evil look instantly appeared on Cao Wenbin's face. If she hadn't tipped him off, how could Fang Chong have gone all out? The body suddenly stiffened. Then, a look of deep horror appeared on Zhao Yuaner's face. "Are you saying that the information we got is false? Is all this a setup by Fang Chong?" He nodded very affirmatively. "That's for sure. Don't forget, Fang Chong is the man who even slept with his own brother's wife. How could such an evil guy make such a big mistake? If all this is true, the gardener you found would definitely come out, not to mention faking his death. Even if he really died, he would definitely come out. The body will be destroyed immediately. Okay, get ready. Go back to the meeting in 3 days. Give me some time to mess with Zhang Shengxi. In this way, my heartwarming gesture just now will seem even more valuable." As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin disappeared. Very fast. Zhao Yuaner, who saw everything, rolled her eyes. This guy is good in every way except that he can't walk when he sees a woman. It's really speechless. Chapter 530 The Greatest Treasure of Humanity, Kongtong's Seal. Hey, the gap is really huge. I hope my cooperation can help you regain your confidence. After taking a look at the sleeping, Zhun Xiaoyao, Zhang Shengxi disappeared directly into the boudoir. The action is quite fast. She was not afraid that the brat would wake up in the middle of the night. Because she had already taken the time to say that she had something to do in the next few days. But she didn't know that as soon as she left, the brat she thought she had conquered suddenly opened his eyes. This hard blow, coupled with those shameful, her senses must have decreased significantly. The corner of his mouth curled up, and then Cao Wenbin's figure disappeared. "Are you sure that what you arranged will have an effect on those 2 women? Don't forget, they are all patroller-level masters." Looking at the backyard, which was ordinary and had nothing special about it except that it was big, Zhang Shengxi's big eyes were filled with speechless. In her opinion, Fang Chong was too arrogant. "You don't know how to cherish opportunities at all. Everything here is totally unworthy of the perfect layout. Rest assured, I know what's going on. This place may seem ordinary, but it harbors murderous intent. Do you see that rockery? It's carved from the forelimbs of a void mantis. It contains a deadly poison. Even I was fooled at first. It took more than 4 years to recuperate. And the fish in that stream." However, in the face of doubts, Fang Chong was not anxious at all. After scanning his own arrangement with eyes full of admiration, he began to introduce everything here to Zhang Shengxi. And the more he talked, the more excited he became. It looked like a child showing off his toys to outsiders. But his trick is indeed useful. Look, after just a few things, Zhang Shengxi's disappointment disappeared without a trace. Of course, he didn't tell everyone all the arrangements. Just like the pink flower in the northwest of the seal. In his mouth, it is just an ordinary thing. Apart from the good smell, it's useless. But in fact, the flower is called the Queen of Desire. It is the crystallization of the law of desire. If you stay in contact with it for a long time, even the most determined and chaste woman will turn into a slut whose red lips are tasted by everyone. Why don't you tell me such an important thing? Fang Chong has already decided that this time he will not only kill all the members of the Cao family, but also completely bring this woman surnamed Zhang under his command. He is not blind. He saw clearly what Zhang Shengxi's condition was during these two meetings. It is no exaggeration to say that Chunchen looks like she has been played to the core. He was afraid that if he didn't take action, he wouldn't even be able to drink the soup. After this, even if Wu Yu comes, he won't be able to cause any trouble. Self-confidence instantly exploded, but the look of pride did not remain on his face for long. Soon, he became serious. Then he pointed at the Queen of Desire. No words were spoken, but the meaning was self-evident. The next moment, he took the lead in hiding behind the rockery. And Zhang Shengxi went to the Queen of Desire. The division of labor is quite clear. At the same time, the scenery in the backyard suddenly began to change. Obviously, the formation has been activated. Buzz. They didn't have to wait too long. Just a few breaths later, Cao Wenbin, Xu Yunsheng, and Ling Ruobing all arrived. As soon as he landed, Cao Wenbin's eyes were immediately attracted by the seal floating in the air. He originally thought that everything was fake. The aura of treasure that Shi Feng felt was just a temporary bait. Unexpectedly, the legendary seal actually exists here. Is there a mixture of truth and falsehood, and truth and falsehood? That's really thoughtful. He shook his head slightly, and then Cao Wenbin walked straight towards the seal. When he got to his side, he reached out and touched him. As for the traps, that's something only the weak should consider. The three of them all have patroller-level combat capabilities. This trump card is enough to avoid any trap. Of course, he didn't have much hope for this seal. After all, others have been studying it for hundreds of thousands of years, and he has just started to learn about it. How could he possibly gain anything from it? The reason why he was so crazy, besides satisfying his curiosity, was that he wanted to lure out the two people hiding in the dark as soon as possible. Solve it early and get it done quickly. But some things are often just like this. As soon as Cao Wenbin's hand touched the seal, this treasure that had not changed from ancient times to the present suddenly burst out with a divine light. Then an extremely mysterious aura suddenly poured into Cao Wenbin's body. That's impossible. Although the scene was not very grand, Fang Chong, who was hiding in the dark and had a clear view of everything, was immediately shocked. He even forgot to hide and jumped out on the spot. It's not that he is shallow. It's really bullying. Why is it that there is no change in him, and he starts to have fun as soon as he gets into other people's hands? What's wrong with him? But how could he know that even if he studied this seal for millions of years, let alone tens of thousands of years, he would not be able to gain any results? Because this thing is the Kongtong seal. It is the greatest treasure of humanity. Only pure-blooded humans, and the leaders of superpowers, can resonate with it. Fang Chong does not meet either of these two conditions. So for the past tens of thousands of years, he has been completely talking to a cow. Boy, take your dirty hands off my treasure. Otherwise, I will cut you into pieces. Although he was angry, Fang Chong still rushed towards Cao Wenbin as soon as possible. He wants to take back what belongs to him. But he had just started when a sword beam appeared directly in front of him. The speed was not fast for him. But his intuition kept reminding him that he couldn't avoid this move. Bitch, you're courting death. Although I didn't see who did it. But even if Fang Chong used his toes to search, he would be able to find the source. After all, the law of cause and effect is so recognizable. However, although he shouted loudly, it was extremely difficult to break through Ling Ruobing's blockade. After working hard for a long time, I only advanced a dozen meters. A plaything that is more trouble than good. If they jump out now, then why are we setting up traps? Why not just find an open space instead of fighting head-on? Now that the allies have taken action, Zhang Shengxi will naturally not stay hidden. There's nothing we can do about it, they are just grasshoppers on the same rope. If Fang Chong was killed by a joint force, even if the trap worked, she would definitely not be able to fight two people alone. So after cursing angrily, she jumped out right after that. And she is also very familiar with her opponent. It's Xu Yunsheng. Chapter 531. Fang Chong is confused. Boom. Boom. If Ling Ruobing's side is all about skills, then Xu Yunsheng and Zhang Shengxi's side are all about toughness. The two of them go back and forth. If you draw your sword, I'll draw my gun. If you use your fists, I will use my palms. They had a lot of fun playing. Of course, as women, they do more than just use their hands. Those two equally tempting mouths never stopped moving. However, unlike their equally matched strength, Zhang Shengxi was far behind in terms of eloquence. There's no way around it, it's because Xu Yunsheng's entry point is too tricky. This is not. Zhang Shengxi, you are too ruthless. How did Wenbin treat you? I'm afraid you're tired, so I'm forcing myself to chat with you. I'm even trying my best to make you happy. But you. Not only did he turn around and go accompany Zhun Xiaoyao, but now he wants to kill Wenbin. Repaying kindness with enmity, you really understand. The more she spoke, the more fierce Xu Yunsheng's aura became. But Zhang Shengxi is just the opposite. The force exerted is getting smaller and smaller. Obviously, she also remembered the past. Although she felt better, Fang Chong on the other side was completely numb. If Zhang Shengxi was turned against the government. No, we can't let these two women continue talking. Do it when you think of it. The next moment, he started roaring, Zhang Shengxi, wake up. Don't forget your Zhun family's blood feud. How can that little favor be compared to human life? As soon as he finished speaking, he shattered the rockery behind him. He was no longer in the mood to wait for this thing to spread slowly. So he just killed the chicken to get the eggs. In an instant, a faint gray mist spread rapidly. And what a coincidence. The gray fog had just reached the vicinity of Kongtong Seal when Cao Wenbin woke up. Then he was completely surrounded. Wenbin. All three women panicked. Especially Ling Ruobing and Xu Yunsheng, their voices changed. Of course, when someone is sad, there will naturally be someone happy. Look, Fang Chong, who was very depressed just now, immediately burst into laughter after making sure that his eyes were not blurry. Boy, you can leave your last words now. If this poisoned patroller is unprepared, he won't be able to withstand it. Not to mention a mere 6th-rank cultivator like you. The more he spoke, the more smug the look on Fang Chong's face became. Although this time, those two annoying women have not been hurt yet. But the effect has already begun to appear. He could clearly feel that Ling Ruobing's sword energy was not as sharp as before. At least it has dropped by 30%. It seems that this little brat is really important. But there are unexpected events. Just when he was most proud. Even the inspectors can't handle it. Is it so awesome? In that case, I'd like to see what's going on. After saying this, Cao Wenbin not only did not run out of the gray fog. Instead, he opened his mouth wide and sucked the gray fog directly into his body. Fang Chong, who was about to open his mouth to sneer, was stunned. Because he found that Cao Wenbin, who had absorbed so much poison, not only did not show any signs of poisoning but became more energetic. He looked as if he had taken some tonic. Could it be that this thing has been stored for so long that it's no longer toxic? Shook his head. Then he picked up a piece of rockery debris. Very small. But even so, his hands turned black in an instant. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have thrown it away. Who knows what might happen? However, although the toxin did not cause him any trouble, his brain still crashed again. He couldn't understand why a 6th-rank officer was fine, but he, a patroller, almost lost a hand. Hallucination. This must be an illusion. Just when he was doubting himself, Ling Ruobing and Xu Yunsheng finally returned to Cao Wenbin. Are you okay? Remember, don't try to be brave. At worst, we just don't want the things here. Cao Wenbin chuckled and shook his head. He is really fine. I'm not pretending. Not to mention that he himself knows the law of poison. Just the fusion technique he had just acquired was the nemesis of any poison. This is the trick he just used. Directly transform the poison gas into physical strength. That's why you become more energetic. Besides, even if the poisonous fog is really powerful and these methods are ineffective, don't we still have the Book of Life to back us up? That is the real treasure of chaos. It's in the life category again. Toxin. That's a joke. Of course, he just thought about it and didn't say it out loud. Then he gave the two women a wink. The meaning is very clear, that is to continue attacking. Today, he must take over the city lord's mansion no matter what. As for the reason, I don't know whether Fang Chong used some tricks or whether time has passed too long, but in any case, this Kongtong seal has been closely connected with the city lord's mansion. If you don't destroy the city lord's mansion, don't even think about taking the Kongtong seal away. If it was an ordinary innate treasure, Cao Wenbin would not be so anxious. After all, he is no longer the rookie he was at this moment. But he had to be anxious about this matter. Because this thing is related to humanity. Utah, Ziyu Qian Kun Ding, Wai Jia Feng Xian Bang, Na Ju Ning Zhongkong Ren Dao. Artificially create a master of the heavenly level. Depend on. Where is this conferred god list? It's not just for the 6 paths of reincarnation. Now even humanity has to be used. Very depressed. But soon, he stopped having wild thoughts. Because just as the two women rushed out again, Fang Chong also attacked again. But this time, what he released was no longer poisonous fog. But a fish. Of course, when in the creek, it's fish. But when it jumped out of the water, it turned into a dragon. Although it was an illusion, it was obvious that the fish burned itself to create the illusion. But when he rushed out, he actually unleashed the impact of the patroller. Boom. This move was obviously something Fang Chong had been planning for a long time. So, taking advantage of the moment when the fish exploded, he rushed directly towards Cao Wenbin. They cooperate very well. Boy, even if you are immune to the poison, what does it matter? This time I'm here in person. Let me see what other tricks you can use. As long as we capture you, this farce will come to an end. Chapter 532 Fang Chong's Madness. Fang Chong's tone was very arrogant. But he didn't make any unnecessary moves. His right hand directly grabbed Cao Wenbin's throat. Obviously, he also knew that the fish wouldn't last long. If we are slow, today's arrangements will most likely come to nothing. Even Zhang Shengshi, whom he was determined to get, might not be able to taste him. Although his reaction was quick, there were people who were even faster than him. This is not. Do you think I'm a pushover? You want to use the emperor to control the princes. You're so blind. He snorted coldly. Immediately afterwards, a phantom appeared in front of Cao Wenbin. Fantasy comes true. Also appearing together were two incredible treasures, the Scepter of Illusion and the Divine Pearl. Of course, the Phantom Scepter is completely invisible to others. How is this possible? But even so, Fang Chong was still shocked. After all, the momentum displayed by Cao Wenbin at this moment is really too amazing. Although it is still much weaker than him, it is a real patroller's combat power. And the most important thing is that he had never heard of this method. If a clash occurs, he will most likely suffer. No, we have to test it first. Otherwise it would be too passive. Although the idea was good, just when he was about to put it into action, Cao Wenbin had already taken action first. Buzz. First, the magic pearl began to vibrate. The next moment, Fang Chong felt that his body began to become uncontrollable. The reaction speed is at least 30% slower. But this was within his expectations. After all, the magic pearl originally belonged to him. He knows better than anyone what its purpose is. But what happened next was completely beyond his understanding. Cao Wenbin just waved his right hand in the air and didn't move at all. But his whole body flew backwards. The right half of my cheek also swelled up rapidly. At the same time, his soul was twitching wildly. It is constantly sending painful signals to the body. It's a dual attack on the body and soul. Damn it, what kind of trick is this? How can it be so weird? Fang Chong in the air felt unwell. But his reaction was not slow. After just a few breaths, with the help of the pen in his hand, he set up a defensive magic circle. Unfortunately, this is completely useless. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a sword beam suddenly appeared in front of his throat. Boom! Without any surprise, he flew further away before he even landed. A bloody mark appeared out of nowhere on the neck. And this is just the beginning. In the following time, Fang Chong suddenly had the illusion of returning to his childhood. The mixed doubles of Cao Wenbin and Ling Ruobing was so sharp. Completely different attack, completely different rhythm, there is no way to defend against it. As for the counterattack, that's not even a thought. Therefore, it didn't take long before his whole body was covered with scars. The worst part is that the bones are visible. No. We can't go on like this. This pair of bastards are simply killing people with a blunt knife. After such a long time, even if I wanted to run away, I couldn't. As soon as this thought came out, a hint of madness suddenly appeared in the depths of his eyes. You guys forced me to do this. As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly began to swell up. Of course, he didn't mean to self-destruct. But it's transforming. Look, in just the blink of an eye, his entire body expanded 5 or 6 times. It directly turned into a half-man, half-horse monster. The upper body is human, and the lower body is a horse. Die. And this move of his is not just a fancy move. When he attacked again, all 4 of his hooves moved at the same time, and his speed at least doubled. The strength increased 3 times. The pen in his hand suddenly took on a hint of destruction. The improvement is amazing. Boom, boom, boom. But even so, when he was outnumbered, he still couldn't gain any advantage. There was no way. It was because he couldn't break the attacks of Cao Wenbin and Ling Ruobing. One can neither see nor feel. The other one has no way to dodge and can only fight hard. This is why his power has an absolute advantage. Otherwise, he would have been lying down by now. Depend on. This situation was completely beyond Fang Chong's expectations. You know, this is his absolute trump card. In the past tens of thousands of years, he has used this trick to destroy many powerful enemies. It is no exaggeration to say that they are invincible. But now it is. Are we really going to give up this place? Very unwilling. After all, he has been running this place for tens of thousands of years. But the severe pain coming from all over his body was desperately reminding him that this was his last chance. If the horse's legs are cut off, never mind. As long as there are green mountains, there will be no shortage of firewood. What we lost today, we must find a way to take it back. The monk can escape, but the temple cannot. Grit your teeth. Then the rose of desire exploded. Just like that rockery. A mist immediately appeared in the scene. The only difference is that this time the fog spreads much faster. In the blink of an eye, Zhongzhou was completely enveloped in it. Aha! And this thing is indeed the fruit of desire. Even with Zhongzhou's patrolman's physique, he still couldn't hold on. The whole person was like a prawn in a pot, turning red rapidly. That little look seemed to be able to drip water. Tempting to the extreme. But even though he was greedy, Fang Chong didn't even look at it. The next moment, a trace of spatial laws suddenly emerged above his 4 hooves. Very weak. It's obviously not his own ability. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be some kind of secret method. But even so, it still did not prevent him from escaping. As the power of the law spread, his body immediately became illusory. At the same time, his mouth was not idle. Soon he roared, Cao Wenbin, this woman is poisoned by desire. If you come after me, she will surely burn to death with lust. It's up to you to decide how to choose. Not much talk. But what responded to him was a completely invisible attack. Plus a sword beam. With the previous cooperation, Cao Wenbin and Ling Ruobing have obviously become more tacit this time. The 2 attacks landed directly on the same horse leg. So, the screams were extremely shrill. It's not that he has poor patience. It was really Cao Wenbin and the other guy who were too cruel. Look, although Fang Chong's men disappeared, a horse leg was left behind. Wenbin, what should we do now? Chase. If we chase, we must act quickly. My law of cause and effect has spatial limitations. If the distance is too far, we will completely lose track of him. Without any hesitation, Cao Wenbin nodded immediately. Chase. Of course. My intuition tells me that the pen in that guy's hand is quite extraordinary. Once you miss it, you will regret it for the rest of your life. How about this, you guys quickly prepare a carriage. Then the 4 of us will go after them. Sister Yuener is in charge of the overall situation here, which is more than enough. And what a coincidence. He had just finished making the arrangements when Zhongzhou completely exploded. Chapter 533 Prepare to fight for your life. Hey. What should I do? Inside a standard carriage, Zhongzhou stared at the ceiling with lifeless eyes, his whole body filled with decadent temperament. But this is just appearance. In fact, her heart had already been in turmoil. There's nothing I can do about it, Cao Wenbin is just too gentle. This is in stark contrast to, Jun Xiaoyao, who only knows how to chisel. That's why she was so conflicted. She didn't know whether she should persist or not. If I continue to choose to support the Jun family, I will not only be tired mentally but also physically. At the same time, the future is bleak. But if you choose to surrender, the situation will be completely different. Not only is it extremely comfortable, there is no pressure at all. After all, this brat surnamed Cao has quite broad shoulders. Not only can he resist her, he can also resist the heavens. Never mind, let's take it one step at a time. Anyway, Tianyan's hands can't even reach this area. I still have plenty of time to think about it. Shook his head. Then she began to feel the mood for her current environment. Coincidentally, at this moment, the curtain of the car was lifted up. The next moment, my calculations were correct. You are indeed awake. Come, eat something first. Rehydrate. Zhang Shengxi's face turned red. At the same time, the balance in her heart tilted even more. It's true that people die when compared to others, and goods are thrown away when compared to others. After Xiaoyao is done, all I do is sleep. I've never thought about it. If you don't let me serve him, then I'll be very lucky. Sigh inwardly. Then, she started eating slowly and leisurely. Cao Wenbin, who saw everything, couldn't help but smile. The corners of his mouth were filled with pride. It seems I acted well. As long as we keep trying, then this only person who still cares about the Jun family will no longer insist on it. Thinking of this, Cao Wenbin sat down. Then he directly hugged Zhang Shengxi's slender waist. It won't be long before you can see your sister. By the way, she said she prefers girls. What about you? Don't talk much. But Zhang Shengxi was so frightened that he almost jumped up. What does this brat mean? Could it be that? But after the initial excitement, she quickly calmed down again. After all, this is something every woman has to go through sooner or later. So, after hesitating for a while, she said in a soft, mosquito-like voice, I like girls, too. At this moment, Cao Wenbin's eyes brightened even more. In that case, then I will try my best. Why are you trying so hard? What does this have to do with you? Not surprisingly, Zhang Shengxi's face turned red. As time goes by, the space inside the car becomes more and more ambiguous. If this continues, the carriage will inevitably be put to the test. But at this moment, Xu Yunsheng's voice suddenly reached their ears. Wenbin, there's a foggy area ahead. After investigation, we found a huge mountain inside. And Fang Chong, who had a broken leg, was hiding inside. Look, although the arrow is already on the string. But Cao Wenbin can still tell what is more important. Therefore, the moment the sound fell, the carriage exploded. Then, let's go in together. I want to see what is hidden here. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin rushed into the foggy area first. He knew very well that this place must be very complicated. Otherwise, Fang Chong would never choose to stay when he knew that there were pursuers. However, Cao Wenbin didn't care at all. After all, there are 4 of them now. Enough to defy any trap. The most important thing is that the lotus lantern, which has been silent for a long time, is slowly getting brighter. What does this portend? The owner, Cao Wenbin, knows it better than anyone else. This time, I wonder where you can escape to. As his body stepped onto the land of the mountains, Cao Wenbin became more and more confident in his judgment. This must be Fang Chong's last resort. Because this mountain is filled with the breath of destruction. It's exactly the same as the one Fang Chong used after his transformation. Sister Ruobing, where is that guy? In the northwest. Without even a moment's hesitation, once they had a direction, the 4 of them set off again. Oh shit, these guys actually want to kill us all. It's really abominable. In Zhang Shengxi, he wiped out your family, yet you're still hanging around with him. How can you be so despicable? In a desolate valley, Fang Chong, who had just treated his wounds, suddenly started cursing madly. At this time, he has returned to human form. However, the image is no longer as good as before. The coolness has completely disappeared. Embarrassment became the main theme. Not only was his hair and appearance disheveled, but he was also missing an arm. Fortunately, his left arm was relatively useless, otherwise he might not even be able to hold the pen he depended on for survival. Of course, although he was extremely emotional, he didn't curse for too long. After venting a little, reason took over again. Then, his attention fell on a dilapidated stone statue in the middle of the canyon. This thing is more than 2 meters high. The carving is very rough. But even so, when Fang Chong looked at it, his eyes were still filled with fear. My body unconsciously took a step back. But this situation did not last long. Soon, he calmed down. No, I have no way out. It's death anyway. In that case, we might as well give it a try. It works, then there's still a glimmer of hope. Even if we lose, we can still plunge that Cao guy into the abyss. It's not a loss at all. Chapter 534 Destroy the Demon, Doomsday. Having made up his mind, Fang Chong no longer hesitated. The figure flashed and suddenly appeared in front of the stone statue. Then he bowed deeply to the stone statue. Fang Chong, the destined person, has come to visit you again. It's been 70,000 years since we last met. I wonder if Senior is doing well. Very respectful attitude. But the stone statue did not react at all. It looked as if it was really a piece of stone, without any magical features. But even so, Fang Chong still didn't get up. There is no change in attitude at all. And this stalemate lasted for more than 10 minutes. Only after Fang Chong's waist began to ache did a powerful voice emerge from the stone statue. Well, do you believe what I say now? I told you that you will have a calamity in 70,000 years, and that is what will happen. Even if the King of Heaven comes, it can't change that. As soon as these words came out, Fang Chong's waist suddenly bent even more. At the same time, he felt a deep sense of confusion in his heart. Because he could feel that the guy in the stone statue was actually not much stronger than him. But for some reason, he just couldn't escape the other party's plan. He was like a puppet in the other party's hands, and he could be manipulated however the other party wanted. It's fucking weird. Of course, although he had mixed feelings in his heart, his words were an extremely beautiful answer. This is not. The foresight of our predecessors is truly astonishing. So, I'm here to seek guidance from the Senior again. Senior, please tell me what I should do to get out of this predicament. And his efforts were soon rewarded. The stone statue is not pretending to be cool. The first thing he asked was, last time when you traded your body with me, are you ready for what I said? Those are the keys to breaking the deadlock. As long as you sacrifice it to me, everything will be fine. Without any hesitation, Fang Chong, who had already made up his mind, immediately started taking things out. The first thing to be affected is the heart. Judging from the level of activity, its owner is definitely a patroller-level figure. And this is just a drop in the bucket. Next, all kinds of rare treasures appeared one after another. Before long, it piled up into a small hill. Senior, everything is here. Can you take inventory and see if there's anything you've missed? Words are gone again, but Fang Chong didn't panic. Because the things he took out were decreasing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a small half of it turned into ashes. It is obvious that the other party is trying his best to absorb the essence. No time to reply. And the fact is, it is indeed so. And this stone statue is also very good at controlling time. If he didn't absorb it sooner or later, he would absorb it completely. Just when Cao Wenbin and others stepped into the valley, he let the essence of the last treasure completely enter the stone. Then, ha 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 ha, I am finally reborn. Little ones, enjoy the time you have left. Don't try to resist. The energy of chaotic creatures is beyond your imagination. At the same level, we are invincible. Remember, I am the devil of destruction, Doomsday. As soon as the words fell, the stone statue exploded. Then a three-headed monster covered with muscles appeared in front of them. The strength is also that of a patroller. But the moment he saw him, even Ling Ruobing, who had always been fearless, trembled unconsciously. The momentum was suppressed in an instant. However, not everyone is affected. This is not. What's wrong with you? Cao Wenbin, who felt nothing, had a look of confusion on his face. In his opinion, isn't this just a deformed child? What's so scary? As soon as these words were spoken, not only Ling Ruobing and the others showed expressions of surprise, but even Doomsday, who had just been pretending to be cool, also turned his head immediately. Boy, are you okay? Cao Wenbin shrugged. Should I be okay? The attitude is extremely arrogant. So, Doomsday suddenly stopped doing it. The next moment, his momentum completely exploded. This time, Xu Yunsheng and others trembled even more violently. Then, without waiting for Cao Wenbin to ask again, she immediately explained, "Husband, this guy is very evil. When we face him, we feel an instinctive fear. I can't overcome it at all. How do I describe that feeling?" Xu Yunsheng is stuck. Obviously, she didn't know how to describe it at all. Not only her, but the other 3 women are the same. But at this moment, Doomsday suddenly took over the conversation. This is the suppression of the inferior by the superior. It's the gap in life levels. It has nothing to do with courage. It's even more insurmountable. As for you, kid. When he said this, a hint of greed suddenly appeared on his face. I really didn't expect that in such a small space, I would actually meet someone with a forbidden divine body. It seems the way of destruction has been kind to me. As soon as I was resurrected, I was immediately given such a great gift. The more he talked, the more excited he became. But what he didn't expect was that he was not the only one who was excited. The little brat, whom he had regarded as his prey, was actually excited. Are you trying to take over my body? Doomsday is confused. What's wrong with this guy? He's not a fool. Shaked his head speechlessly. Then he stopped being so stubborn. After all, once everyone is killed, the truth will naturally come to light. Therefore, Fang boy, let's do it together. You stop the strongest one, and leave the rest to me. I don't ask you to achieve anything, just help me hold it off. After saying that, he rushed out first. And the target is Cao Wenbin, Xu Yunsheng, and Zhang Shengxi. But before he could touch the person, he seemed to have bumped into something and flew backwards. And plunged into the depths of the mountain. After more than 10 seconds, it finally flew out. Unlike Fang Chong, who was completely clueless, after seeing the shadow that attacked, Doomsday's expression immediately became serious. Illusionary scepter. You kids swallowed the phantom demon god. It seems I underestimated you. But, you can only take advantage of this once. After all, let alone a half-baked person like you, even if the phantom demon god himself came, he would not be my opponent. As soon as he finished speaking, he released the power of destruction. In an instant, he wrapped himself in it. Chapter 535, Trump Card vs. Trump Card. Doomsday is not bragging, he really has some skills. Look, as he rushed forward, Cao Wenbin waved the phantom scepter again. But as soon as the attack approached the destructive power surrounding Doomsday, it was immediately shattered. And this is not an isolated case. The attacks of the 2 women were also in vain. Little guys, didn't I tell you this a long time ago? Resistance is pointless. Just cooperate with me honestly, that's the right way. Otherwise, it will only be more painful. As soon as the words were spoken, a look of pride immediately appeared on the 3 faces of Doomsday. Once his mood improved, his speed immediately increased to a higher level. But this time, his first target is no longer Cao Wenbin. Instead, it turned into Xu Yunsheng. Judging from his appearance, he is obviously interested in the killing Dao gun. But just when he was about to succeed, the previous situation happened again. Boom. Still head over heels. Even the burial posture is the same. The only difference is speed. This time he fell even harder. So it took a full minute before he rushed out of the pit. Boy, you actually know the laws of space. After stabilizing his body, Doomsday's 6 pairs of eyes immediately stared at Cao Wenbin. There was disbelief in his eyes. At the same time, there is a hint of subtle fear. It's not that he is timid. The laws of space are simply too terrifying. In his time, he was already at the top of the food chain. Few can be his match. But in front of the space demon, it is still not enough. People don't even use weapons to beat him. Originally, he thought that the top demons had disappeared with the destruction of chaos. He can finally do whatever he wants. But I didn't expect. However, the fear did not last long. Soon, it was replaced by greed. Then he quickly revealed his true feelings. Boy, how about we do a business? I teach you the law of destruction, and you teach me the law of space. Of course, to even the odds, I can also make you a promise. In the future, I will never lay a hand on you or your family. I will unconditionally help you 3 times. No matter who the other party is, no matter what their cultivation level is, I will fight without hesitation. The conditions are very tempting. Therefore, just a few breaths later, Cao Wenbin nodded slightly under the joyful gaze of Doomsday. Very good. You are quite sensible, boy. In that case. But before he could finish his words, he was hit on the head again. And this was obviously planned for a long time. This is a combination punch. Cao Wenbin's ability to seize opportunities is naturally beyond reproach. So, he ended up in tragedy. There's not even a chance to catch my breath. The phantom scepter was like raindrops, hitting him desperately. Boy, you are looking for death. Since you don't agree to this even though it's easy to talk about it, I'll devour your soul. Then slowly refine the laws of space. When Doomsday found out he had been tricked, he exploded. When he was hit by the 67th stick, he could no longer bear it and spat out a mouthful of blood. The behavior is very strange. But it is quite effective. The moment the blood mist dissipated, his entire body was moved several meters out of thin air. He narrowly avoided Cao Wenbin's attack, and with a chance to catch his breath, he finally managed to stabilize his position. Then he slowly changed his body. That's right, transformation. He has extremely rich combat experience and sees it quite clearly. Since Cao Wenbin knows the laws of space, it is impossible for him to gain an advantage in his current state. As for arresting people, that's even more of a joke. Fortunately, I have enough trump cards. Otherwise, I'll really bring shame to the demon god. As soon as he finished speaking, his transformation was complete. His original height of about 2 meters was reduced to exactly 2 meters. The 3 heads also became 2 heads. The tail behind it was also much shorter. From the overall perspective, it is obviously more like a human. Of course, his appearance wasn't the only thing that changed. The moment everything stabilized, his momentum took a qualitative leap. He was originally about the same as Fang Chong, but instantly reached another level. Fuck. This sudden change directly shocked Cao Wenbin. Then, without saying a word, he swung his stick and knocked Fang Chong away. Then he reunited with the 3 women. Wenbin, what should we do now? Set up a formation and fight hard. Shaked his head gently. If the authentic 4 swords of Zhu Xian were all there, or if there were 8 supreme beings, then they could indeed form a formation and fight. After all, whether it is the Zhuxian sword formation or the 12 heavenly gods and demons, they can fight against opponents of higher levels. But now, let's put this together. Turn around quickly. Just run. We'll make a long-term plan once we get to a safe place. Unfortunately, although the idea was good, before he could take action, the sinister voice of Doomsday had already sounded. You want to run away after getting into trouble. There's no such good thing in the world. Boy, you can go die now. As soon as the voice fell, the sound of breaking air was heard immediately. Boom. In order to counter this attack, the 4 of them concentrated their strength together. But even so, it's still useless. Under the influence of the recoil force, all 4 of them became kites with broken strings. He flew backwards without even looking back. Xu Yunsheng, who had the weakest strength, had her arms shaking violently. I almost couldn't hold my weapon. Do you understand the difference now? You, whose life level is too low, are not even worth mentioning. Not much talk, but the sarcasm is overwhelming. But, he didn't chase after her. As for the reason, it's not that he has a change of heart. But a talisman suddenly appeared among them. And it is spontaneously combusting without fire. This was the life-saving method that Wu Yu gave to Cao Wenbin before he entered the precious lotus lantern. A trifle. Of course, although he said so, all the muscles in his body tensed up in an instant. His expression became extremely solemn. And the talisman that suddenly appeared was indeed worthy of his preparation. The next moment, an energy that made the entire starry sky tremble suddenly burst out from the talisman. Boom. Wow. The more arrogant you were just now, the more miserable your doomsday will be now. That vomit of blood, I wouldn't dare say it's more, but it's definitely enough to paint one wall. Peak Patrol. There are really quite a few capable people behind this guy. Chapter 536 The 9 Cauldrons Become One. Doomsday's face is very black. He never thought that he would be beaten to the point of vomiting blood by the toy in his eyes. What was even more unacceptable to him was that these toys actually ran away. Very good. You succeeded in irritating me. The more I think about it, the angrier Doomsday gets. So, he quickly turned around and looked at Fang Chong. Boy, where do you think these guys will run to? Leave this space, or hide somewhere to rest? This is a big question. If it were an ordinary person, there would be no way to answer this. But Fang Chong didn't even think about it and blurted out the answer. He must be going to my starry sky city. After all, they have other personnel staying there. Why, do you want to chase after him? His tone was full of impatience. Judging from his appearance, if Doomsday nods, he will definitely be a pawn. But what he didn't expect was that Doomsday would soon give him a blow on the head. Chasing shit. Now you and I are both injured. If we go in this state, even if the other party has no other trump cards, we can at best gain a small advantage. It's simply unrealistic to want to expand the results of the battle. In that case, it's better to rest up before going. Remember, it is better to break one finger than to hurt 10. Don't act rashly without absolute certainty. It's very didactic. He was obviously venting his anger. But Fang Chong didn't dare to say a word. Instead, he kept nodding his head in agreement. There is no way, the situation is stronger than people. He saw Doomsday's fighting ability with his own eyes. It won't take much effort to torture him. And who knows if this guy has any more cards up his sleeve. Damn it, please don't fight to the point where both of you get hurt. Otherwise, Wenbin, that talisman just now should have been given to you by Wu Yu. Why, is she going to be resurrected? Fang Chong's guess was correct. Cao Wenbin and others were indeed heading towards the Starry Sky City. After all, only after you get there can you advance or retreat. Everything is up to you. As they got further and further away from the foggy area, everyone became safer and safer. Ling Ruobing, who had been patient for a long time, finally asked the question she had wanted to ask for a long time. Obviously, she still couldn't let go of what happened before, even though she had become a patroller. And Cao Wenbin did not disappoint him and quickly gave her the answer she wanted. Well, in 3 to 5 days at most, or 1 or 2 days at least, she will be able to reappear in the world. Why, are you still planning revenge? It seems that you are still no match for her now. There is nothing wrong with this. Ling Ruobing herself admitted it. But she was not panicked at all. Because, even if that guy is able to fight, can he escape from your grasp? If I remember correctly, you promised me that I would push you at the critical moment. Cao Wenbin was stunned. Then, I almost laughed out loud. If Wu Yu knew about your idea, she might hide in the Lotus Lantern for the rest of her life. Ling Ruobing's beautiful eyebrows immediately stood up. You don't want to regret it. Without any hesitation, Cao Wenbin shook his head like a rattle. How is this possible? After all, I'm the one who benefits in the end. I'm so happy. But before that, as soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin immediately came to Ling Ruobing's side. The movements are very casual. But combined with what he just said, Ling Ruobing's face immediately turned red. She is not stupid. Of course I know what Cao Wenbin wants to do. So, we are surrounded by powerful enemies now. Otherwise, let's wait until we get out. The reason is very reasonable. But as soon as she finished speaking, Cao Wenbin's hand was already on her waist. Then a voice full of disdain entered her ears. A strong enemy. There's no such thing as a strong enemy. Let's not talk about Wu Yu first. As long as we return to Star City, and either Lily or Shifeng cooperates with me, Doomsday, who is only slightly stronger than us, will not be able to stand up to us. This is said with considerable confidence. So, Ling Ruobing didn't hesitate anymore. With a wave of her hand, a carriage suddenly appeared in the starry sky. And this thing doesn't pull a cart. But the speed is not slow at all. Therefore, under the leadership of Xu Yunsheng and Zhang Shengxi, the return time of several people was not affected at all. Unnamed Island. While Cao Wenbin was busy as hell, Zhang Jian, his good wife, was also not idle. 3 hours ago, she sent invitations to all the Supreme Masters who were united around the Cao family. At the same time, she also gathered together all the treasures she had collected recently. As for the purpose of doing this, she planned to take advantage of the moment when the immortal realm had no worries and kill as many forces as possible in the demon realm. Try your best to clear the obstacles for the Cao family to unify the immortal and demon worlds. And for this kind of thing, naturally no one would refuse. Therefore, no one who received the invitation letter procrastinated. Including Cao Xing, everyone who could come came. Girl, just give the orders. It's time for us old bones to stretch ourselves. As soon as he entered the room, Cao Xing supported Zhang Jian without saying a word. But as soon as he finished speaking, he froze in place. Not only him, but all the others who possessed the 9 cauldrons were also stunned. Because for some unknown reason, the 9 cauldrons in their bodies suddenly became uncontrollable. Even though they tried their best, they still couldn't stop it from rushing out of the body. Of course, they were not the only ones who experienced abnormalities at the scene. The blood-red seal that Zhongzhou had always carried with her and extorted from the Jun family also flew out. Boom! As the 10 things gradually approached, an extremely violent energy suddenly spread out. The Supreme is fine. Apart from the rustling of clothes, there is basically no other impact. But it won't work for emperors who are slightly weaker in strength. Even if he was holding something, his body was unconsciously moving backwards. Are they going to merge? I see. The reason this hasn't happened before is because they've never been together before. Now that we've finally gathered together, there's naturally no way to stop us. No one is a fool. So everyone reacted quickly. Then they all showed excitement. After all, each of these 10 things is an innate treasure. If these were combined, the power. Boom. And these 10 things did not disappoint everyone. After a loud bang, a brand new 4-legged tripod, more than 1 meter tall and painted with mountains, rivers, sun and moon, appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 537, Diagram of the Forbidden Tao Formation. The innate treasure, Chenkan Ding. Others can only feel that this tripod is terrifying. But as the owner of the Red Seal, Zhongzhou revealed the secrets of the tripod in one sentence. Obviously, the Red Seal is the core of this tripod. Very good. If I had known this would happen, I would have merged them into one. This is truly a good start. It seems this operation will definitely be a great victory. No one is jealous. Even those who had lost their magic weapons had smiles on their faces that came from the bottom of their hearts. Of course, Zhongzhou didn't let them suffer any loss. The losses were quickly made up. And double the compensation. After all, the Cao family lacked everything at this time. But the only thing that is not lacking is the innate treasure. While everyone was happy here, Shan Yunfan and Yang Yue, who were thousands of miles away, were in a daze. What left the couple speechless was a scroll passed down from their Shan family ancestors. That's right, it's inherited from our ancestors. This thing came to their Shan family earlier than the 2 ancestors who crawled out of their tombs. But this thing has never played any role. It can't be destroyed. There are no words when I expand it. Quite useless. But just now, this thing suddenly burst out with an extremely dazzling divine light. That look seemed to be foreshadowing something. So, after coming to his senses, Shan Yunfan immediately became excited. Madam, it looks like our chance to turn the tables is coming. With the momentum that this scroll just unleashed, if we can truly comprehend it, our strength will definitely experience a qualitative leap. The Shan family will no longer have to worry about being exterminated. Even the Cao family might have to look up to us. Yang Yue agreed with everything said above. But as soon as she said the last sentence, she immediately started to tremble. At the same time, her mind unconsciously recalled the scene in the Crazy Doctor Valley when Cao Wenbin risked his life to treat her injuries. Husband, let's not deal with the Cao family anymore. After all, trying to get the skin of a tiger will never end well. We might as well take our people and leave for another land. To be honest, Yang Yue is really trying her best to consider Shan Yunfan. She doesn't want to buy a hat for her husband anymore. Once is enough. Unfortunately, although her idea was good, Shan Yunfan didn't understand her painstaking efforts at all. Therefore, we can't avoid dealing with each other. Anyone with a discerning eye can see the current situation. The Cao family is unstoppable. Baihua Valley will soon become Baihua Garden belonging exclusively to Cao Wenbin. Sooner or later, both regions will be surnamed Cao. So if you want to survive, you must build a good relationship with them. Otherwise, it's useless to hide anywhere. This is the truth. But Yang Yue's heart began to twitch unconsciously. When he looked at Shan Yunfan, there was a hint of pity in his eyes subconsciously. She knew very well that if she had frequent contact with the Cao family, her belt would never be tight. It's not a question of whether she wants to or not. But it depends on whether people want to or not. Considering Cao Wenbin's level of evil, he can definitely make her take off her armor on her own accord. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. If it really comes to a point where it's unavoidable, then we'll just have to find a way to hide it from him. Anyway, as long as you don't know, it's as if it didn't happen. Name: Lily. Identity: the leader of the conservative faction in Baihua Valley. Strength: the supreme being who has received gifts from heaven and earth twice. Appearance score: 96. Loyalty: 95. Note: although her loyalty isn't yet 100, as long as Wu Yu is loyal to you, you don't have to worry about her loyalty at all. You can trust her with anything, no matter what. Even if you ask her to betray her playmate Shuixian, she won't say a word. Depend on. If I had known this flower was so gorgeous. Although he expressed disdain for the end of the world, Cao Wenbin immediately added a trump card to his hand after returning to Star City. After all, we only have one life. There is no room for any mistakes. If you capsize in a ditch, you won't even be able to cry in the right tone. Just as Cao Wenbin was savoring the moment, the treasure chest he had been waiting for so long was finally completed. Not a lot. There are only 2 in total. Open. Without any hesitation, the order was given decisively. The next moment, the divine tree of creation, this supreme divine tree evolved from the body of the fallen god of creation. It bears no flowers or fruit, but it constantly radiates the aura of creation. Therefore, within its reach, no filth can exist. Evildoers who force their way in will be severely suppressed and constantly influenced. Note: due to the extremely strong aura of creation, lovers within its reach should proceed with caution, otherwise there is a high risk of death. Very good. Just what I needed. After reading the introduction of the first item, a look of joy suddenly appeared on Cao Wenbin's face. After all, the god of creation is the nemesis of the god of destruction. Although such a tree cannot kill Doomsday directly. But as long as it can play a restraining role, that's enough. But while he was happy, Cao Wenbin was also speechless. As for the reason, what's going on with this recent reward? Why is it always about human life? So says the Book of Life. This creation tree is actually like this. Of course, although he was speechless, he did not forget the important matter. Soon, his attention shifted to another treasure chest. Forbidden Dao Formation Diagram. Everything in the world has its opposite. And because Dao is omnipresent, over time, this forbidden Dao formation diagram slowly gestated and emerged from the primordial chaos. It is a pure chaos object, but because each use requires the consumption of a vast amount of innate fruit, its rating is only half-step chaos. However, its power cannot be underestimated. Once deployed, the area covered by it will be wiped out. No matter what level of master you are, you can only fight in hand-to-hand combat, no exceptions. Note: this object is originally not tolerated by heaven and earth. Therefore, after deploying it, be sure to kill as few people as possible and try to retaliate against the enemy in other ways. Otherwise, you will be punished by heaven. This time, Cao Wenbin's eyes really lit up. Because as soon as he finished reading the introduction of the treasure, he immediately thought of the use of this thing. No one else is worthy. Only Tianyan. When I reach Tianyan, I can just use this thing and everything will be fine, right? Then I'll combine it with the Book of Life, the pregnancy pill, and the creation tree. Chapter 538 Transform Again. Daffodil has misled me. Just as Cao Wenbin was thinking about how to use the new thing, Lily, who had been confused for more than a day, finally woke up. Then he let out a long sigh. At this moment, she finally understood what a woman was. In the past, it was just pure nonsense. However, this feeling of emotion did not last long. Before she could even catch her breath, a look of anxiety suddenly appeared on her little face. Boy, I have to admit that you are really brave. After provoking me, you still dare to defend me. It seems you really don't know how to write the word, death. The voice was full of teasing. So, Lily couldn't lie still anymore. Even though she knew that with her strength, she might not be able to help much. But one more person means more strength. Just in case it comes in handy. But as soon as she stepped foot on the ground, the corners of her mouth began to twitch unconsciously. My legs suddenly went limp. Hiss. But even though it hurt, she had no intention of backing down. But before she could stand up straight again, an extremely confident voice came into her ears again. You don't have to come out. Just sit by the window and watch. With all your previous efforts, this guy is nothing compared to me. Lily recognized the voice, it was her man's voice. And what happened next also proved that what I said just now was not a joke. This is not. Boom. With a loud bang, a big tree suddenly fell in the middle of the house. When I first started, it wasn't very big. But in almost the blink of an eye, its canopy covered the entire starry sky city. And this is obviously not its limit. Every few moments, the treetops will at least double in size. The growth is quite gratifying. Doomsday, I wonder if you still remember this thing. Cao Wenbin's counterattack was also full of ridicule. Afterwards, he brought Ling Ruobing and the other two girls and surrounded Doomsday and Feng Chong, who were still in shock. Speak out. Why, are you born not to talk? Doomsday's body trembled unconsciously. It is obvious that the creation tree is already taking effect. Although he was panicked, as a chaotic creature, Doomsday's self-esteem would not allow him to admit defeat. Therefore, I thought it was something else, but it turns out to be just a corpse. You think you can defeat me like this? Innocent. That's so naive. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely powerful destructive energy suddenly condensed in his hands. However, the target was not Cao Wenbin, who had a playful look on his face. Instead, it is the seemingly harmless creation tree. Hard-mouthed, Cao Wenbin, who had been on guard for a long time, naturally couldn't let him succeed. The next moment, the scepter of Phantom, guided by the laws of space, suddenly appeared in front of the power of destruction. Boom. No surprises. A huge energy storm quickly spread out. Wherever it passed, houses were destroyed and all people and animals were killed. Although they lost a lot of money, Cao Wenbin, Ling Ruobing and others all immediately showed their joy. An expert can tell whether something is good or not with just one look. With just one strike, several people judged that Doomsday at this moment was at most at the level of Ling Ruobing. And at this moment, he was still in the transformation state. That is to say, it's really a dead duck. Come together and kill them. After making an accurate judgment, the confidence of Cao Wenbin and the other three instantly swelled. Then they rushed up in a swarm. Ling Ruobing's opponent is still Feng Chong. After all, the two are evenly matched. No waste at all. But things are harmonious here, but Doomsday, which was in the limelight not long ago, is now in bad luck. His strength was severely suppressed, so it was just right for him to deal with one of Cao Wenbin and the other two. If you grit your teeth, two will do. But if the three of them come together, bang, 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 every time they clash, Doomsday will definitely get hit hard. Sometimes, even twice. Therefore, after just a dozen moves, the two heads of Doomsday had grown 2 circles larger. One of them even fell limply onto his shoulders. Looking at the appearance, it is obviously broken. Very good. You succeeded in irritating me. In that case, I'm going to give you some tough time. No one should think well today. After paying the price of another finger, Doomsday barely broke out of the encirclement of Cao Wenbin and others. Then, he, who had never suffered such a big loss before, suddenly roared in anger. Of course, he wasn't pretending. But it's really interesting. As soon as the roar ended, his body began to change again. Height reduced again. The tail disappeared directly. The cerebral palsy that had been broken off also fell off completely. Oh my god, you can actually transform. Looking at Doomsday, who looked no different from humans except for being a little stronger, Cao Wenbin's eyes almost popped out. At the same time, his face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Because he felt that Doomsday in this state had recovered to its heyday. Even a little bit stronger. The suppressing effect of the creation tree was directly offset by this third transformation. Damn it, these old guys are really not easy to deal with. But this guy's life force is obviously much less. It seems that even for a chaos devil like him, it's not easy to use this move. Thinking of this, Cao Wenbin immediately gave Zhang Shengxi and Xu Yunsheng a wink. The meaning is very clear, that is to drag it with all your strength. As long as they are not killed instantly, victory will definitely belong to them. Unfortunately, the idea is beautiful, but the reality is quite bleak. Even though they are all at the patroller level. But Doomsday's combat power has reached another level. Therefore, even Cao Wenbin no longer hid his abilities and used the laws of time and reincarnation. It's still useless. Doomsday is about breaking all laws with one force. No matter what tricks you use, I will fight them with my fists. However, Cao Wenbin's desperate resistance not only failed to arouse Doomsday's wrath. It actually makes the end of the world even more exciting. This is not the law of time, the law of reincarnation. Okay, you really can bring me surprises. I thought I'd lost a lot this time. But now it seems that the opposite is true. As long as I can refine you, that little bit of life force won't matter. Chapter 539 Wu Yu is extremely powerful. In Doomsday's eyes, Cao Wenbin at this moment was not a human being at all. It is a rare treasure. If someone were to offer him the chaos magic weapon in exchange for Cao Wenbin, he would definitely give him a kick in the heart without hesitation. After all, no matter how powerful the chaos magical weapon is, it can never be compared with the three top laws. You don't even have the qualifications to commit fraud. Because of this, he just risked his life. Every move and every style is aimed directly at Cao Wenbin's vital points. Of course, while his body was attacking desperately, his mouth was not idle either. This is not. Little ones, I advise you to save your energy. From the moment I transformed, the ending was already determined. You have no hope of turning the tables. Well, if you're willing to surrender, I'll give you a quick death. I won't torture you, okay? Seemingly kind. In fact, it's all a joke. But before he could be proud for long, something strange happened. He actually caught a glimpse of a smile on Cao Wenbin's face. He was sure that it was definitely not an illusion. Not good. So, he suddenly panicked. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. Judging from his appearance, he is obviously preparing to use a desperate move. Buzz. And the fact is, it is indeed so. The next moment, a long blood-red dragon condensed by the law of destruction suddenly appeared in the void. No command. It seemed to have consciousness, and it pounced on Cao Wenbin with its fangs and claws bared. Although Doomsday's reaction was quick, he was still one step too slow. The dragon of destruction had just rushed down halfway when an emerald green lotus lamp blocked its way. The light is not big. The candlelight at the top seemed like it could go out at any moment. But it was this unassuming lamp that completely stopped the dragon of destruction that was just baring its fangs and claws. At the same time, a hint of fear appeared on Doomsday's face. Of course, it wasn't the precious lotus lantern that caused all this. But just a mid-level peak patroller. Just because you've lived a few more years, you dare to bully my worry-free man. You've lived long enough. The sound is very soft. But Fang Chong's hair stood on end when he heard this. Then, without even hesitating, he forced Ling Ruobing back with one move, then turned around and prepared to run. But before he could even lift his legs, the word, "Ding," appeared lightly in the lotus lantern. It's still that cold and quiet movement. But Fang Chong just froze on the spot. His face turned red, but he still couldn't move an inch. Sealing law. Cao Wenbin took a deep breath. He actually knows this rule. And I learned it very early. But even if he were to work himself to death, it wouldn't achieve this effect. You know, this is a patroller whose strength is no weaker than Ling Ruobing. But now it is. Just as Cao Wenbin was secretly sighing, the precious lotus lantern finally showed changes. The flame at the top suddenly burst into flames without any stimulation. And it burns brighter and brighter. The smoke is getting more and more. Once it reaches a critical point, the smoke suddenly gathers. The next moment, a beautiful figure appeared in front of everyone. The long black hair flutters in the wind. Skin is white and tender as snow. But all this beauty is not even 1/10,000th as beautiful as those eyes. To be honest, Cao Wenbin has seen countless people. But if you just look at the eyes, there is really no one that can compare to it. Of course, in Cao Wenbin's eyes, this is an extremely beautiful thing. But in the eyes of Doomsday and Fang Chong, it was an extremely ferocious creature. Especially at the end of the world, I was so anxious that I was sweating all over my forehead. Because he had already sensed that this woman was the owner of the talisman. A top patroller. If the sacred tree had not been created, he should have been able to deal with it a few times with the strength of his third transformation. But now, he will definitely be defeated within 30 moves. No, I just resurrected, I absolutely cannot die here. As soon as this thought came to mind, his desire to survive instantly reached its peak. At the same time, his thinking became extremely clear. So, my beautiful lady, if I'm not mistaken, you pledged your love to this guy because you saved him. I have to say, you really value friendship. But in my opinion, this is not a wise choice. This guy who relies on trickery to unleash his patroller's combat power is simply not worthy of you. So you might as well cooperate with me. Then, I just need to kill this guy, and you can be free again. From now on, the sea is wide enough for fish to leap, and the sky is high enough for birds to fly. This statement is quite inflammatory. But in the end, all I got was a big roll of the eyes. Cao Wenbin is not worthy of her. To be honest, Wu Yu really wanted to laugh. You know, she watched Cao Wenbin grow up step by step. When the two first met, this little guy was just a quasi-saint. But what about now? In just a few years, he has grown into a patroller. As for taking shortcuts, combat power is combat power. How can there be any such thing as taking shortcuts? If this kind of person is not worthy of her, then who else can be worthy of her? Are you finished? If you're done, you can die. As soon as he finished speaking, a mysterious aura immediately emerged from Wu Yu's body. Then she seemed even more noble. In contrast, the life level that Doomsday was so proud of suddenly dropped a lot. This is the law of balance. This time, Doomsday suddenly became even more terrifying. After all, if he could hold out for 30 moves before, now he probably wouldn't even be able to hold out for 10. Therefore, he didn't dare to hesitate any longer, and with a thump, he knelt directly in the void. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm very useful. Absolutely a top-notch subordinate. Let alone anything else, this life suppression alone will give you the upper hand when fighting the enemy. And this isn't even my prime. Give me some time to recover, and I will definitely give you a huge surprise. Wu Yu didn't continue. Instead, he turned and looked at Cao Wenbin. The meaning is very clear, that is to let Cao Wenbin make the decision. To kill or to keep, give me a message. And Cao Wenbin was also very happy. Without saying anything, he just made a gesture of wiping his neck. No. Now, Doomsday can no longer have any other ideas. Use your legs to exert force suddenly. The next moment, he flew out directly. Chapter 540. The judge's pen is in hand. Want to run. Looking at Doomsday's hurried movements, Wu Yu's beautiful eyes were full of disdain. Immediately afterwards, she didn't make any big moves. Just whispered a few words. But the next moment, Doomsday, which was still flying at high speed, seemed to have hit something. After a loud bang, it bounced back directly. Seal the space. Before he could even steady himself, Doomsday suddenly roared. At the same time, a trace of despair quickly appeared on his face. He knew he was finished. There is no chance at all. Is the body of a demon god really unacceptable to heaven and earth? Or reincarnation? Or die? Very unwilling. After all, he had countless opportunities in these hundreds of thousands of years. As long as he is reincarnated, he will definitely be a big boss. But because of that stubbornness in my heart. But soon, he no longer regretted it. It's not that I've come to terms with it. But it was Cao Wenbin who freed him. As the palm landed on his forehead, his consciousness suddenly became chaotic. Soul-searching technique. Of course, this is just the appetizer. After all the useful memories entered his mind, the soul-absorbing technique that he had just acquired also came into play. Buzz. I have to say, chaotic creatures are chaotic creatures. Look, the power of this soul is simply not something that ordinary people can match. Even Fang Yuan is no match for him. Almost at the level of a peak patroller. It seems this guy wasn't bragging. If we give him more time, it's still unclear who will win. After making this judgment, Cao Wenbin became even more excited. Then, without saying anything, he threw it directly into his sea of consciousness. After all, how can we miss such a tonic? Of course, it's not over yet. Then, he set his sights on Fang Chong, who was still being pinned down. Even after having the soul of Doomsday, this guy's soul is a little useless. But no matter how small a mosquito leg is, it is still meat. Besides, even if I don't care about the soul, that pen is something I definitely can't miss. I hope you won't let me down. It must be the judge's pen I've been looking for so long. As soon as he finished speaking, the soul-searching technique was used again. As for the harvest, as time slowly passed, the corners of Cao Wenbin's mouth soon curled up into a beautiful arc. Apparently, everything went as expected. Cool. Now all we're missing is the Chenkin Cauldron and the conferred god list. Once we can gather everything, we can remove Tianyan's armor. It's time to give him some retribution after he's been looking for me for so long. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Cao Wenbin couldn't control himself anymore. All the learning materials that he had read in his previous life immediately popped out like a fountain. But as he flipped through the pages, Cao Wenbin's brows unconsciously frowned. Because he found that although there was a lot of information, there was no special trick in it. Everything is so ordinary, totally unworthy of Rishan's achievements. It's true that one only regrets not having read enough books when they are needed. Speechless. Even if Cao Wenbin was beaten to death, he would never have thought that one day he would be in trouble at such a time. However, this emotion came quickly, but also went away quickly. After just a few breaths, he no longer had time to think about all this mess. There is no way, who made those two pure souls start to exert their strength? He must absorb it with all his strength. Otherwise, it is easy to cause waste. Hey, where on earth should I go from here? Seeing Cao Wenbin becoming more and more powerful, Zhao Yuan'er and others were overjoyed. But Zhang Shengxi became more and more worried. Of course, she is not against seeing Cao Wenbin doing well. On the contrary, at this moment, she no longer had any hatred towards Cao Wenbin. What she was worried about was what to do next. Let's go, it seems there is no point anymore. After all, with Ling Ruobing and Wu Yu coming out of seclusion one after another, the situation at this time has become quite clear. It's useless no matter who comes. The two domains must be surnamed Cao. And she will definitely not be able to escape from Cao Wenbin's grasp. But if I don't leave, Zhun Xiaoyao. Forget it, let's go back and take a look first. It won't be done here anytime soon anyway. Thinking of this, she stood up immediately. But just as she turned around, a pair of big hands suddenly came from behind and wrapped around her slender waist. Ah! Without any surprise, Zhang Shengxi, who was suddenly attacked, screamed in surprise. But after just a few breaths, she became obedient again. Because the breath behind her was so familiar to her. Did you absorb those two souls so quickly? The tone was full of disbelief. However, she didn't get any response. Until she was stimulated by the hormonal atmosphere behind her and her face turned red, a slightly frivolous voice sounded. It's not that easy. Even if I tried my best, I only refined a small part. As for why I woke up suddenly. Because I thought of a better way to refine it. But this move requires your cooperation. How about it, are you interested? Without even a second's hesitation, Zhang Shengxi nodded immediately. What's the solution? How do you need my cooperation? Don't worry, I will do my best. Cao Wenbin smiled. His face was full of ill intentions. Then, in my early years, I obtained a manual of cultivation in a secret realm. It's called God and Demon Joyful Cicada. Running it can help you improve your strength. It can also speed up the absorption of energy. Look, Cao Wenbin didn't continue speaking. Because there is no need. The name of this technique says it all. And Zhang Shengxi did not disappoint him. Before she could even finish her words, her face turned even redder. Okay, but before that, could you let me go back first? After all, once a technique is put into operation, it will definitely have no end. So I want to go back and make some arrangements. This request is quite reasonable. But what Zhang Shengxi didn't expect was that Cao Wenbin refused without hesitation. You won't go back and waste time. Once the technique is put into practice, you'll understand everything. After he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin didn't give Zhang Shengxi time to think. The law of space flashed and took her away from the spot. As the two of them left, Zhao Yuan'er and others, who had seen everything, immediately started to smile evilly. Guess what's going to happen inside? It's like a louse on a monk's head, it's obvious. He must be switching between two identities. Chapter 541 Join hands to trap Tianyan. Wenbin. In the following month, this name became the main theme of Starry Sky City for no reason. No one knows what's going on. But the people in the city had no choice but to endure it. Because they tried every possible way, but they just couldn't stop the sound that came from nowhere. To be honest, if this were an ordinary city, it would have exploded long ago. After all, I really can't bear it. But here, it's completely different. As the central city of this starry sky, the residents here all have a certain foundation. There are not even any acquired cultivators. The worst ones are all innate. Therefore, despite having no other choice, they slowly adapted. Later on, if I couldn't hear for a while, I would feel uncomfortable all over. But the good times didn't last long. Just when these guys thought that days like this would continue forever, a situation that made them collapse occurred. On the morning of the 30th day, the strangeness disappeared. And it disappeared quite completely. It looked as if everything before was an illusion. As a result, the residents really couldn't hold it anymore. Fuck, isn't this just kidding? That's right. It's always so up and down, is there any way to survive? Damn God, give me back my immortal voice. The voices of dissatisfaction are getting louder and louder. But just like before, no one paid any attention to them. Of course, it's not just lively outside. Jingxi Jai, the source of everything, is also not bad. This is not. Cao Wenbin, you are really scheming. They actually started planning so early. Afterwards, he even role-played with me. I'm really curious. With how busy you are, aren't you afraid of mental breakdown? After Zhang Shengxi regained consciousness, he immediately asked about the crime. Obviously, she understood everything. However, although she said this, her eyes were full of satisfaction.